Okay, welcome everyone. Today is Wednesday, January 8th, and this is the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. And I just wanted to say it's not often that people come to a parole hearing like this one. We're paroling one of our fellow commissioners today. What are we doing?
Evicting.
Evicting. He served a 12-year sentence, and today is his first day of freedom.
So we're going to. He still has next Tuesday.
Oh, he has next Tuesday. Yeah, by his own admission, he's coming back to talk to the parole officer on Tuesday. But I want to just start with, we've got some business to conduct here. I have a proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners honoring Commissioner Stephen F. Child for 12 years of service. And we're happy to stand if you can still hear us. Okay. Whereas Steve has compassion for all members of the community and infuses all decisions with commitment to doing the most good for the most people. Amen. And whereas Steve consistently demonstrates gentility, good manners, civility, and patience at all BoCC meetings, always waiting patiently to be recognized to speak, never interrupting others, and whereas Steve speaks slowly and deliberately with a long pause mid-sentence, which also tempers the pace of the conversation. And whereas often when Steve is speaking, we do not immediately grasp his point, but inevitably he delivers a surprise with his innovative solutions and historical perspectives, and time with Steve is always worth it. And whereas for over a decade, Steve Child has been a dedicated leader within Club 20, serving on the board of directors, the energy committee, the advisory panel, while playing a key role in shaping resolutions on transportation, public lands, natural resources, and agriculture, ensuring the region's priorities are represented and its voice elevated. Whereas his steadfast leadership and advocacy have ensured a responsible balance between growth and preservation, making Pitkin County a model of thoughtful land management and environmental stewardship, as demonstrated by his hosting of annual Roaring Fork Conservancy snowshoe tours, countless hours spent hand-picking noxious weeds, and the careful management of his property to benefit wildlife in the community. I'm just going to add that Steve also has pulled an awful lot of barbed wire off of public lands, open space lands. Whereas Steve Child has dedicated his life to public service, embodying a deep commitment to community leadership, through roles such as a bus driver for the Roaring Fork School District, snowcat operator at Snowmass, conservation advocate for Thompson Divide and Capitol Creek, an active participant in numerous county boards and advisory committees before he was a commissioner.
And also teaching at Carbondale Community School.
And advocating for the Three Meadows acquisition.
And I think he was a clown at some point.
And he sings in the Messiah and reminds us of it every year. Invites us to go, implores us to attend. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners and citizens of Pitkin County thank and honor Commissioner Steve Child for 12 years of service, 2013 to 2025, as a commissioner, and 7 years of service on the Weed Advisory Board, 2004 to 2011, 8th day of January 2025. Congratulations. Thank you, Steve. But wait, there's more.
All right, this is the fun one.
Now, is there anybody who would really like to read this, or is it up to me?
I'll read it.
Would you like to read it? Okay, I'm going to hand the limerick.
Oh, thank you.
This is the first traditional limerick.
Okay.
Here, come on
I
in.
think it was Pat Bingham.
Probably. Yes, I think she did. Commissioner Child is a rare, rare breed. Soft-spoken and careful with words like his father before him. He can't be rushed, especially if he's feeding the birds. And it's not just birds he has on his mind. He's got cattle and a family to feed. And that doesn't keep him from giving his all to the 1,000-page packets he reads. Of course, fencing and plowing take up his time, but his role as a commissioner is serious. In meetings, he's thoughtful and doesn't complain, even when his mates on the board are delirious. Agriculture and weeds are mighty concerns, and their management can lead to a funk. But who else but Steve has the heart and the vision to work out these issues with monks? When meetings get hot and they can't agree and the public commences its flinging, Steve keeps his cool and can blow off steam with an hour or two of singing. And away from the racket, he reads the packet with the eye of a Dalai Lama. He peruses the issues and scratches his head while correcting the use of the comma. Bob would be proud of the footsteps you followed, not losing sight in the gloom, maintaining perspective in issues you've wallowed, and finally figuring out Zoom.
That was Pat Bingham's?
Wait, I need
So
your
Pat Bingham wrote that.
Wait.
Kudos to Pat.
Fancy what?
Oh, there's more, but wait, there's more.
I just want to add real quick, but what people really need to know is Steve has done a heck of a lot in this community for seniors. Not
That's right.
because we are getting closer, you two can step out, Francie and I and Steve, but he's done amazing things with Vintage, Francie's favorite name for an organization, the senior organization through Northwest COG, and I think the seniors have appreciated. Plus, he's been always telling us to go to the senior center and have lunch.
Steve is also were you the chair of, was it the Farmers Union? And I kept thinking, why is he the chair of the Farmers Union? Aren't that many farmers here? But it's some passion you've had for many, many years.
He goes to the National Farmers Association.
Right, he's a big shot there.
Yeah,
He's a big shot.
I'm not a big shot.
You are in our minds.
So I have two of the things now. For this aging activities in the state, I was on the SAPCA committee for 7.5 years, which was a statewide. I was appointed by Governor Hickenlooper to that board, served the entire time till it was sunsetted. So that was a big activity I really did for senior activities. And I continue to be active in Farmers Union, both locally and going to the National Farmers Union every year for pretty much the whole time I've been commissioner. Amongst other things, those are
Many other things.
two things I
There's more.
did.
Greg's got
But
more.
wait, there's more. It occurred to me, you're not going to have much to do with yourself. You don't know. You're not going to know what to do with yourself. And so I happen to have this copy of a brand new copy of Rebecca Weiss and Mark Fuller's books on birding in the Ringford Valley. My guess is you already know all of this. This may be a handy reference.
Thank you. So while I'm on Zoom meetings at home, I'm not looking at the screen. I'm looking out the kitchen window where our bird feeders are, and there are, well, the main visitors right now are Steller's jays and scrub jays, with one woodpecker and a few chickadees, and 3 wild turkeys come by every day by our bird feeders. But I'm actually looking at the birds, not paying attention to the meeting.
That's why he always has a smile on his
Thanks
face.
for that. And I know Dan Bartholomew is here, and he has something for you as well.
Uh-oh. Does anybody know Dan Bartholomew's sense of humor? I'm gonna get out of your way.
Dry and funny.
Want to prop it up on the chair? How about we put it on the chair? There we go.
Oh, it's the airport.
Airport layout plan.
Yeah.
So on behalf of the airport team and the county and the citizens as well, this has been a slog for us. So we really appreciate all your assistance and support for the airport layout plan. And we wanted to give you a copy. We heard that you mentioned that during the signing of the ALP.
Thank you,
You wanted
yeah.
a copy, so.
So I think it was my second commissioner meeting in 2013 in January, we were discussing the airport layout plan, which had some serious flaws in it at the time that really needed to be addressed. And it took us 12 years to finally accomplish it.
And this is flaw-free.
No, this is like an awesome product, a product of several hundred people's work over a long period of time. So thank you, Dan.
Oh, you're very welcome, Steve. And you place that in front of family photos at home, and so, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And what the county and the Board of Commissioners gave to Steve at the county holiday party was what Steve is so endeared with is barbed wire. We gave him a plaque of barbed wire, and with a plaque on it thanking him for
A
his 12
collection
years
of
of
barbed wire
service.
from every place he's
It
pulled
was,
wire.
and it was labeled from which piece of open space that strand of barbed wire came from.
So I'm
I
going
wanna
to go
thank
up to
staff
the
for
Three
helping us
Meadows
make
with
that.
my wire cutters and snip some wire off the fence up there someday to
Probably some on the ground up there somewhere.
That's Eagle County, you can do whatever you want over there.
Now, since so many people have come in, there may be a few people who'd like to say something. If anybody wants to, get a final jab at Steve, this may be your last chance. And come on down if you would. Thanks. Come on up to the table anyway.
This will not be my last chance to talk to Steve, I can assure you.
We got a public meeting.
Thanks,
Dale.
Greg. I'm Dale Will. I'm the acquisition director for Pitkin County Open Space, and I know that that's been a great cause of yours all this time. Your father was actually on the first board of trustees for the program way back in 1991, I think, and helped write a lot of the original policies. But so it's been really a pleasure to work with you. And on behalf of the Open Space Department and the Open Space Board, I want to thank you for all of your support and leadership.
Thanks, Dale.
Thank you, Dale.
I'm going to do another round of hands here, and we're going to keep moving. We got a lot to go through. Oh, Gideon, come on up.
I'll be brief, which is not easy. As a private citizen and having worked with Steve for over 12 years, I want to express my personal gratitude and the gratitude of the community for all the hard work you've done, for sitting through these meetings, for listening to me, not always agreeing with me, but I do think that all of us owe you a tremendous amount of gratitude and debt for your 12 years of service. Thank you.
Thanks, Gideon.
Thanks, Gideon.
Okay, thank you, folks. We're going to look for additions or deletions to the agenda.
No other additions or deletions. I would just say we are having an issue with Zoom, so there are a couple folks that would like to say something in honor of Steve, but we can't get them
Maybe we
on Zoom
can
right now.
get them later. We can
So-
always come back and do something a little bit later. I think
absolutely.
we're stalling also for some of the Eagle County people who are going to come over. I'm going to open this up to public comment right now for anything that is not on today's agenda, but could include Steve. If anybody has something they'd like to say, this is a chance for public comment. You have 3 minutes. Come on down if you do. Not seeing any hands up in the room. I see one. Oh, the man the gentleman in the front. Joe, come on up.
Morning. Or
Morning, Joe.
Afternoon.
Morning
Joe
somewhere.
Wells, Castle Creek Caucus Coordinator. I'm here to speak about an issue that, just as a member of the caucus, it's not an issue that we've had a chance to discuss yet. We were absolutely bombarded by helicopters during the holidays. The rumor was that the vice president-elect was staying in a house up at Fall Creek or nearby. I never really determined what house he was supposedly staying in, but there were 2 helicopters that made frequent trips up and down the valley during the holidays. They looked like Vietnam era Huey helicopters with typical military paint. And there were several other helicopters from time to time in the valley. I'm not opposed to the ski company using helicopters occasionally to assist with their construction projects for a fully approved project. I'm not opposed to medical emergency helicopter use, but I never really envisioned that people would use helicopters to commute to and from the place they're staying. So I'm hoping maybe we can take a look at that issue during the code rewrite and perhaps deal with it. I realize in the case of the vice president-elect, we're talking about the federal government, but we're still talking about private land in Pitkin County. So it was really annoying. On one occasion, the upper valley was sucked in, and they flew up there 3 different times trying to get through and couldn't, and eventually gave up. Another helicopter came down valley, circled above Midnight Mine Road to gain altitude, and then cross over into Little Annie Basin, and then started it all over again to get over the ridge at the sun deck. And then I lost sight of them because we don't have a view of the sun deck for our house. But it was annoying, and I hope we can do something about it. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Comment?
Yeah, it's just, they were flying over my house a lot too. I got tired of waving them when I realized they could, if I could see their faces in the helicopter, they could see me standing in my pajamas on my front porch. So I had to be careful about that. But yeah, there are some things out of our control, and when we have a VIP of that nature, they kind of come in and take over our airport, our airspace, our facilities. So we'll ask them next time to maybe pick a better time of year to visit.
Yeah, I wonder.
Better spot to rent.
Yeah, yeah, in Eagle County.
Francie?
Yeah, I can relate, Joe, because the CPW flies over my house when they're doing the elk
the elk
studies
thing.
several times a year, and it's very low and it's very loud. And one time I didn't realize that the plane that was flying repeatedly over my house was there, so I actually called the Rifle Airport to say, what is going on? There's a plane. I described the plane, and then I finally called they didn't know who it was, and then I finally called CPW. So, and I don't get airplane sounds very often where I live, but it is really loud, so I sympathize. And I support the CPW and what they're doing, but it is annoying.
Sorry, Joe.
Steve?
So
reasons.
on Capitol Creek, when there's helicopters flying around doing unusual things, it always means that there is somebody injured or dead up by Capitol Peak, which happens, some years more than others. In the wintertime, that's not happening, but in the summertime, quite often. So when there's unusual helicopter activity, that's what I think of, that somebody is injured, needing rescue. I'm glad that wasn't the case over Christmas here, understandably, but the noise can be annoying, and you're trying to figure out what's going on.
It seems completely unnecessary. It'd be easier to drive to the house, especially in inclement weather, and safer. So maybe common sense will prevail someday, and they'll just drive.
So
Make easier
it
on
wasn't
everybody.
Secret Service? It was actually him in the
I think
helicopter?
it was
I think he
military
was on the
over-
ground. They travel overhead. But just for a heads up, though, too, it's my understanding that the nominee for the Secretary of the Navy has a house here, and so hopefully they won't be using the Roaring Fork River to transport the Secretary of the Navy.
Right. Kelly?
Yeah, I will say, we had some complaints in the past of some helicopter usage into the Holland Hills neighborhood that I think the attorney's office had to follow up on, because it is prohibited in the land use code for that type of activity. Now, I don't know where that prohibition runs into federal security, but I do think we have that language that already exists, and so hopefully it's not. Whether they're breaking the law, I don't know. But I do think we have that provision.
You get the impression that the military can go anywhere they want, whenever they want.
Kind of scary.
Thank you. Thanks for
Thanks,
bringing
Joe.
it up, Joe. It's a worthwhile topic of conversation. Any other public comments from the room on topics not on the agenda or online? Can you tell me, Michaela, is anybody out there with a hand up? Star 9? I'm not seeing it. Okay, I'm bringing it back, and we're going to keep moving. Now it feels like we've done commissioner comment, but I'm sure there's more. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to send my thoughts and prayers to the people in Southern California. especially in LA County where I was born and raised. The fire is the fire that was burning in Altadena is moving its way into my hometown. I have friends that have lost homes last night, and schools, whole high schools have burned down. It's horrendous, these 4 fires that are burning out there, and I don't know if we'll be sending any of our resources that way, but we have in the past sent some of our firefighters, our wildland firefighters, out that way. But just want to send our thoughts and prayers to those folks, and and keep in mind, I mean, the winds were gusting in over 100 miles an hour, and that was winds not associated with winds created by wildfires themselves. And the embers are literally coating many areas of Southern California. So let's just keep those people who've lost their homes. I think there were 2 lives lost last night. Keep them in your thoughts and prayers.
Thanks, Patty. Kelly.
Sure. I want to take a moment and just honor 2 personal heroes of mine. One being Steve Child, and the other President Jimmy Carter, who's being laid to rest. And they've both impacted me in very meaningful ways. Steve has made me a better person, has made me a better leader, has made me a more thoughtful commissioner. Has made me a more gentle person and a more open-hearted person. And I will forever love and treasure you for that.
Thanks,
And
Kelly.
Jimmy Carter, is a person who's just long been a personal hero of mine. And when I kind of became inspired to be a person to really defend and promote democracy was when I was serving as a Peace Corps volunteer in Niger, West Africa, a very, very poor Muslim country, and has a lot of influence from international organizations. The Carter Center being one of those organizations that was very visible on the ground with guinea worm treatments in villages and really transforming health at the most meaningful and direct levels for people. Also, when I came to really realize that how important democracy is in making people's lives materially more positive and have more benefits, and the way I saw that was, leaders who were responsive to their people, leaders who delivered on their promises, leaders who really tried sincerely to make their health and livelihood improved. And, his work with the Carter Center was apparent in parts of Africa. I went and met with a variety of people who were working on democracy efforts in countries in West Africa. And that's a real legacy. And then, of course, Habitat for Humanity, which was one of my first service projects when I was in high school. And then here, its impact that it's had in the Valley and such a partner that they've been to our community. And so, he is an incredible person, and I think one of the most incredible legacies for me is actually how he shows up in his own faith. I think when religion has been really bastardized in our world, he is a person who has put the best face of Christianity forward and has really lived the mission of, taking care of people, feeding the hungry, et cetera, that I think is a real legacy. So I just want to honor that and honor you, Steve, and look forward to our last day of work together.
Thanks, Kelly. I
Kelly.
wholeheartedly agree on both characters and both counts. Francie.
Yes, I have something much more mundane. But speaking of the J.D. Vance visit to town and the changes that occurred at the roundabout while he was here with the temporary sign opening up both lanes to down valley traffic, I would just really like everybody in the area to think about that, what that might mean if we did that, and how it might improve our traffic flow going home considerably. I think the HOV lanes coming in the morning are really, really important for the buses, but that particular place, that merging of those cars going down valley actually stops the buses. I've been there many times when the buses are just waiting to go down valley, waiting for all those cars to merge. So I think it is a really great idea to have that become permanent. So I'd love some feedback from anybody who's interested in that topic, to send me a note and say if you've noticed similar holdups there because of the cars merging rather than all the cars just flowing down Valley. So just my thoughts for the day.
Thanks for that. Steve?
So my last chance for commissioner comments. First of all, I'd like to thank this Board of Commissioners. Has been the best one that I've worked with my 12 years. And I really appreciate all the effort that every one of you puts into all the activities we do. Everyone individually going above and beyond, working on different boards that we all serve on. It hasn't always been that case in the commissioners. There's some notable people who were just coasting along and not really putting a lot of effort into it. But this has been really a pleasure working with you. Thank you so much. There are some things that I would have wished to have accomplished in 12 years that I would challenge the commissioners to try to, keep working on them. One, you just talked about the entrance to Aspen. The city of Aspen has been trying an experiment for at least 20 years here. And my observation, being one who lives down valley and has to get to Aspen, is that the experiment the city of Aspen has been doing is a total failure. It's really, to me, a joke.
His parting words.
Yeah.
I would think that all the commuters coming up here who are essential for the economy of Aspen probably would agree with me. It's absolutely essential to get at least 4 lanes of traffic all the way into town, whether they be bus lane, 2 of them bus lanes, and two of them for cars. But just the observation that people have, and the people who commute from Rifle and different places, they know that even if there's 4 lanes coming into Aspen, if 2 of them are dedicated to buses only, there's still going to be a line of cars out to the airport waiting to get in. It will be better. It won't be as bad because you're not merging the 4 lanes into 2 lanes to get across the Castle Creek Bridge and then back out into 4 lanes on Main Street. But it still would be bad. So that's a major challenge. Obviously, the city of Aspen has most of the words to say about it. They tend to not pay attention to the county on that issue, but it still needs to be solved and needs to be worked on. The second issue that to me is a frustrating one, and I would hope that going forward that the county can continue working with the FAA, maybe with the United States Congress, to get the FAA rules changed regarding the prioritization of commercial aircraft landing at the airport in front of private aircraft. To me, that is a serious flaw in the FAA thinking. They're so concerned about safety, and yet they'll have a commercial plane full of people, and they don't let them. They'll divert them to Grand Junction or send them back to Denver to land, and in preference to letting some other private planes land here. The private planes could fly to Rifle and land, or they could fly to Eagle and land. That's not the case with the commercial aircraft, and that's a serious flaw in the FAA thinking. So I challenge the board going forward to try to work with the FAA and with Congress and whatever powers that be to try to correct that. Other than that, there's one little thing, one more little thing that I wished I could have made some headway on, and that actually it got worse, and that has to do with the trailhead parking going into the backcountry around here. It used to be bad, now it's way worse because there's so many more people going into the backcountry. Up on Capitol Creek, where it used to be, you'd maybe see 10 or 20 cars up there. People have counted well over 100 cars parked pulled in amongst the aspen trees. There were reports of people cutting down aspen trees to create more parking up there. That's just an example of, a problem we have that I would have liked to have made more headway on it, and I think we've gone backwards actually. So that's just one more challenge, something to work on, and I wish you all Godspeed and good luck in working on the things.
Thanks, Steve.
I want Steve to know that because we're going to miss your stories, that we've been recording them for the past 12 years. So during meetings, when we find ourselves getting tense, we're going to play them just to get a reprieve. So so if you hear yourself speaking at our meetings, we've got you covered.
Okay.
Right, thanks, Patty. Anything else?
I think I'm good.
I'm going to keep us going here.
Greg, real quick.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're
Please.
having some issues with Zoom, so we want to restart.
You want to start over again?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to take it
Bring
from the top.
Sorry,
back.
everyone from the top. No.
Give us back the presents.
Please remember what you
Just
said, so
quickly,
you can say it again.
For the public, the link on the agenda online will be the correct link for everybody to use.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Hopefully that's all it'll take.
Yeah.
Okay, we're back, and I think we're actually online on the correct Zoom link now. I did want to check the Zoom link just to see if there was somebody who wanted to make a public comment.
Or
Something
speak
that
about Mr.
wasn't,
Child.
or to say something about Steve Child. I do see a hand up there. Rich Engelhardt has his hand up. Rich, can you join us here?
Hey there.
Hey, Rich.
Can you hear me?
Hi, Rich.
We can hear you.
Yes, so I'm one of those that's struggling trying to get in, and I am guessing that John Peacock may be experiencing some of that same thing. But Steve, I just wanted to just make a comment on behalf of the entire organization and for John as well, that we get the opportunity to work with the board very closely, and you have just been really an amazing individual, plus a great representative for this community. So we are going to miss you. On behalf of staff in this organization, just thank you for everything that you've done, Steve.
Thank you, Rich.
Yeah.
Rich, thanks for joining in on behalf of staff for the county. I think we all feel that way. It's going to be different. I'm going to go to. Is there another comment? I don't think. Did we see anyone else in there? I don't. I'm going to bring it back. We did commissioner comments. We're going to consent items. We've got a consent item, single reading, the minutes of December 17th and December 18th, a resolution on an abatement petition for Barbara Convisor, another one for Barbara Convisor, and a resolution appointing chair and vice chair commissioner representatives to various boards, committees, and authorities. Charlotte may or may not be coming in to help us with that.
I just saw her.
She's online. These are the consent items. I'm pleased to announce that our chair next year will be Kelly Nicholas Curry, and our vice chair will be our incoming commissioner Jeffrey Woodruff. I'm gonna miss being the chair, but I'm grateful. I'm handing it off to someone who will be more organized than I am.
Tight ship.
And run a tight ship. She's already told me that things are going to be different. So here we go. We can't wait. We have a lot of other board appointments. I'm not sure we've discussed them publicly. I would leave it open to the board if you want to dive into that, but otherwise I would take a motion to accept the consent items and keep us moving.
I will make a motion to accept the consent items. I do want to make one quick comment after we get a second, if you don't
Do we
mind.
have a second?
second.
We have a second.
I wanted to comment on one also.
Okay.
Okay,
Well,
I just want to thank you, Greg, for bearing with us and us bearing with you for the last year being chair. If anything, it's always kept us on our toes to keep you on your toes, so it made for a good working relationship. I want to thank you for that.
I attribute that to being heavily sedated most of the time.
Wait, you or
Thank
me? Or both all of us?
Off the record, dude.
Francie.
I just wanted to mention on the abatement thing, it is a little bit disturbing to me that a piece of property is devalued so significantly because it's in the shade and a couple of other things. When people want to sell their property, they want it to be as valuable as possible. When they want to pay their taxes, they want the value cut in half. So it's an ongoing push and pull here with the value of properties, and this one was particularly disturbing to me.
Thanks for calling it up. Any other comments, input? I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now we're moving to individual consideration items. There's one small issue here. First reading set for public hearing on January 22nd. This is an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County authorizing joint purchase of the Three Meadows Ranch. Dale Will's going to come up, but knowing so little about this, I'm going to hand this over to Steve Child. I'd like him to chair this meeting.
Greg, are you moving number 5 above?
I'm sorry, what did I miss?
I don't think he missed it.
Oh, okay, sorry.
He's on 5.
I'm on it, but I'm going to let Steve do it just because this is such an auspicious thing. I want it to be on I want it to be on you, Steve. Go for it.
Well, before you, because Steve, I should actually probably be giving this to you. I found yesterday, looking for something else on my desk, I'm going to give it to Dale Will. It's a confidential packet from a Open Space and Trails board meeting on June 25th of 2019, and it's regarding Snowmass Falls Ranch, and it's the old packet agreement, and I found it, and I'm giving it to Dale to keep.
Let anybody see that.
I know. So would you hand that over for Dale, please?
All
So I was going to give it to you, and I thought, no, we'll let you do this one instead.
So the Three Meadows Ranch, for those of you who don't know, is actually located in Eagle County up near Cottonwood Pass. And people might wonder, why is Picken County being involved in this? Well, this land, the previous landowner was working with AVLT to do a conservation easement on it. It's a significant amount of acreage, I think over 4,000 acres, which Dale will give us details on that. But we have managed to, through a partnership with Eagle County, AVLT, and a private donor, and Picken County, to preserve this land, each putting in a significant amount of money. So this is like this all happened pretty quickly and pretty suddenly, very recently, but this is like a really good feather in the cap of Picken County, and I'm serious about getting another piece of barbed wire from that one to add on to my plan.
You might be able to handle that.
Board. So
can add
Dale,
it to
take
the
it
plan.
away. Explain the details of this.
Before you jump into will you introduce our guests as well?
I
We've got several
Most certainly will do that.
partners here with us today. I'd love to include them at the table if they want to come up.
I don't think they're all going to fit.
Well, we'll make
But
it.
we'll get to that. So,
Get Suzanne up.
well, thank you, Steve. And we've got it on the screen and hopefully out on the airwaves the nice three-dimensional map that Paul Holsinger put together to help explain this. A picture's worth 1,000 words. But as you mentioned, this is 4,351 acres or something.
4251.
Lie in the Roaring Fork watershed and in Eagle County. And honestly, it was a property that I was largely unaware of until about 2 months ago when Commissioner Postman called me up on a Sunday afternoon or something. I was probably about getting ready to go to the hot springs or something, and said, "You got to stop what you're doing, and we got to figure out how to save this. It's up for grabs, and it's a lot of land." So I suggested, well, why don't we call anyone that'll come and over to the Two Rivers Cafe in Basalt and start an initiative to try to save this. And Suzanne Stevens and Bob Schultz, as chair of the Eagle County Open Space Board, were available right there, and we just started working on it. And Tom Cardamo. Thank you. But there are several people in this room, as you mentioned, all of whom ruined their holidays trying to make this happen. And so I'll acknowledge all of them and then come back to a few more details about this. I know you've got a tall agenda, so we don't want to gobble up too much time, but we are very excited about this. Marcia Giles and Britt Parker from Eagle County Open Space staff pulled a lot of strings to get their county to focus. Their county had its own problems going on with the Uinta Rail case at the Supreme Court, and getting the commissioners and the county attorney to jump on this quickly was no small feat. But that took some vision and leadership that we appreciate. Suzanne Stevens and Brian Hightower with Aspen Valley Land Trust. You mentioned they were really the first ones on the ground up there with the prior owner. And Suzanne just immediately stopped what she was doing and came to breakfast and started making phone calls. One of those phone calls, fortunately, was to Gideon Kaufman, and he and his client, the Wexner family, stepped forward with a very generous donation of funds towards this acquisition. So with all of this, and Gary Tenenbaum is here. I should not leave him out. I'll get in trouble for that later if I do. But we all pretty much pulled out all the stops on the organ and put this together. And with a lot of help from Gideon and his relationship with the listing broker and Midnight Oil from Ryan Neely, who was answering phone calls about this 7 days a week during the holidays, we secured a contract to purchase this. I say we, it's a joint acquisition. Nominally, the name on the contract is Aspen Valley Land Trust Special Projects LLC, but of course the funding is being pooled by all the entities that you mentioned. What I'm asking you to approve today on first reading is an ordinance that would authorize the expenditure of up to $7.7 million towards the purchase price on this. The purchase price we've secured collectively is $27.7 million. That funding from us, the 7.7, was unanimously supported and recommended yesterday in an emergency meeting by the Pitkin County Open Space and Trails Board of Trustees. And those funds would be matched by $12.5 million from Eagle County's Open Space Fund and $7.5 million from Aspen Valley Land Trust, courtesy of the Wexner family. So although this is outside Pitkin County, a lot of the consequences of development on this property would flow directly into Pitkin County. Our friends from Eagle County had an interesting time getting through the midday traffic to get to Aspen, and if you can only imagine what full development on 4,000 acres up there would do to our mid-valley traffic, it would be significant. But more importantly, this property is teeming with elk and deer. The Colorado Parks and Wildlife have been aware of it for a long time and actually wanted to do a study of elk and deer recruitment up there, but weren't able to get that going before Bill Joy sold the property. But it's a great piece of habitat, and maybe we can hear a few words from Tom Cardamone about that when I get done, which will be very shortly here. Open space staff on Pitkin County side are completely stoked about this. Gary and I have been chattering nonstop about it, and to have an opportunity to conserve 4,300 acres. Honestly, after we did Jerome Park 15 years ago for 4,700 acres, I never thought I'd have another chance to work on a deal of this magnitude, and yet here it is. And the ability of two government agencies and a nonprofit to move as quickly as we have has been extraordinary. I mentioned to someone recently, it's almost as if there's been a divine wind at our back with this, because all the answers have been yes, even though it's taken some work to get to them. So I hope yours will be the same answer today. Without further ado, and I know it's first reading and not a public hearing, but a lot of people have come here to encourage you to vote in favor, and I'd like to give them a chance to speak.
Sure, they can come on up. Yeah, I think I calculated about, is it 25 or 30 people were directly involved in making this happen, from the open space boards in both counties, the boards of commissioners in both counties. That takes us to 18 right there. And then the AVLT
Open
operations
space boards
and staff.
on 2 counties.
EcoFlight,
Right.
Bruce Gordon and EcoFlight played a key role in introducing the property. So I think we have about 30 people in the team who made this happen. Maybe that's an understatement.
Well, if we could start with Suzanne Stevens. I know she's on a limited time budget, and here,
Suzanne, come on up.
why is AVLT worried about this piece of land?
Hi, everyone. Thanks
Hi,
for
Suzanne.
having me. Dale, I will always come to breakfast to talk about land, so that's easy. This property has been on our radar, like I said, for a long time, since about 2017. And we, for various reasons beyond anyone's control, were not able to get a conservation deal done on it then. So when Dale and Greg called us back up and said this is back on the market, and it all happened really rapidly, we leapt. This is huge. It's got a tremendous amount of habitat and biodiversity on it, from sagebrush steppe to water and wetlands and lakes and reservoirs to pinyon juniper uplands to some irrigated meadows. It's pretty extraordinary. It's about a 5-mile corridor along Cottonwood Pass. It's divvied up into 33 different parcels, which actually part of that was through subdivision that happened under previous ownership, but the other part of it was through assemblage of other historic ranches. So it's a special spot. It's an old historic stagecoach stop, and there are some pretty modest buildings on it. But really, I mean, when would we ever have the opportunity to conserve something of this scale with such a great assemblage of people? We're calling this a model of truly the power of collaborative conservation. None of us could have done this without any of those 30 or probably 40 people who've been involved, including First Western Trust, who has agreed to work with us, and they had other competing offers and could have done it under the radar without having to go in front of county processes. But so we're really grateful to every single one of you for believing in it, and to all of our amazing partners and donors. This just is extraordinary. I called it a pinch me moment yesterday. So thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Good to see you.
And congratulations.
And maybe next, let's have our friends from Eagle County, Marcia Giles and Britt Parker. I'm going to cede the microphones, and you guys can...
Yeah, Brittany, come on up.
Hi, thank you for
Hi.
having
We
us.
first-
So great to see you so
Yeah.
rapidly
Yes.
after our first conversation. I can't even
Oh, right?
believe it.
Yeah.
It's so awesome.
So it was about 2 months ago that Marcia went up with EcoFlight, I think with Jeffrey Woodruff and me and Dale. And was Dale, you were on that? I think,
Dale was on
yeah. To see that site for the first time. And the enthusiasm that came from you guys got us all completely pumped about pursuing it. So thank you for being here and being here today. How great.
Oh yeah, definitely. You know, we're thrilled about this project as well. You know, that it is in Eagle County, and you know, we're just thrilled that Picken County wants to partner in with us on this. Really a legacy project is what I would call it. You know, I think the regional aspect of this, bringing partners together, is critical to the success. And you know, we can't do it alone. And so I really appreciate the support, the excitement around it, the offer to help support our small team of open space. Our capacity is to manage 4,200 acres is going to need that extra support from you all as well. And you know, I think that power of just that we've been partners for a long time with Glacier, with you know, other open space opportunities that we share co-management. I think that we have already established that relationship, so it just seems easy and natural to continue on something as big as this. The other thing that excites me is that, you know, a $27.7 million price tag sounds, wow, that's big. That's big money. What are you all doing? You know, kind of thing. But then you break it down per acre, and it's 6,000 something an acre.
100.
So the value of this is really incredible as well. So thanks.
Right.
Britt?
I wanted to, before Brittany jumps in, I just wanted to say that the enthusiasm from your board of commissioners, Kathy Chandler Henry, Jeannie McQueenie, and Matt Scher, was over the top too. They were such great supporters.
Absolutely, yeah. We were hoping that we could get Kathy in there before she leaves to sign off on this project as well. But anyways, we might not make it, but she's definitely a big supporter of this.
We can still invite her to the party.
Yeah, she can come to the party. You bet.
Yeah,
And she feels really great about her replacement. So
yeah. Tom's gonna be great.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, this is a very exciting project, and I think Picken County's involvement in a property that's not even within the Picken County boundaries is just a testament to how important that this project is, and just an acknowledgement of, you know, our wildlife and habitat transcends county boundaries, and we're all impacted by what's happening in each other's spaces, and our communities are impacted by what's happening in each other's spaces. So I think it's just really encouraging to see this type of collaboration and partnership continue, and hopefully this won't be the last time that we work together on a conservation project of this size and importance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I tell people it's in our commuter shed, it's in our watershed, it's in our wildlife shed. You know, we are so connected, and it makes such great sense, and that we're all doing it together is really a wonderful thing. So thank you again for that.
Thank you.
Let's bring up who else we can. Let's see if we can get Gideon to say something.
Gideon or Tom?
And Tom. Gideon and Tom. Come on up.
Hi, Tom.
Hello, everybody. Good to be here with you all. And I do need to honor Steve just briefly. We met in 1972 when you and your dad were really leaders in the wilderness movement that related to your work on Haystack, getting it in wilderness and protecting it. And that led to the Hunter Frying Pan Wilderness designation later, so good on you. So I'm here as the former executive director of Watershed Biodiversity Initiative, which produced the Roaring Fork Watershed Biodiversity and Connectivity Study that you're all relatively familiar with. One of the initial hurdles in that process was filling data gaps that existed for a lot of the private land in the watershed. I happened to run into Bill Joy at a gathering at ACES and asked if we couldn't always get the gates opened at people's ranches. There was a little concern about people snooping around their property, but Bill was the first to say, come on in. And so the team from CNHP, the Natural Heritage Program, visited the ranch and was totally impressed by how rich it is. It became more apparent as we did a couple hundred study plots all over the watershed that added to our sense of how this sits in the whole watershed in terms of habitat values and wildlife values. So the first step was getting through the gate, and that led to 11 or 12 more ranch gates. And so this was the start. The maps that show how valuable this place is in terms of habitat quality and wildlife are really underlain by 8 different layers that require a little bit of expertise to look through. And so just this week I've started talking again with CNHP folks so that any of us that are interested can peel through those layers and understand why the maps, which are more generalized, show it as rich quality. And so I'm happy to involve anybody from the public, anybody in this room that would like to be involved in that, just give me a shout. It'll be on Zoom because we have to do it through a fancy computer program that Renee Rondeau runs for us from Durango, and she'll manage that. A quick mention too, just in terms of not picking county. Interesting to note that we chose to do the biodiversity study of the whole watershed, and following suit using our maps was the Wildfire Collaborative, and now the Conservation Recreation Collaborative Group, the name of which I've lost a little bit, that open space offices are managing, have adopted those same maps. And so there seems to be credibility and traction to the idea of managing a whole watershed as a watershed instead of broken up into pieces. Final thing I'll mention is in the process of working with all of those private landowners all over the watershed, it became apparent both through our science and through the anecdotal communication with ranchers that their properties were providing tremendous value in terms of not only habitat, high quality habitat, but security for wildlife, because they're largely unfragmented, they're very quiet, they're not public places. And I think this could be a great model for us in managing this entire watershed, that we need places scattered across the landscape that are quiet and dedicated for their high wildlife values as a top priority. It's so great to see this happening and coming to fruition, so thank you all for
Good to see you,
your
Tom.
work on it.
Thanks for your work, Tom.
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks, Tom.
Gideon, want to come up?
Gosh, twice in one day.
I know.
I'll be brief.
We've heard that before, Gideon.
Start the stopwatch. The Wexner family shares the goals of the Aspen Valley Land Trust and the Biodiversity Study Group, of which they're both big supporters, in their desire to see properties such as the Three Meadows Ranch preserved for its importance to wildlife, wildlife habitat, and continuing ranching, which has an important but not often remembered history in this particular valley. And we're excited to be part of this collaborative effort with the Aspen Valley Land Trust, with Pitkin County and Eagle County, and appreciative of the work and effort of the staffs of Eagle County and Pitkin County in making this happen. And we're happy to be part of this and grateful for the wonderful coming together to preserve this important property for wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you, Gideon, and thank you for jumping on that just before the holiday and all that. I remember you going into high gear.
Not my idea of how to spend the holiday, but I was happy to do it.
But what an outcome.
In history, you'll remember it as one of your better holidays.
Yes.
Gideon, thank you for mentioning ranching. As I mentioned to you before, my family's very familiar with this area because we had the permit that abuts this and ran cattle up there on very rugged country and ran into some interesting situations up there. But so I was really happy to hear you say ranching. It's really an important part of this piece of property.
Now, Paul and Michaela, I sent you an email just to the map packet because it did have the various biodiversity map on there. And there's it's like the second page. I don't know if you can put that up. Or Dale, I wanted to offer that to you to show what Tom was talking about with the various, flora. There's migration corridor maps as well. But if you've got that and can put it up, that would be great. We also received a letter from the neighbors, Hensley and James Peterson, who have Buck Point Ranch, which is a conserved property to the west, supporting this. And they've had their eye on it, and we're hoping that this very outcome would come. Additional longtime local residents doing huge conservation easements and protecting habitat and wildlife is. It's so gratifying to be part of that. Did you find that? Is it possible to? I want to keep us moving while we're talking about this.
Those are cool maps.
There we go. Protected lands in the area. This will be quick, but I think it's very useful. That's the first one. Protected lands in the neighborhood. I don't know if Dale or Suzanne wants to talk about it. This is the overlay of the wildlife habitat. Are you out the door, Suzanne? Are you ready?
I am, but I
You've
have
got
a minute. I can
Okay.
speak for this minute.
Oh, yeah, show us. This may be your map. One of these, I think, is your map or part of your map set.
That's just. I think that just shows the different habitat diversity.
Right. If you scroll up, you can see the legend.
Let's see the. This is the kind of the regional extent of adjacent conserved land. So that's a 1,200 acre ranch, the Quarter Circle 8 or McNulty Ranch that touches the southern portion there. And then the Strang Ranch to the south of that, their ranch at Coulter Creek, James and Hensley Peterson's place, and another Buck Point Ranch to the north. And then, of course, it adjoins so much public land. It's really an extraordinary large contiguous swath. And you can see how divvied up the lots are there to the
South.
to the
South
south.
and
Yeah,
west,
you're right,
yeah.
to the south and to the side as well. So Cottonwood Pass kind of loops along behind through the Forest Service side, and you can just see what amount of kind of sprawl you could get if those parcels were allowed to run free.
Right. Thank you. Could you go up one just to the habitat thing again? And the legend is on there at the bottom. Right. It just talks about the sage steppe and the gamble oak and the aspen and the conifers and the pinyon junipers. It's amazing the diversity that we have in there. The elevation is something like 73 to 8,200 feet, or is it a little? It's even higher when it gets up onto Red Table.
That sounds about right. And then the amount of water resources on this property is pretty extraordinary too, both in water rights and actual physical water presence. The old Polaris Reservoir is kind of more of a giant wetland at this point, but there is another lake. So there it is so critical to wildlife, in part because it's got the refuge, it's got the sagebrush, it's got this diversity of habitat, and then it's got water. So it's really extraordinary. It's quite a special spot.
And I think the elk herd has been, the census on that is something like 300 head of elk, I think. So, and who
Yeah,
knows
there
how
may
many
be
deer.
another, there's a few of the habitat maps that went with this packet that shows where the deer and elk
Scroll
winter
up some
range
more.
are. There's migration
McKellar.
corridors. There's
Down or up,
there
whichever
are
way it goes. Yeah.
production ranges. Yeah, I think
Critical-
this
yeah, critical
shows
habitat
winter
here, right.
range,
Winter range.
which of course is, and then the severe winter range is the dark hashed blue to the south there, and that is a reproduction area in dots. So. And the arrow shows just a movement corridor, otherwise known as a migration corridor, for primarily deer and elk across the property. So it's kind of got it all.
It's interesting that the severe range is to the south, off the southern border.
That is what's closest to Basalt Mountain there, so for whatever reason, and as well as the Spring Park Reservoir.
And the bottomland is down there too, yeah. Just keep going, McKellar, if you could, just to see if we'll get through this quickly. This is the elk production area on the southern end, right, overlapping. And then is there one more, or is that it? Okay, great. Thanks for indulging me.
Anyone that wants to spend more time with these maps, they're in the packet.
They're in the
You
packet,
can
yeah.
pull them up and study them online. And call
Right.
Suzanne and Tom if you want to know more about them. So.
Great.
Thanks a lot, Suzanne.
Thanks for
Thank you.
that, and
Appreciate
thanks
it.
for
Sorry
coming in.
I have to run.
Yeah.
Nice to see you.
Okay. Anything else, Dale?
I think we covered all the details.
Board questions?
I thought you were letting Steve chair this meeting.
No, that's okay.
I'm keeping it moving, but Steve's, you can come back in, sorry.
I'm like, wait a minute.
So comment.
I do have a comment,
Do
too.
have comments. I view the Roaring Fork Valley has 4 different counties in it. At one point, I was saying the entrance to Aspen is the Grand Avenue Bridge in Glenwood Springs. That's the beginning of the entrance to Aspen. We're all in this together in our watershed, and it's so important that we all work together, irregardless of the political boundaries of what's one county or where does a municipality begin and end, is all really immaterial when you look at the whole ecosystem of the whole Roaring Fork Valley. So to me, it's entirely appropriate that we're working on a project that's not within our county boundaries, but it's in our watershed, and it's so important for everybody who lives here.
Thanks. And to build on that just quickly, the reason that Pitkin County Open Space has the capacity to do this at all, after we spent every dollar we had last year on Snowmass Falls, is that GoCo loaned us $10 million. And I shared this news with GoCo's senior staff, and they couldn't be more thrilled that they loaned us that money only to see us partner with all the parties on a regional project like this.
Mm-hmm.
That's great. Patty?
Yeah,
and then
Steve kind of
Nancy.
opened what I was going to say about we're all in this together as a valley. And we've been trying for many, many years to get Garfield County to come on board with us. And I'm hoping, since the new Garfield County Commissioner-elect, Perry Will, who was with CPW for years and years, who's familiar with this property, and he's excited about the fact that we're going to put it under conservation and protection, that maybe this is one more step to maybe getting that door open, that we can start partnering with with Garfield County on some of these acquisitions and preservation efforts. So I'm hoping that is encouragement, and hoping with our new commissioner in Garfield County we can use this to our advantage. So thanks for providing us that opportunity for all of us.
Okay, Francie?
Yeah, well, about 5 years ago, Gary and Dale and I met in Carbondale. I was running for office, and they had asked if they could meet with me, and their main question was, how do you feel about open space and trails conserving property outside of Pitkin County? Remember that? And I was like, oh my God, I think that's awesome. And then shortly after that was Kaufman's, and now this. Like, pretty exciting. This is an incredibly exciting event for us. This is like the pinnacle so far of my being a commissioner. I'm so excited about it.
Agreed. Kelly?
Yeah, I'll just quickly say, because we all know real estate is really expensive around here. That's sort of the big general public takeaway. But, this is really a steal. I mean, we spent $34 million on 600 acres last year to close a deal for $28 million on 4,000 acres is enormous. I mean, it was, part of the inspiration to move quickly on it without hesitation. We have other large parcels that are being marketed at $150 million in the valley. So it's incredible to have been able to take advantage of this opportunity, and to get it to close will be incredible. So thank you, everybody.
In record time. Yeah. So much fun. I know, exactly. It's like we've got to process this. It's going so quickly. Okay, if that's it for comments on this, this is a first reading set for public hearing on January 22nd, and the ordinance authorizing the joint purchase of Three Meadows Ranch. I'm looking for a motion.
I'd be glad to make a motion to approve the ordinance on first reading authorizing the joint purchase of Three Meadows Ranch.
I'll second that.
And a second from Francie. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks. Good to see you guys.
What a way to start
Easy
the year.
as that. Thank you. Marcia, Brittany, thank you for coming over. Gideon, thanks for coming in. Well done. Express our thanks to all the people who weren't here, including your client, Gideon, and to the county commissioners of Eagle County and your board. Okay. We're
Just a
going to
little
keep...
more work on your plate, Paul.
Yeah.
Just a little more work on your plate.
We're trying to keep Paul busy, right? Yeah, we're trying to keep Paul busy. Okay, we're going to keep us moving here. Individual consideration items, public hearing, second reading. We've got a resolution, repealing resolution number 071-2021, the Emergency Operations Plan, and adopting an updated Pitkin County Emergency Operations Plan.
Jeffrey.
Come on down. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Like you said, this is the second reading for the plan, so available for any questions that anybody might have.
Steve?
Well, not a question, but more a comment.
Sure.
Given the wildfires in Pacific Palisades in Southern California, where I had spent a couple of weeks there at my sister-in-law's house one time, in a house sitting on top of a hill. It was a wooden house. It's probably gone right now.
Yeah.
And I was looking around there thinking, this place is a tinderbox that could all go up with a whole lot of houses. And people say, well, something like that couldn't happen. Aspen could never catch on fire. You see it in community after community where these fires are happening. And if we're not ready ahead of time, we could lose a lot of people's lives. Probably will lose a lot of property in the event of a major wildfire. But this kind of a plan is what we need in place ahead of time. And I'm so glad that we have it and have good, able people working on it.
Yeah, no, thank you.
I would say Redstone is a tinderbox.
Yeah, I've been monitoring the fires since yesterday, and just came from our Public Safety Council meeting where we talked about the emergency operations plan as well, and there was a lot of folks that echoed that same thing. Is, we're very enthusiastic that we're moving forward with a lot of training exercise plans, and that's the next chapter of this. Is once the emergency operations plan is developed, I'm going to be developing a planning and exercise plan, training plan for over the next few years to be able to turn into action items what the plan says that we're going to be able to do. So, good point.
It occurs to me that it wouldn't have been such a desperate situation had there not been such winds.
Yes.
And you add wind to a situation like that, and you get a conflagration like we're seeing there. I guess it's not out of the question that we could have wind like that driving a fire here. And it's something to contemplate because we never think about it beforehand.
Correct.
That's what you're all
That's
doing
what
the
my
thinking
job is.
for us. Yeah.
They
Great,
now
Chris.
have 5 fires in Southern Cal.
Right.
We
and
had a
it's-
fire on Stark Mesa, right across the field from my house, and my sons were irrigating on what is now Bailey's property, was Perry's property then. And so they called up and they saw the lightning hit at the base of the hill there, and the fire just started spreading so fast. So my daughter-in-law and I, we got in our car to drive around to our neighbors, and while I was at my neighbor's house, the clouds just opened up and it poured
rain
and put the fire out. It was amazing.
I said California, these areas
It
of
was
California
about
haven't had rain since May.
16 years ago, I think, or 17 years ago. It was really something.
Kelly.
Yeah, you know, interestingly enough, so in the emergency management class that I took that Chris helped me with, recently we were assigned to read an article that said the case for letting Malibu burn. And it talked about the history of the Santa Ana winds and the histories of fires that have moved through there. And so I guess it inspires for me just a question of how are we doing in relating what the emergency operations plan is telling us about how we're planning and zoning and building in the county. Are we making those connections? Are we, you know, are we assessing if we're doing a good job?
In terms of where we let people build and stuff?
Yeah, in terms of mitigating and managing risk or acknowledging risk, you know. You know, I know we do, each application sort of has its fire review, you know, typically. Is that sufficient? You know, are we doing the best we can to make sure we're not creating more harm or risk for the community? I'll
Is that a
pose
question,
that to
a question
staff,
to
I
Chris?
think.
Oh,
I don't know, it seems like.
Without scaring
you
us,
know,
what's your answer?
Yeah.
Well, there is that new evolving, I'm gonna look at Jeffrey sitting in the back of the corner, but there is the evolving statewide code for hardening building structures, et
Jeffrey, do you
cetera,
want
et
to come up?
cetera.
This is an opportunity to get
But
you
quickly,
on.
Jeffrey, remember, no white paper today.
Yeah.
But that is key, I think, to when we have to allow, and they follow the existing mitigation issues, there are new things coming forward with building codes as far as building structures that are quote unquote hardened for wildfire. Is that
Yes,
correct?
in 30 seconds or less, to your point, SB 23-166 set up a state wildfire code, and that code is adopted June of 2025. So the draft code is available on the Wildfire Resiliency Code Board. It covers parcels of 35 acres or less with a structure. So the state is taking action, and that will be adopted by this board.
Following the state adoption.
State adoption is going on right now. We're speaking with fire professionals, communities, architects, landscape architects, but the draft code is available through the Wildfire Resiliency Code Board.
In short, what does it say, the code?
So we're using a state map for wildfire resiliency. So every parcel will have a level 1 or level 2 for both the structure and the site. That will require, if you come in for a significant remodel or new construction, you'll be subject to both hardening at the structure level as well as the landscape management.
Thank you.
Wow.
I'd love to ask.
Thank you for serving on that board,
Yeah,
Jeffrey.
yeah, thank you for that. It's going to be great to have you sitting with us as that comes to us. I want to just ask about the insurance consequences. You know, we're talking, you know, insurance companies are talking about pulling the plug. That's why I didn't want you to leave yet. Hey, I didn't tell you could leave yet.
We've consulted with IBHS as part of everything that we're doing.
And that is an acronym for?
Institute of Building. It is the Insurance Institute for Building and Home Safety or something.
Yeah, something like that.
And so IBHS is on every call. There's representatives from the state insurance industry as well as the minimum state insurance policy. So right now that's about $750. There's like a last resort. So anyone can get insurance. Unfortunately, there's a cap that would not come close to our minimum home price. So every single decision we make is both in terms of cost as well as insurability. So for example, we're fighting right now over vinyl fences. Front Range wants vinyl fences. We're worried about marshal fires. And we've read every FEMA report, including Hawaii and Marshall, in terms of our decision making, as well as scientific reports on what's the best practice right now.
Great, thank you for that.
Those fences that started on fire started a lot of those homes on fire.
Yeah, those are fire starters, aren't they? Yeah.
We're losing that battle over cost. So there's the architects on the board that are worried about health safety, and then there's the builders on the board that are just focused on cost. And so we're losing a lot of the battles to people saying, we need vinyl fences because we can't afford metal or picket or 3-bar or barbed wire. Shout out to Steve.
Old steel. Great, thank you. Thanks for that. Okay, any other questions? I think we have some work to do here. This is a public hearing set for second reading on the, this is the second reading, right. I'm looking for a motion unless there's another
Did
question.
we open public comment?
Oh, thank you for saying that.
Yeah,
I
you
knew
got
there
to
was
do
a
it one
reason.
Last time, I'm so excited.
This is a public hearing. If there's anybody online, *9 to raise your hand. Anybody in the room who would like to comment on this topic, raise your hand. You want to come up and say something?
I'm sorry, are we on to the ordinance 027/2020?
We're on the the emergency operations plan.
I am so sorry, I'm just so excited to talk to you. I'll wait my turn.
Okay, great.
You have a comment.
Patty has a comment.
Yeah, going back to what Kelly said, I think it's important because we've had a lot of concerns raised over the last couple of years from the community about evacuation planning, mitigation, all of the things that are noted in this plan.
Correct.
And so I think maybe some kind of a public something, maybe we can work with our communications department and get something out there so people know how to access this and how to utilize it for their own interests or their homeowners association or their neighborhood concerns, their caucus area. So people know that we are making strides, that we're working on this and it's updated on a regular basis, et cetera, so they know that we're not closing, our eyes and, putting their hands saying whatever happens, happens. We're trying to get ahead of it as best we can.
Thanks for that, Patty. That's an excellent suggestion. And I'm looking at Kara and Chris to say, you're going to put out a press release on this for us, right?
Yes, we will.
But we'll get the right
We'll get it, okay.
Much better.
Somebody will, right.
Thank you.
You'll make that
That's what I
happen.
was hoping for.
Thank you. I'm closing the public hearing and bringing it back to the board, looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve. On second reading, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners repealing resolution number 071-2021, Emergency Operations Plan, and adopting an updated Pickens County Emergency Operations Plan. Thank you.
And we have a second from Francie. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Okay,
Thank you.
Pastor
Thank you,
Chris,
everybody.
thanks for coming in. Important and timely.
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Up next, I have a resolution approving a grant agreement with the State Department of Public Safety on behalf of the Pickens County Sheriff's Office for funding for the Colorado Interoperability Platform. And Dan is here in front of us.
I'm here. Good afternoon. How
Welcome.
are you guys doing?
Good to see you. Thanks for waiting.
Thanks. I'm here for second reading about grant funding to fund the Colorado Trusted Interoperability Platform, and happy to take any questions you guys have about it.
I'm good. I don't see questions, but I wanted to just go right to public comment. If there's anybody, I have a feeling that not too many people will be commenting on this, but let's check online. Michaela, if you could, and *9 to raise your hand, and confirming there isn't, bringing it back to the room, and bringing it back to the board. If we don't have any questions on this, we've seen it before, and we're pretty comfortable with it, and happy to
I'll move.
happy to have it going. We have a move from Francie, second from Kelly. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That was easy.
Thanks, Dan. That was
Thank
hard.
you very much. That was very
Thank you,
easy.
Dan.
You're so verbose.
I know. I try.
We'll have a little time off sitting in here waiting.
Up next, I've got, let's see, a resolution establishing the elected district attorney's salary for the period beginning January 1, 2025 through December 31, 2028. Connie's here, and this is for our district attorney.
Yes, good afternoon. I don't think Jeff Cheney is online for this second reading, but he did put forth this resolution to all three counties that the 9th Judicial District serves. It establishes the elected district attorney's salary before the new district attorney starts his term next week. And the state has new legislation that requires that the district attorney's salary be set at the same amount as a state Colorado District Court judge effective July 1st, 2026. So this resolution leaves the salary unchanged for 2025, but does increase it to that amount close to $200,000, a little under, for 2026, and then a 2% increase for the following years. So in this respect, we don't go afoul of legislation that says the salary must be set and not changed during the course of the elected term, but we also stay with the legislation that requires this increase in 2026.
Great, thank you. That's a good brief explanation. And we've had a meeting with our district attorney, outgoing district attorney, Jefferson Cheney. It's always a pleasure to have him come in. I know we're going to miss him, but he has a good replacement, and I'm so grateful they're being compensated, something closer to fairness. I'll put it that way.
And the new, it's Ben Stoller.
I have a question.
Did you have your hand? Are you? Okay, Francie, go ahead.
I don't know whether this is for Rye or Connie, but so elected officials, I thought they didn't get like 2% cost of living raises, that kind of thing, during their tenure or during.
If it's established by resolution beforehand that they will be getting that increase.
Oh, I see.
That can happen.
That's in part what this resolution is.
As my understanding goes.
Yeah, and I did meet with the county, both my counterpart in Garfield and Rio Blanco to talk about the resolution, and I have looked at what's in the packet, and Connie accurately represented it. I'm just going to add a little bit of language from what's in there, but the substantive terms are the same. But Connie's on the right track. And I might have misheard, the initial starting salary I think is $164,000 until July 1, 2026. Is that what? Yeah. I think that's.
I thought the board wanted that to go ahead and start with the whole calendar year of 2026,
Right.
but there was a question about the other counties and how they were interpreting that.
I think the other counties and the other counties have it set so that it'll be 164 until the legislation is enacted on July 1, 2026. So that's a minor adjustment to the resolution with that statutorily mandated increase going into effect on July 1, 2026, and then followed with the same increases that Connie outlined for the subsequent years following that. Actually, yeah, beginning January 1, 2027, and after that is when the 2% increase will go into effect.
And how long is their term?
4 years.
4 years.
4 years.
And it goes to the state's fiscal year, which is July 1st to the end of June.
But we budget and they budget on a calendar year basis. So.
Great, thank you. Any other questions, comments?
I would like to thank Jefferson, as you did, Greg, for his years of service, and I hope he has a great time on the Appalachian Trail. Isn't that what he's doing?
That's right.
I'm going to turn him on to the Camino de Santiago, just if he wants to go overseas for a while.
That's how he does, yeah. This is a public hearing. I'm going to open it up to public hearing. Would anybody like to comment on the district attorney's salary? Star 9 to raise your hand. I don't see anybody online nor in the room. Bringing it back to the board, I would accept a motion if you're ready.
Yeah, I'll make a motion, but I just want to be clear that our resolution says the correct thing. I don't think we need to make any updates, right? Because it talks about the effective date by the law is July 1st, 2026. We're talking about the period covering January 1st, 2025 through December 31st, 2028, and then laid out the specific salaries for each year. So is that accurate to what we're approving?
Yeah, the resolution Connie, go ahead, sorry.
No, go ahead.
All right, the resolution, and I'm sorry I didn't get with Connie before this, but this just kind of came to fruition here. The resolution I have has a resolution in front of the board that says beginning January 14, 2025, which will be upon the swearing in.
Bless you.
That is a mistake. The salary will initially be established at $164,967.92, subject to annual appropriations. And then beginning July 1, 2026, the salary of the DA will be increased to that statutory mandated amount of $198,798, again, subject to annual appropriation, followed by the increases that Connie outlined in her resolution. So it's just that initial period from January 1, 2025 until the increase on July 1, 2026, where at least the conversation I had with Rio and Garfield is that the salary would be $164,967.92.
Until July 1st.
Until July 1st,
2026.
2026.
So I would like to move to approve the amended resolution correcting the start date, which should be January 14th, not January 1st, 2025, adding the language subject to appropriation and adding the language beginning July 1st, 2026 for the $198,000 salary.
And change. Is that correct?
That is correct, and again, I apologize.
I'll
Connie, I
second
should've
that.
got
Thanks
you
for
this
for
sooner.
reaching out to the other two
I have a
counties.
second from Patty. Any other comment? Steve?
Well, I think we should express gratitude to the commissioners in Garfield and Rio Blanco counties because we're all partners in paying the district attorney's costs. So we couldn't do this. We couldn't do this without their help too. And I know that especially Rio Blanco's budget is, they don't have the funds that we have to pay for things. They have to run a pretty tight budget themselves, so I appreciate their support of this also.
Great, thanks. Okay, I'm gonna call it all in favor.
Aye.
Aye.
Thanks, Connie.
Thanks, Connie. Thanks for coming in. Up next, we have an ordinance repealing the emergency ordinance number 27/2020, authorizing temporary expansion of seating for restaurants in unincorporated Pitkin County. And Suzanne is here. Welcome.
Hi.
Okay, take it away.
I was going to say Happy New Year,
Tell-
but I guess I saw
yeah,
you on
Yeah,
Friday.
we saw you already. Tell
I
us
got to
what
see all
this.
of you on Friday.
Tell us what this is, and at the same time, there's lots of issues around this that will be coming to us. What isn't it yet?
What is it? What isn't it? So the action in front of you today is an ordinance to repeal the emergency ordinance 27/2020 that authorized temporary expansion of seating for restaurants in unincorporated Pitkin County. So that was adopted in the midst of COVID to allow for seating to accommodate a restaurant's existing capacity, but to be able to spread people out, essentially, to provide safe spaces. What did we used to call it? What was your 6 foot?
Social distancing.
Social distancing. There you go. That term.
We're
right?
still doing
we
that.
should all know. Yeah.
That's 6 foot.
That's yeah, exactly. So this is second reading. You had first reading on December 4th. You did ask us to respond to issues that were raised at that time about the Bayul retreat. So there's some information in the memo. Before I get there, just want to make sure there have been some additional public comments that were submitted in the last couple of days. So just want to make sure you all have seen those from Melanie Buckholtz, Debbie and Ron Bain, Shireen Sarek, and Leslie McNamee Johnson. Do any of those, have you guys gotten those? Okay.
Yeah, I've seen them.
So again, the issue before you is not the Bayul issue, it's the temporary seating ordinance. So again, last time I think I explained, annually we've kind of come back generally in June to say this ordinance is still in effect. Do you want it to continue or not? When you decide that you do not want it to continue, to allow people to apply under that provision, we would need to take an action to repeal that ordinance. It did not have an automatic sunset provision that it would end as of a certain date. So as of last June, when we last spoke about it, the board directed staff to bring back an ordinance by the end of the year to go ahead and repeal that temporary seating ordinance. So that's what we have before you today. A lot of information was submitted at the last meeting regarding Bayul and their use of the temporary seating ordinance and whether they had been in violation of that provision. There was definitely a lot of detailed information there that makes it clear that the tent has been used as part of their operation. It was not, I can seat X number of people in the lodge, and so now I'm going to spread them out. I mean, and when they requested, they said, we're trying to accommodate. We have people do yoga. We have, we're trying to accommodate space for the activities we're doing. But there's clearly a lot of evidence in the record that it was used beyond a provision specific to restaurant seating. At this time, Bayul does have an application that will be in front of the board on February 12th, and that is to request to provide a permanent facility to support their gatherings and events at the ranch, whether that be to permit this tent as a permanent structure or to construct a different permanent structure. That is the request that will be in front of you in February, and I think the time when we'll be able to address a lot of of concerns and issues that have been raised related to Bayul and their operations. The tent that is up at Bayul was permitted for 180 days in September of 2024, last year. And that permit will expire on March 25th. So that permit, the permit was issued, the tent was inspected by both building and the fire officials from Roaring Fork Fire. So, I mean, that is a legally permitted structure at this time. That's basically accessory to the operations they have. It's operated as a guest ranch. The property has had events in the past before these owners, as well as under these owners, and that structure is essentially functioning as a temporary accessory structure to that. Obviously, the request in front of you in February is to look at that on a more permanent basis and consider, the operations and how that's how that will look for the future. So I think that's just sort of summarizes the information that is in the memo. Happy to answer any questions, but before you today is to adopt the ordinance on second reading.
Got it. Thank you. Francie.
And that currently doesn't apply to anybody in the county, correct? Nobody has a temporary
Nobody
structure
has right.
So we don't really need to talk about this.
Any other comments, questions? Steve?
Well, I just want to be clear. I know that some members of the public asked that we just continue this until we can look at the whole Bayul issue, all together with the issues. Looking at the dates of this, I was chair when we passed this in 2020. During the pandemic, I had long COVID. I'd been sick for like 3 months when we passed this thing. We really needed to have in order to try to help restaurants stay open during the pandemic, this was a strategy to give them the possibility to expand, to spread people out so people would be less likely to get sick. It's obvious we don't need this anymore for COVID. COVID's still here, but it's not like the epidemic proportions that it was in 2020. So if we repeal this today, I want to make sure we understand what happens at the structure at Bayul. Would they not be able to use it until their thing is heard in February, or they continue using it? If it's only like a month's time before their thing will be heard anyhow.
I mean, the tent is currently permitted through the end of March, and that's the status of it at this time. So, again, we were looking to, the application will be heard in February. I think that's what determines the future of the tent and an accessory facility at Bayul. So that's when I think that all of that discussion is most appropriately addressed.
Yeah. So to me, it makes sense to repeal it today because it needs to be repealed. Its time has passed. We don't need it anymore. And then the whole issue of their application up on the frying pan can be taken up in February, and this won't be part of the issue then if we repeal it today, which actually simplifies the discussion, I think, in February.
Great, thanks, Steve. Patty?
Yeah, and I appreciate all the public comment that we did receive that was more about the issues of Bayou than this ordinance. So I'm gonna ask that staff then include for the packet those letters that really it pertains to. I've kept copies, but February 12th is
We'll bring them back.
away. Thank you, appreciate that.
We'll have those in the packet, great.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
because they were good comments for a lot of
Lot of time and
pertinent
effort.
information that was provided by members of the public.
So, just to reiterate that, their permit runs through March 25th.
Correct.
And the hearing regarding, is the application hearing is on February 12th, right? Okay. I'm going to open public comment on this. If there's anyone who would like to speak on this issue of repealing that emergency ordinance, I see a hand up from Maggie Roth. Maggie, can you hear us? Can we hear you?
And this is about the ordinance.
Okay, hi, yeah, you can hear me?
Yes, hi, thank you.
Hi, yeah, so me again. So yeah, I spoke before and also just submitted a written statement online, so I'll be brief. And so I understand that they now have a permit through March, I guess. So I guess all I can say is that I'm unhappy with that. It seems like they were given a free pass on all of these code violations that to me are under this ordinance that we're talking about and should be addressed if you're sunsetting this ordinance and should be addressed before even considering any new permit applications. And it's not just another month. I was told in this summer it would be resolved the end of the year, end of 2024. And this has all been going on for 4 years for people who live here. So another month does matter, especially the pattern of just ignoring their behavior. For myself and other longtime residents of the Upper Frying Pan, this is a case where we need to see the county's vision of preserving rural communities in action. So thank you. I don't know how much time I took. I'll give whatever I have left to Melanie Buckholz. Thank you.
Great, thanks for your comment. We don't accumulate time that way, but everybody gets their 3 minutes. But thank you for your comment. Any other comments online? I don't see any online. I'll bring it back through. Please raise your hand if you have a comment you'd like to make on this topic. Please come up. You have to come up. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
I do want to say that there is somebody online who submitted a letter, Debbie Bain, and she's having trouble getting through.
We did get the letter.
We've received the
Oh,
letter.
you did? Okay.
Yeah.
She had texted me and requested that I read the letter, but I just want to bring that up to see if that's something you want to do or not, but you have received
Is
the letter.
that instead of what you're saying or in addition?
Oh, no, that's just because she can't get online to be able to speak herself.
Yeah,
Well, her
we did
letter's in
receive
the
the letter.
public record now, and it'll be coming forward with us when the application in February comes forward.
Right, yeah, so don't worry about that. We'll have it and we'll have read it by then.
It was in reference to today, though.
If you could identify yourself and take it
Sure.
away. I've got
Hello,
3
and Happy
minutes.
New Year to all of you. I'm Melanie Buckholz. I am a resident of the Upper Frying Pan Valley. I've been there for about, lived there for 5 years, although been visiting for 15. My husband has just celebrated his 38th summer up on the Upper Frying Pan River. So, and so, should I? Is
Go, you
my
got
3
3
minutes?
minutes.
Oh, well, let's start it now.
I'll give you another 30 seconds. But
Okay,
here we go.
sounds good. I'm here to request that the COVID ordinance 0272020 not be rescinded until the apparent material misrepresentations and apparent code violations are addressed. It sounds like there is a new permit that went into effect, but I don't know how the COVID violations that occurred under the time frame when their COVID ordinance was happening can be reviewed and applied to that. I believe that that permit that was recently gained in September was done so based on information that was immaterial false. The code violations were not addressed. I think to understand the Bayou, you kind of have to understand this timeline. They purchased this property in November 4th of 2020, in the height of the COVID pandemic, and right before a heavy snowfall in the Upper Frying Pan Valley. By February of 2021, they began their Ballads of Bayou concert series. And so had already began a new business. They then applied for their, it's not even a permit that they had under the COVID ordinance. They applied for an administrative decision to allow them to apply for a COVID permit. That was granted in April of 2021. It sounds like, or I think to the best of my knowledge, that they built this actually a permanent structure and not a COVID temporary tent. And the completion of this construction, I think, was about July 2021. As you have seen in my voluminous prior submission and attachments, that in Airbnb comments and images, they were hosting concerts and other events in this COVID tent, and they did not have an operating restaurant. As early as August of 2021, that's documented. In order to obtain this permit, you had to be a restaurant that needed to socially distance for your diners. They did not have a restaurant open. They presented, materially misrepresented, that they did have a restaurant. This permit never would have been granted had you all known they didn't have a restaurant open. Then they proceeded to use it in ways that were not consistent with the COVID ordinance, including concerts, large events, exceeding capacity. I won't get into all the details because you have my previous letter that documents those things. But I will say by February 27th, 2023, Ruben was on the Gondola podcast titled The Bayou Wolf, saying that they had already had 30 to 40 concerts and over 100 events. And I would assume that those happened in that COVID tent. Then, at some point, when we all thought up in the valley that this administrative decision, which allowed them to apply for the permit to put up this temporary tent, which they never did, expired September 30th, 2022. Residents, including myself, kept saying, when is this COVID tent coming down? We were actually looking forward to the county coming up and visiting us in the Upper Frying Pan Valley. But that did not happen. Through this time period, and since they put it up, their violations have continued to occur. Violations that were clearly documented in my previous letter, so again, I won't go into that. But I would say that based on those violations, well, let me back up.
And you're going to need you to wrap it up.
I will. The reason that they will, that they were allowed to extend to even operate this tent until this point was under the COVID ordinance umbrella, so that it would allow them to get into compliance. So that COVID ordinance umbrella got them to this point, got them to this permit. I would say that we should leave that COVID ordinance umbrella open to also be a benefit to the people who have had to endure these violations. And if they are not addressed under the COVID ordinance, when will they be? Because it seems like if they can't be addressed under a new permit, and so it's just like it never happened.
Thank you for your comment. And we've received all your documents.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, we've received all your documents. Thank you.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, other public comment on this topic? Come on down.
Hi everyone, Abby Stern. I just want to comment on some of the pieces that are facts. We have a restaurant. If it is helpful for me to provide you our financials of all of the dishwashers, servers, cooks, food purchasing, I can give any of that over. About 80% of our business is groups. Those groups get food. We have a restaurant. It doesn't operate 7 days a week, 365 days a year, but most of the year it's operating 5 days a week. And if we have 15 people confirmed, we will operate the restaurant. We do not operate the restaurant to the public because that is a Pitkin County regulation that we found out we were not allowed to do. We did, and we were told that we weren't, and we took it down and we stopped doing that. That made it harder for us to do it when we had 3 people on site. And sometimes we have 3 people on site. And I think that's the facts that I'll share. Do you have any questions for me?
We're not going to do that right
Okay.
now, but if that's
We'll be
it,
seeing you
Thank
soon.
you. We'll
Yes.
see you. We're going to see
Thank
you
you,
in a
Abby.
month. Thank you. Other public comments? We should check online again just to, if I hadn't yet. I don't see anyone. Star 9 if you want to raise your hand. Okay, we're going to bring it back. No other comments in the room. Let's bring it back to the board.
I have a question for Suzanne.
Francie?
So the current permit for a temporary structure is not a COVID permit, correct?
It's a tent permit. Yeah, it's a temporary structure permit. at
It's
this
not.
point.
It's not under the same auspices as the COVID extended seating permits were.
Right. Essentially, as a facility that, as a guest ranch that holds events, they could come in and get tent permits every time they have a group in-house. So again, the tent permit provision under the building code allows for that to be up for 180 days.
Yeah.
Granted,
it's
yes,
not related to
there
this.
was time where it's been up a lot longer than 180 days.
Right.
We understand that the
Yeah, I do.
history is, not clean. But currently, the way it has been resolved to ensure that the tent was safe and met codes, a temporary permit was issued in September that lasts through March, and that could be obtained for a one-off event
Yeah,
or
okay.
to be,
So-
a tent that stays up.
So
for
it's not
180
actually
days.
related to this resolution at this time at all. Well, I would like to make a motion to
Well,
approve it.
I
then.
want to just add to that.
Okay, we've
So
got a motion on the table.
I think the
Go.
concern, or the question is why would we revoke this or repeal this ordinance and the COVID? And it's not really going to affect where we need to go for future uses and mitigation, et cetera, resolution of issues and concerns and complaints, et cetera. That will still happen in February with or without this, and technically it'll do it without it, I'm thinking from this board. So that really doesn't matter, that the COVID ordinance doesn't really matter as to our need to address this in February. Is that correct?
I think it makes it clearer what we do in
Yeah,
February.
let's get that out of the way and really address the issues at hand.
I have a motion on the table. If I get
I'll
a second,
second
we
it.
can, okay, we have a second from Patty. Further discussion? Kelly?
Yeah, this is a little bit of a administrative mess, just in light of grandfathered uses from a historic property and what they're allowed to do under grandfathering versus the public emergency that is no longer in effect for the pandemic, and their use of a tent operating as a guest ranch. So I think we should just repeal the ordinance today. I have a lot of concerns about the adherence of Bayul to what they've represented. It doesn't seem like this has been limited to 70 people. I'm going to have a lot of questions and high expectations for answers when we review this on February 12th. To move forward for considering a permanent facility there. And I think that, just sort of given some of the lack of clarity that I think I have about what they've been allowed to do, what they're doing, the specific administrative decisions that the county has made relevant to approvals and adherence to those approvals will be sorted out. on the 12th, and my expectation is that there, is not going to be any violations to those representations that this board has received via liquor permitting, via the tent permit, moving forward at this point. So I'm, this is just getting laws that no longer apply off the books is how I see today's decision. But that's my foreshadowing for the discussion to come next month.
Right, and that will start on February 12th. It doesn't mean it's going to be resolved on February 12th. Steve?
So I stayed at Riley's Cabins in the 1950s. I'm probably the one person here in the room
We're
who
taping the story.
who was there a long, long time ago when it was just a very simple thing with Mr. Riley. I remember Mr. Riley. I was only a little kid at the time, but it was a far cry from what it is today. And if both of them were guest ranches, it seems like perhaps this is more of a special venue operation, which I think that needs to be considered at the meeting in February. Right now, I would support eliminating rescinding the earlier COVID regulation. I don't think we need it now. I think that would simplify the discussion in February, but there are I think some serious issues to be considered in February, which it won't be my position to do that. But anyhow, that's all.
Thanks, Steve. Anything else? Well, I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thanks,
Okay.
thank you.
That's it. Moving on. We're going to see you in February.
Thank you.
All right, we've got land use items coming up. I think what I'd like to do, if we can, is to get through the Nichols Family Trust, Jakeman Quick TV. Let's get that continued. I think that's up next, and then we'll take a break, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Great. All right, Paul
Nichols
Holsinger
spelled right?
on deck.
Is Nichols spelled right? on
Paul
there?
Singer.
Yeah, it's on here.
Paul Singer, Agriculture and Conservation Easement Manager for Open Space. We're still talking with the Nichols family to come to some sort of protection of that property. We had hopes to have a plan in place so we wouldn't have to keep continuing this, but we don't have that. So we're hoping to get that done in the next month. So we just continue it to maybe not next meeting, but the following meeting. That would be fine, I think, for us.
Could you, if you don't mind, if you
All
could,
the hands went
Kurt, Paul, if you could just briefly describe that this is a conservation easement and it straddles two counties. It sounds very familiar to something else we did today.
Yeah, so it's originally an application for TDRs, but majority of the property is in Eagle County. It's actually located in the Frying Pan Valley there. And the BoCC wasn't comfortable issuing TDRs for land that was in Eagle County. So we brought it back to the landowner to figure out if there was some other way that we could protect their property. And we started talking with them and Eagle County, and we've come up with some conservation options for them, and they're weighing them. Currently, they're trying to figure out maybe some water rights options for the property and what value there is there. So that's what we've been on hold.
Interesting.
Yeah. But we're all very enthusiastic and still want to conserve the property.
Including Eagle?
Including Eagle. Maybe I'll go remind their new staff members that we still have this project on the books. But we're still working with them, and we're optimistic.
Great, thank you for that. Questions? I saw Patty and Francie had hands up. Anything?
That was my
Francie?
question, whether Eagle was still involved.
Got it. Patty?
No, my question was, so we do need to have a date certain to continue, because this just says to be determined.
Right.
So you're asking for what date?
February
12th.
have we looked at the February 12th agenda?
That's
Is that
frying-
realistic, Paul?
That's frying pan day.
Isn't there a point at which you have to submit a new application if nothing happens?
Yeah, and what we want to happen by February 12th is to at least come back and say, hey, we're not going to keep continuing this. We're going to go this route or this other route and
And it
kind of
wouldn't
get off the
necessarily be a
books.
new application, but we would renotice at the point when, if we were going to ask you to proceed and take action on the land use application that was originally submitted or some variation on that, we would renotice at that point. So that's more the issue.
More
of-
renoticing
So that's
then.
enough time for you, Paul.
Yes.
Okay.
And we don't have our agendas up yet, but just keep an eye on that agenda date.
It should be brief.
Paul, just don't
Amy,
ever say-
February
I
12th.
know.
Paul, it's
Stop
land use.
sticking my
Come
foot
on.
in my mouth.
Okay.
And
Make a motion to
th-
continue.
This is a public hearing. I'm just going to
Oh,
open it
yeah.
up briefly.
Good call.
Gotcha, back finally.
We
First
can
time
still
in
take the motion in a
8 years.
public hearing. I know.
Can you believe it?
Last minute he got me.
Star 9, raise your hand if you want to speak on this topic. I don't see anybody online for this. Anybody in the room want to talk about this? I don't see that either. Bringing it back, I'll accept a motion.
I'll make a motion to continue this and continue the public hearing to a date certain of February the 12th.
I'll second the motion.
Second from Steve. All in favor?
Aye.
Oh,
Aye.
Steve has a comment. You still
Oh.
have comment? Did you have a comment also?
No, I just wasn't sure if I should vote.
Well, I remember going on the site visit. It was one of the most fun site visits I think we ever had, tromping around in the snow up there.
And the mud and the slope and the,
It was years ago at Aspen Community School that I filled in for Lynn Nichols as their school librarian for one school year. And that got me started as a teacher. And I always think of that, and I'm sorry that I won't be involved in like the final resolution of this, but I really hope that it comes to a good outcome for both Pitkin County, Eagle County, and the Nichols family.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I
And
share
our
that.
friend Jim.
And other comments, questions? Nothing? Okay, I'm going to call the question. All
Aye.
in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thanks,
We're
Paul.
continued till the 12th of February.
So, right,
All
when
right,
I first came on the board,
Grassroots, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Is that enough?
yeah.
John says, oh, it'll take about
Okay, welcome back, everybody. It's Wednesday, January 8th, and these are land use public hearings, the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Somebody needs to turn off their speaker. And this up next is item number 11. It's the NMP Residence Trust / SEP Resident Trust, West Buttermilk Pfister, Tracks 1 and 2. Tammy Koken is here and Glenn's here. Welcome.
All right, thank you. All right, so this is the second reading for the SEP and NMP Residence Trust application. Specifically before you today is an application for subdivision conceptual submission, rezoning with the PUD and PUD review, and an activity envelope review. The subject tracks are highlighted in red here. And I'm just going to give you guys a quick recap of everything that we've already gone over. And then I'm going to let Glenn present some additional information that I know he didn't quite cover on first reading, and let him do most of the presenting.
Great.
So in summary, again, this is a subdivision application to subdivide tracts 1 and 2 into 6 lots. Lots 1 through 4 will be conforming in size, where lot 5 will be 1 acre and lot 6 will be a little shy of an acre, and lot 5 will contain the existing EDU, and lot 6 will contain the common open space parcel. So I think it's important to realize that the tracks cover this whole area, and what we have been zooming in on is this box here, where the applicant is clustering the development into this northeast corner of the tracks. The second request is for a PUD in order to vary lot sizes. Again, like I just said, lot 5 and 6 will be non-conforming, and that's where the PUD comes in. At this time, they're not requesting to vary any kind of setback, but they're reserving the right to do that at detailed submission. And just to note, ideally PUDs are used so that you can do this kind of clustering and cluster development closer together, and use that variation on the setbacks in order to preserve more open space, which they are doing with the conservation easement and the common open space parcel. The third part of the request is the activity envelope review portion. So on the map in the corner there, you can see highlighted in red are the proposed activity envelopes, and those essentially are encompassing the existing houses and driveways, and existing development on lot 4 includes the barn, which will get replaced with a new residence. Lot 5 has the existing EDU. Lot 1 has the existing residence, which may be replaced with a barn, and a new house might be developed in that red envelope area. Lot 2 will encompass a new development of a single-family residence. And on lot 3, that activity envelope encompasses the existing residence, which could potentially be redeveloped in the future. So this is just that map, a little bit bigger for you. So just in summary of what's gone on so far with this application, on July 2nd, the P&Z recommended approval to the BoCC for what's before you now. They also approved a GMQS allotment for 2 new development rights, each worth 8,250 square feet of floor area. Then on December 4th, the BoCC approved the application on first reading, and then most recently, the board did their site visit on January 3rd. And I just wanted to bring this up, although it's not part of this application. The GMQS application does go hand in hand, and the commitments that the applicant made do tie directly into what's being proposed with the development. So with the GMQS application, they did propose to encumber 55 acres of land into a conservation easement to be held by Pickens County Open Space. They're also proposing Owl Creek Trail easement to open space and trails, as well as a parking area for the Owl Creek Trail, They're proposing to secure a water right associated with the spring and pond so that 4.3 of the acres can continue to be irrigated, and to also to assure that that pond, which supports elk habitat in the area, remains on that parcel. They're also proposing a $15,000 donation to Aspen Fire for vegetation management. They're also doing a section of West Buttermilk Road. They're proposing a 200 foot long guardrail along a hazardous curve. They're doing a conservation easement to maintain the historically irrigated land. They're doing the common open space lot on lot 6. They also committed to a 50% reduction in development with that GMQS application, as well as they've committed to not exceeding 8,250 square feet on each of the on lots 1 through 4. And I'll just remind you, at the time when this application was submitted, they were allowed to do 15,000 square feet on each of those lots. And then lastly, they've committed to the max height of those residents to be no more than 23 feet 9 inches, 9.6 inches. So here, I guess you can just see on the right there is the hatched area, which will be put into a conservation easement on those tracks. And then also the new Owl Creek Trail alignment they're proposing parallels the northern boundary of the tracks here. And I guess it's also good to point out that the applicant responded to staff's comments, and Open Space and Trails, the Nordic Council, and the City of Aspen. We all had comments that we really didn't want to see an additional driveway crossing with that trail. And so the applicant is proposing to redevelop their driveway here along this northern boundary so that they don't cross a second time over the Owl Creek Trail. So progress since the first reading includes this drawing here, which is an amended driveway plan. Again, staff had a lot of comments about some of the driveway alignments that were originally proposed and wanting to see the applicant reduce disturbance as much as possible. So this plan that they've submitted is a big improvement to what was originally submitted, and staff has reviewed it with the planning engineer, and we believe this is the best plan moving forward, which would comply with the subdivision standards in terms of minimizing land disturbance, balancing cut and fill, and minimizing driveway cuts onto West Buttermilk Road. They've also submitted a new letter from their attorney addressing questions regarding water service, and also submitted was a new letter from Colorado Wildlife Science, kind of summarizing the original wildlife report. I think Glenn's going to talk more about that. And then the board was also emailed a letter from Suzanne Pfister. Additional letters that have come in were emailed directly to the board, so hopefully you guys all received them. Those included a letter from Justin Nyberg, Kurt Lyon, and Kevin Giles, which just came in, so you may not have seen it, but it came in at 11 o'clock today. So with that, staff is maintaining the recommendation that the BoCC approve the resolution for the SEP Residence Trust and the NMP Residence Trust subdivision PUD and activity envelope review and the associated ordinance. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Glenn to
Thank you.
do his spiel.
I need to figure out how to share my screen.
Can you, I don't have those letters, and I thought
Oh, what is going on?
I have them.
How was it? They emailed to you directly?
They all came through.
How'd you do that?
I want to make sure I've got all the letters.
Glenn broke it. I have a question, Greg,
Yeah,
while we're
please.
waiting for Glenn to. Could you clarify, because you've had a lot of, we've heard things about why are we allowing another subdivision of this property? So could you explain what has happened with this property, which it really wasn't technically a subdivision? Just so the public can,
Yeah,
I don't know,
Glenn,
I
do
don't
you
know
wanna?
if Rye wants to do it, you want to do it, Glenn wants to do it?
Cover that for sure.
You will, okay, thank you.
One came in today at noon, Greg.
Okay. So, my name's Glenn Horn. I represent the applicant, Suzanne Pfister, who's here, and her niece, Juliana Pfister, who's joining via Zoom. I wanted to introduce into the record and make sure they become part of the public record the affidavits of public notice, both for the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting and the Board of County Commissioners meeting. So Tammy, if these could be made part of the record, I would appreciate that. In terms of the planning team, Jonathan Losky's here, the wildlife biologist. Suzanne Pfister is here, Danielle Kelso, her son. Luke Van Arsdale is Suzanne's attorney in the back. And Ryan Dougherty is Juliana's attorney in the back. Jim Curtis is joining via Zoom. Jim is Juliana's planner, who worked with me to assist in the preparation of this land use application. And Jim is joining via the internet as well. Oh, I wanted to say thanks for going on that site
That was
visit on
great.
Friday. It was a great day to go on a site visit, and I really think it's good for you as the board members to visit these sites so you can get an understanding in person as to what's going on. So here we have the West Buttermilk Pfister tracks are in yellow. There are 5 tracks. They're not part of a county-approved subdivision. They were meets and bounds parcels that were divided by Art Pfister back in 1991. And there were 4 separate growth management applications to get residential growth allotments on each one of those tracts. The tract 1 was developed as the fathering parcel prior to the 1991 growth management applications and recordation of this 35-acre tract map, and that's where Nancy Pfister's house was built. Art built that house for Nancy, Juliana's mom. If you take a look in this yellow pattern, it's kind of yellowish green. It's actually yellow over an aerial photo. You can see the county-approved subdivisions in the site vicinity. This is Eagle Pines, the Fifield subdivision, the Richard R. Wood subdivision. This is West Buttermilk Road that goes down to Highway 82 by Buttermilk. All of these blue tracks, blue parcels are substandard size parcels that were developed before zoning and subdivision regulations. They're predominantly 2-acre tracts. Over here you have the East Owl Creek subdivision, Owl Creek Road. This is the Hines Aspen tract. It's a 330-acre tract that's contiguous to the West Buttermilk Pfister tracts. And this is the Owl Creek Meadows tract on the south side of Owl Creek Road, and the Aspen Sunrise LLC tract. This is the former Goober property. It's about 800 acres of land. It's a significant parcel in the Owl Creek Valley. So, the requested land use approvals are county subdivision, plan unit development approval, activity envelope approval to subdivide 2 tracts to create 1 new free market house on proposed lot 1, 1 new free market house on proposed lot 4. That's where Suzanne's barn was at the end of our site visit. 1 new lot for a deed restricted employee unit that encompasses the existing employee unit on the property, 1 open space parcel, and a 55-acre conservation easement. And it's important to note that we're seeking activity envelope review approval now, not site plan review. There's going to be another land use review process for the development or redevelopment of any of these tracts, where they'll have to go through site plan review, where there'll be much more specific information about what the houses may look like. When and if the final plan is approved, there'll be 4 free market houses with a maximum size of 8,250. There could be 1 new barn on Tract 1 to replace Juliana's house. There'll be 1 new lot for a deed-restricted employee unit, 1 open space parcel, and a 55-acre conservation easement. So that's the full package if you approve it. You just saw this slide when Tammy was presenting. It shows the conservation easement on the west side of the tracks in critical elk production habitat. This is an elk production area. And then here's Suzanne's barn, where we turned around to go back to the road. And up the gully beyond that barn is a proposed conservation easement that runs all the way to this corner, which is where the government trail is at the Buttermilk Ski Area. The development is clustered in this portion of the site. I want to focus on that with a slide that Patty requested, where we see an overview of what's going on. When we parked right here where the Nordic Trail starts. The skiers were going down this way. We went down the existing Nordic Trail, and on our right, we first saw a story pole here. It had orange flagging on it. It simulated the 33-foot height limit of a house on Lot 1. That would be 33 feet top of the ridge, 28 feet to the midpoint of the ridge. To the left of the Nordic Trail was another story pole on Lot 2. This would be a new house as opposed to the one on Lot 1, which would be the redevelopment of Juliana's house. On Lot 2, it would be a new house. There was a green story pole there that simulated the height to the top of the ridge of a house at 28 feet. As Tammy said, in the land use application as part of growth management, the maximum height of this house was limited to 23 feet 9 inches. We went down the Nordic track. This was the steep stretch with the curve at the bottom. And right at this point is where we saw that orange flagging along that dashed line that goes back this way to West Buttermilk Road. That's the new Nordic track that we're proposing to dedicate to the community. It would be to the south of the existing driveway. Here is the existing driveway in black that goes to Suzanne's barn in this gully. And that driveway would be used to serve the house that would replace the house in the gully. At this point, we walked back on this existing black driveway, and when we got to this point, we walked up this hill. This section of the driveway would be removed. It would be replaced by this dashed line, which would be the new driveway that goes to the existing driveway here with the dark line, the solid line, with the Nordic track in the middle to avoid the driveway crossing that Tammy discussed. This dashed line would be the new driveway that would come off of the existing driveway to go to the replacement house on Lot 1. This dashed black line would be the new driveway coming off the driveway to Suzanne's house that would go to the new house on Lot 2. And then this dark line is the driveway to Suzanne's house. That kind of gives you the overview that Patty wanted to see. Other issues and concerns that came up.
Hold on a sec, Glenn.
Can I just ask a quick question? Because I know it's probably somewhere in all of this. What's the existing house size for the 2 existing residences?
Suzanne's house is right around 5,600, and I believe Nancy's, Juliana's house is in the 4,000 range, but I can't say for sure.
About 4,000 plus.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so when we met last time on the 4th, a series of issues and concerns were raised by the board as well as members of the public. Patty wanted to see the overlay, which we just showed. Kelly raised some issues about zoning, which we're going to address, and what is the zoning pattern in this area. Patty raised some issues about the domestic water supply, which we will address. There were questions about the residential growth management scoring, discussion about the elk production area. There were questions about why we were seeking PUD rezoning. Steve made comments about subdivision of land that's previously been subdivided in prior land subdivisions. There were questions raised about the visibility of the new houses, and then the members of the public raised questions about the precedent for new subdivision. So we're going to cover all this stuff, and unfortunately the presentation's longer than you would like or that I would like to make.
We'll probably interrupt every now and then.
Yeah, that might be helpful.
Or not.
Okay, so this drawing shows zoning in the Upper Roaring Fork Valley. And Kelly, this goes really back to 1974 and the rezoning of all of Pitkin County. And when that rezoning occurred in 1974, the general plan was for this land in blue around the city of Aspen's in the middle, was to be zoned AR10. A lot of that land was AF1 before that, 1 acre zoning, and it was downzoned to 10 acre zoning. So it encompassed the land up valley of town going to Taggart Lake. This area in blue here is on McLean Flats before you get to Trentis Drive. Beyond that, in Woody Creek and lower McLean Flats Road, you've got RS20 zoning. Castle Creek Valley and the Maroon Creek Valleys are zoned AR10. Rural and remote on Richmond Ridge, ski areas are ski rec. And then in this area here around the site, you've got, these are the West Buttermilk Pfister tracts. This is the Owl Creek Valley. You've got AR10 zoning and LIR 35, which I'll show you in more detail on this blow-up. On this blow-up version, you see the West Buttermilk Pfister tracts, and then the parcels in the site vicinity. You've got Eagle Pines at AR10, Fifield Subdivision AR10. AR10's 1 unit per 10 acres. The Hines Aspen tract, a 330 acre vacant tract that is AR10. East Owl Creek Subdivision AR10, and the Owl Creek Subdivision AR10. So the predominant zoning in the Upper Roaring Fork Valley, before you get to Woody Creek and beyond Snowmass Village, is AR10. Woody Creek is RS20, which is 20 acre zoning, and then when you get over the Brush Creek Valley, you get into RS30 as the predominant zoning in the county. So this was the direction that the county commissioners took in 1974.
Greg, could you go back to the unoccupied one to the east of
To
the
the
Pfister
east?
tracts?
You mean west right here?
Well, maybe it was west. I wasn't following where
Yeah.
your pointer
That's
was.
Hines.
Yeah,
So, what are the rights on that piece of property?
Well, that was Jerry Hines' property. He bought it from the Merold family. And there's one cabin on that property, a barn with a caretaker dwelling unit in it.
And Jerry Hines still owns it?
No, it's not owned by Jerry Hines. It's been sold to the owners of the Owl Creek Meadows tract, this large tract here. They own the former Goober tract. And that family has 2 houses on the tract, and it's largely undeveloped. It contains significant elk production area, and it's probably one of the most important privately owned vacant tracts in the Upper Roaring Fork Valley.
So it's fairly constrained?
It has significant elk production area on it. When you go out Owl Creek Road and you see the beautiful meadows on the left side of the road, that's the Owl Creek Meadows tract, and then it gets into the aspen trees that go all the way up to White's Lake and the Government Trail, and that contains very critical elk production area, as does the Hines tract.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just add to respond to that? Right, but so that the blue piece in the middle, sorry, I'm looking that way. I know you're looking that way. So the Owl Creek Meadows piece is zoned LIR 35, so a 35 acre minimum. The blue is AR 10, so that 300 acre
Is
vacant
AR 10?
parcel is currently zoned AR10.
Oh, boy, really?
So that is, the Owl Creek plan does make the recommendation that that be rezoned to the LIR 35.
What does LIR stand for?
Low impact residential. And the LIR was set up as a 35-acre minimum with sort of an incentive to go at an even lower density at 1.8.
And how many acres is it? 120, did you say?
Which
It was
one?
300.
Oh,
that
300.
one.
Oh, my goodness.
And then there's another piece south of that.
Wow.
New city.
So anyway, that's the zoning overview. You get a sense of what's going on. I'm going to address how the LIR 35 was created and what the recommendations are of the Owl Creek Master Plan. So, domestic water supply, questions came up about what would happen if the owners of the existing houses on Tract 1 and 2 wanted to increase the house size. Patty asked, well, how big are the houses now? They're served with water by the Buttermilk Metro District. Danielle Van Arsdale wrote a letter about it. Basically, the letter says the district is to serve 650 gallons of water per day per house. So if those houses were to be increased in size, they would fill out an application to the Metro District, explain how many fixtures, how many bedrooms would be in the new house or expanded house. That would be considered by the Metro District, and it would be their discretion to approve or deny the request for more water.
Kelly has a question.
Thanks. So the commitment from the district in the letter from Danielle, is for the existing houses. It doesn't make any reference to any new development.
Yeah, there was another letter in your packet with the application, in the application, that explains that the new houses on 2 and 4 are going to be served by domestic water wells. We went and approached the district about getting additional service, and they said they were running up against their limit on water, and they did not approve the request for additional water service, so those houses will be served with domestic water wells. And Danielle writes a letter about that is in the land use application, and that is the water source.
Sorry, I missed that. So just clarify,
Right.
those are exempt well permits.
Yeah, and the thing is, there's a lot of material in there.
Steve, do you have a question? No. Okay.
I have a question.
Patty.
So the exempt well, the information that's in our packet, the permits from the Division of Water Resources has an expiration date. Does that mean they have to reapply? The expiration date is 1/12/2025.
Yeah, they'll be reapplying.
Both of these permits have expiration dates. At the very bottom of the,
They'll be reapplying, and I don't know if they have. I would have to look at Danielle's letter.
'cause that's like Monday? Which could make a difference. What if
Danielle may have
what if those
reapplied
permits
already.
are denied? Which we don't know.
So the well permit is enclosed for Lot 2 in the application. And it says it can be permitted as necessary or required by the statutes, is what she says.
But it still has to be reapplied for.
Yeah, so that will be happening. It may have happened already. I'd have to check with Danielle.
But we don't know. I'm gonna look at somebody. Can those be denied when they reapply?
I don't know. Can I ask Luke to respond? Luke, do you know?
Yeah.
He needs to come up if he's gonna,
Those.
you need to come up on the
Sorry.
mic. Thank you.
What about the existing wells?
The
I thought
answer
there
is
was
no.
two
Those
existing
well
wells.
permits
Yeah, there
to
are.
secure
Yeah.
water supplies, and they upon reapplication will get renewed.
Well, why do they have an expiration date then?
It's the.
It's just a moot point?
I mean, it's a question for DWR, but it's just part of the way that they administer the water resources. Those are undeveloped, So for an undeveloped well, once a well is developed, the permit is in place.
There's no expiration date?
Right.
I would generally agree with that, although I didn't get a copy of that today, but
Yeah.
I would generally agree with what Mr. Van Arsdale represented to you.
Yeah, you know, my concern again is in previous subdivisions, which we don't do a lot of. We ask for demonstration of wet water. We want to make sure water rights are secured before we move on, because we don't want our approval to be used as lobbying for the state to say, oh, you already got an approval, yeah, we're going to give you a well permit. And we know that circumstances change. We know that circumstances both change above ground and in the water rights. As far as a lot that's undeveloped, and then when it's developed, it's going to have a lot more domestic water use necessary. But, so we understand that, well, I think we do. We understand that, but we also understand now that we have a lot of issues where wells are being drilled and utilized that is depriving people around them of water. And I think we need to be very careful with that. That's just a concern.
So if you would like, I can get Ms. Van Arsdale in here to give you a thorough dissertation on this. I know the answer to this because I happen to reside in her home office. But I have also helped with this application, and I've spoken with her about this at length. And the answer is that those well rights are secure, permanent water rights that will provide water supplies to these properties if they're developed. So there's no question about whether the domestic water is contingent or might become unavailable. There is a good, secure water supply for each one of these proposed lots.
Okay, and well, and the second well permit expired on October 25th, 1995.
Well, actually, if you look back through those, they've expired and been renewed numerous times.
Well, that's not what I got, so I'm just lacking the full information, so.
The answer is there are exempt domestic wells available to provide water for both lots. So the West Buttermilk Metro water is available for the existing residences. The West Buttermilk Metro District will evaluate development applications not based on square footage, but based on the actual fixtures that
I
are
understand that.
put into a home. For the proposed new lots, domestic water is available via exempt wells.
So the two existing lots are serviced with water, and so if they increase the taps, the use, not the square footage, but the use, that has to then be approved by the West Buttermilk Metro.
Correct.
So that has not happened yet either, because we don't know what's going to happen yet on those properties.
Well, they have a minimum entitlement of water that they are allowed to use. Any redevelopment would go to West Buttermilk Metro District, which would look at the application, evaluate the water usage based on the actual fixtures being proposed within the house, and then either grant or send them back to the drawing board based on
Because they could say, we don't have any more water to give you, you got to utilize the water that you have available now.
Well, there's a water entitlement that they have to
Right,
deliver.
but you could exceed that based on the amount of fixtures. You could exceed that.
Or
in
that's
redevelopment.
right. Or they could tell you, no, we're not giving you more.
Right. Okay.
Francie?
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
while we're on water.
Thanks, Greg.
It was, part of the proposal is to possibly have a barn with horses, and so that won't be available under a domestic well permit, so, and then that takes us to the question of the pond and applying for securing the water rights for the pond, I think it said when you read that, Tammy?
The spring.
So let's talk about that a little bit.
An application's been filed to secure the water rights for the existing pond that's located above Suzanne's barn.
Who has the water rights now?
I don't think anyone's filed on those.
There's an existing spring that Suzanne has filed for water rights on. So that water court case is pending, is active right now. The spring is seasonal and the pond is fed by the spring. It's also natural.
So it's seasonal as well.
Yes.
And then what about having horses with a barn with a domestic well?
The well would not serve the barn. If a well was used for a new development, it would be limited to in-home residential.
So what would serve the barn?
The barn would, if a barn was built, it would just be a barn, not a water barn.
You have to
We
water
can't
the
have horses
horses.
without water.
Well, to the extent there would be water available there, it would have to be West Buttermilk water, and they would use it. But this, there is a potential for maybe building a barn, but like Glenn said earlier, we're not trying to get site
Okay,
plan
so
approval here.
If that comes up, it'll come to somebody, and they'll ask about the water at that time.
Yeah, if someone wanted to build a barn, that would come up in site plan review, and they would have to cross that bridge when they came to it.
Okay, thank you.
Have you guys bored for, done any well testing? Done any test drilling?
Well, there are existing wells there that have been reliable producing wells. Right now, Juliana's house is served by an existing well. It is not yet served by the Buttermilk Metro District, and that well has been a reliable well.
So is that the well that will serve the other house?
If they move the house up the hill and build a new one?
No.
Or the
No,
second?
that well's going to be abandoned. Juliana's new house on Lot 1 will be served by the Buttermilk Metro District, and we have a commitment from them for that.
My mic is on.
Still waiting, still thinking? You good?
I'm good.
Well, I don't know, I guess, I always hate these, exempt well permits are, to me, like, so out of the public interest, which I recognize is not your purview or our purview, but, the state of Colorado is sort of failing communities when they don't bother to care if real water exists and just write it off on paper. So I struggle with that. And, we've had lots of these discussions, Glenn, over many applications about wanting to know, like, that real water exists to serve real development that we're considering.
It's not just Colorado, it's the entire United States.
Oh, maybe. But anyhow, thank you.
Okay, Glenn, could you go back to your previous list of,
Sorry, it was on there.
Thank you, Luke.
you had your longer list.
This list?
Yeah, where are we?
Any information
Oh.
on this expired permit?
Regarding Nordic Trail, you described it, the one thing I just wanted to highlight that was stuck when you mentioned Nordic Trail is the new Nordic Trail. I know there was a question whether or not it could actually have some curves and wouldn't just be a linear straight shot across the property. That was I think a question that Austin or somebody brought up, is that can that trail have some contouring? And I'm just wondering, did you remember that comment or?
I do remember
respond
that, and it was funny that comment came from Austin because CP, who works with Austin as head of the Nordic Trails, is the person who staked the alignment of that trail. I went with him and I said, how do you want this trail aligned? And he set the stakes for the trail. So I think CP and Austin ought to talk, and if we need to alter the trail somewhat, we can. But the idea was to get that trail staked and surveyed.
We knew it was going to
before the
be
snow
there
came.
somewhere, right, yeah, regardless of the final shape. Yeah, okay, just wondering if that was a possibility. Thank you for bringing that back to us. Okay, where were we?
Okay, we'll get back to where we were. The land use reviews, and I'm going to talk about each component of this, and Tammy referenced these as well. It's growth management quota system scoring, the activity envelope review, not site plan review, but activity envelope, subdivision and PUD rezoning. First, I want to touch on the growth management scoring. This is something that Kelly questioned, and she said that maybe this project was scored generously. There are 4 categories: public and private facilities, effect on the environment, community goals, and creative bonus points. The minimum threshold is 22. The maximum score that you can get is 30. This project was awarded a score of 27, which is a superlative score. One of the unfortunate things about being on the Board of County Commissioners is that you're not involved in the scoring of applications. Patty's the only one who's actually scored applications from her time on the Planning and Zoning Commission. And in this case, the staff scored the application. Those scores were forwarded to the Planning and Zoning Commission. There was the meeting where we discussed all the scores, and the Planning and Zoning Commission voted to accept the staff scores. And I can tell you this, after being on the staff for 9 years and scoring applications and then submitting multiple applications as a private sector planner over the past 30 years, the staff is not easy on scoring applications. Usually they're way more conservative than the Planning and Zoning Commission, and they don't usually score the way an applicant suggests that an application be scored. Now, in the case of this application, here's the score sheet. There are the 4 categories, and if you look in the red, it shows the subtotal with the maximum score available and the score awarded based upon the staff recommendation. So in the first category, the application got the maximum score of 6. In the second category, effect on the environment, the application got the maximum score of 8 as recommended by the staff. In the achievement of community goals category, the application didn't get the maximum score of 16, it got 12. And the reason why is the category of visible mass. The application reduced house size as required to get the maximum score to 55% of the maximum size. In order to get the maximum score, you must agree to have subgrade space. That is, 30% of the house would be subgrade. In this case, Juliana and Suzanne were not willing to do that, and I can certainly understand why, given the beauty of this site. Why would you want to put 30% of your house subgrade? And the other reason why they weren't scored the maximum score is because they agreed to limit the height of the houses on 2 of the 4 lots, that is the new houses, to 23 feet 9 inches. But the applicants did not agree to limit the maximum height of the houses on proposed Lot 1, the replacement house for Juliana's house, or on proposed Lot 3, which would be potentially a replacement house for Suzanne's house. So because of that, this application didn't get the maximum score in visible mass, but they got the maximum score in every other category. So this was a superlative growth management application, and it really is hard to get a score of 27 out of 30. And I explained to you why they didn't get the total score of 30 points. In addition to the 4 categories in black, there were bonus points awarded for granting a parking lot for the Nordic Trail on West Buttermilk Road, and you saw that that parking lot is used by skiers as well as people hiking on the trail that when they really shouldn't be. So anyway,
That was really helpful. Thank you, Glenn.
yeah, that's how the scoring went down. And like I said, you don't get to score applications because you're not familiar with it. And perhaps we've talked about this a lot. The growth management scoring needs to be redone. I think that's going to happen in the code rewrite. But we're kind of saddled with dealing with the code, as it exists when we submit an application, and that's what we did. Okay, so if you go to the next review that we had, it was activity envelope review. You are familiar with these standards. You do this all the time. These are 5 of the categories: site preparation and grading, steep slopes, water courses and drainage, floodplain, geologic hazards. The application was reviewed against all these standards and was found to comply. Additional standards are wildfire, wildlife, river and stream corridors, irrigated lands, and historic preservation. I think the 2 categories here that are relevant are wildfire and wildlife habitat. Wildfire is of interest right now, particularly because of the raging wildfire in California. There's a very steep hillside above the airport going up to West Buttermilk Road. Allie Hager's doing another vegetation management project there, similar to the one that she did on the county's open space parcel on Red Mountain. Hopefully that's going to be done next summer or in the summer after that. And the applicant has committed a donation to the Fire Protection District to work on that vegetation management plan in that area of severe wildfire above Owl Creek Road and the airport. Wildlife habitat, elk production is a big deal on this property. We're going to be addressing that in more detail, and Jonathan will address it.
So Glenn, just before you go there, I think it's great that Ally's doing fire mitigation on above Owl Creek Road, above the airport, but that's far enough from this property. Are there specific wildfire plans in I guess in adherence to or above and beyond code that we should talk about?
Well, on this property, it's just standard wildfire mitigation. Jonathan's here, he can address that as well. It's not a severe wildfire area. It's mostly aspen, as you saw. I think it's a low to moderate area. So we felt that the best place to work was in the neighborhood where the severe wildfire is, because if a wildfire ever went up the hillside, you know, if the wind is right, it could just sweep through the whole neighborhood. So that's why we chose to donate for the work being done in the severe wildfire hazard area.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so if you move on, this is an interesting graphic. Here you have the West Buttermilk Pfister tracts in yellow, and you look at what's around there. The critical elk production area is on the west side of Tract 1. It encompasses almost all of Tract 4, almost all of Tract 5, and almost all of Tract 3 of the West Buttermilk Pfister tracts. This is East Owl Creek subdivision. You'll notice that there are 10 houses in East Owl Creek that are located within the elk production area. These are the monopoly houses on each of those lots in East Owl Creek that are located in the critical elk production area. This lighter shade of green here, it's actually yellow over the aerial photo. You can see here's the quarter-mile buffer, and the little monopoly houses that are within the quarter-mile buffer. This is Juliana's house. This is Johnny's house, the employee unit. Suzanne's barn in yellow, and this is Suzanne's house. So Jonathan looked at this, as did Curtis Tesh, and they determined that this area here on the West Buttermilk Pfister tracts is within a zone of influence from the development in Eagle Pines and on the West Buttermilk Road, and it was permissible for there to be additional development within the quarter-mile buffer. And this next letter is important enough that I want to read it to you. This is from Kurt Tesh. After looking at the proposed site plan, I appreciate how the homes are clustered for the most part and being located next to existing structures. I understand some are going to be torn down, but the disturbance is already there, and so that seems appropriate. CPW appreciates the land will be put into a conservation easement and the protection that will provide for the future of wildlife. And I missed an E in easement. I'm sorry about that. So here's a slide that shows the development area. You've seen this before. The conservation easement on the west side of Tract 1 and 2. The conservation easement south of Suzanne's barn that runs all the way to the Buttermilk ski area. The government trail is right here. That's the conservation easement, 55 acres out of 85, which Kurt references and says would be appreciated by CPW. Moving on to subdivision approval criteria. The key criteria are use and dimensional requirements. You simply have to comply with those. The development standards, which we talked about as part of the activity envelope review. And then a third criteria which says generally consistent with all applicable provisions of the comprehensive plan for the area in which the land is located. So we're going to have a discussion about the 2003 and the 2024 Owl Creek plan. But before we do, let's look at key rezoning criteria, because there's a rezoning involved to have a PUD overlay. And you know, it's an interesting thing because Justin Nyberg, who represents the East Owl Creek neighbors, East Owl Creek subdivision, wrote a letter, and he suggested that there aren't enough benefits associated with this application to warrant PUD rezoning. And you know, I just think that letter is completely off base. And if you think about it, I'm not sure that there should be any development in the rural areas of Pitt County where there isn't PUD zoning and PUD zoning required. And if you look at the way most of rural Pitt County is zoned, RS 20, RS 30, LIR 35, RS 160, all of those zones have mandatory PUD. And I'm kind of bewildered about why there isn't mandatory PUD in the AR 10 zone. I don't really think it's a privilege for a property owner to have a PUD overlay. I think it should be a requirement of Pitt County that you have PUD zoning overlay in the AR 10 zone because it fosters rural land preservation and is consistent with what the county wants to do. So I'm really bewildered by why there isn't mandatory PUD zoning in the AR 10 zone.
I'm bewildered by some of our zoning too.
Yeah, you know, it's just,
I think you wrote that part of it, Glenn.
I had nothing to do with that. That's Shellman Edwards, and you know, way back to 1974, and for some reason they didn't require PUD in the AR 10 zone, which is in the entire Upper Valley.
Did you talk about that during the community growth meetings?
I have to think about that. I don't think we did. That didn't come up as part of the growth committee. Did that come up, Suzanne? Do you remember that?
It will now.
Yeah, it's the first I've heard of that. So.
Yeah, yeah.
I think that's come up, and really the zoning, it's more the master plans speak to what they, you know, what is the appropriate zoning for the Galveston area. That's when we really turn to for those action issues.
But you know, I live in Castle Creek Valley, and if you think about it, the big subdivision that occurred there was Castle Creek Valley Ranch, and it features PUD zoning with big open space parcels. In Maroon Creek, and you think about up the pass, all these areas should be rezoned to require a PUD, as is the case with this property. But anyway, we have to demonstrate compliance with the code's rezoning criteria. So one of those criteria is change conditions in the neighborhood. Another is generally consistent with the master plan. And you know, there's a difference between a master plan and the land use code. You must comply with the land use code. You must be generally consistent with a master plan to get a rezoning of the property. There may be no adverse impacts on the natural environment. You know, we've been through those standards. It's consistent, you know, with this standard is consistent with the activity envelope standards of the code. You must show that the proposal is consistent with surrounding zone districts and land use and neighborhood characteristics and consistent with community character. So we'll be going through slides that address all of these concerns.
I just have to say that no adverse impact on the environment for any building is non-existent. I mean, that's just crazy.
It's a very high bar, right?
It's not even a bar.
It doesn't really mean anything.
I think there's, you know, a lot of planning jargon like that, you know, in master plans and in codes that, you know, it's there, but it might have little meaning, as you say. Change conditions in the neighborhood. Since 1974, when this property was owned, there have been significant change conditions. The East Owl Creek subdivision in PUD was approved in 1989 and built out in the 1990s after the West Buttermilk Pfister tracts were created. The Eagle Pine subdivision was approved in 1990 and built out in the 1990s and early 2000s. That's a significant change on a property that's adjacent to the Pfister tracks. Richard Woods subdivision, that's Randy Woods' property. Those are the open meadows along the West Buttermilk Road that we looked at as we were leaving the site, everything to the left between West Buttermilk Road and East Owl Creek. The redevelopment of Buttermilk Road, the West Buttermilk Road meets and bounds parcels. All of those little lots along the West Buttermilk Road, which used to have smaller houses on them, many of them have been redeveloped with large houses. You remember looking at that really large house that we saw from Chatton Lane across on West Buttermilk Road. And then there was the establishment of the Buttermilk Metro District in 2001, which is a significant change in the neighborhood in that it provided Metro District water to many of those houses in the area where they had failing wells, primarily where the 2-acre lots are, those meets and bounds lots. So those are the changed conditions.
Hence my concern about wells.
Yeah, Glenn, what's the size of the parcels at Randy Woods? Are those 10 acres? Did these
I'm going to get to that. I've got them. They're big. They're like
Big.
30 and over 30 acres each.
And that's zoned 10 acre? Is that
AR
still-
10.
So could they further subdivide that? Do we know?
I did
Another
that subdivision for Randy Woods. It was a 50% density reduction lot split with a restriction that they couldn't be further subdivided.
Thank you.
Okay, so looking at the intent and applicability of PUD development zoning. So this is from the code. This is what the intent of the zone is. A PUD designation may be requested within any zone district within the rural area, provided that it is intended to provide greater levels of rural preservation in those areas than would otherwise be required by the code. So that's the intent. That's why it's mandatory in the RS20, the RS30, all of these rural zone districts. It's rural preservation and greater levels of rural preservation. A PUD designation may be used to obtain variations from underlying requirements of the zone district in return for rural character preservation and open space preservation. So this is the intent of the PUD in Pitkin County. Owl Creek Master Plan. You must demonstrate general consistency with master plans. There was a plan adopted in 2003 for the Owl Creek area, and I'm going to address some of the key points in that plan. Prohibit use of TDRs for initial development rights. I'm sure you remember this whole issue about whether TDRs are appropriate in the rural area for initial development rights versus whether they're appropriate in the urban growth boundary. This plan called for the TDRs to be discontinued for initial development rights, and in fact that was put in place, and I think it was just taken away in the last growth management quota system go-around. Develop incentives for rural clustering to preserve critical wildlife habitat. I think our project's consistent with that. Secure easements for the Owl Creek Nordic Trail. We've discussed that, and it's certainly part of this application, and we're consistent with that statement. Allow affordable housing where appropriate. Our project has an affordable housing unit on it that already exists and will continue to be there. Protect scenic corridors along highways and county roadways. And really the key point here is you protect scenic corridors from Highway 82 and designated county roads such as Owl Creek. And that's the perspective where you look at the visual impacts. In this case, we also looked at the visual impacts from West Buttermilk Road when we were going back down the road. We also looked over on Chatton Lane to see what the visual impacts of this project would be. Then you get to this point that Steve raised at the last meeting. Re-subdivision of county-approved subdivisions is contrary to the master plan. So the key here is county-approved subdivisions should not be re-subdivided. The West Buttermilk Pfister tracts were 35-acre tracts that were approved, that were filed by Art Pfister, but not approved by the county. They were done pursuant to the state statutes. And then you get to this last This last statement, rezone to large lot conservation and large lot low density. And that recommendation was for the entire Owl Creek planning area. So if you take a look at this map, this is from the master plan. I just had this copied and created the PDF. Here, this is where the West Buttermilk Pfister tracks are, where my hand is. And the plan calls for this area in orange to be rezoned large lot, low density. That encompasses the West Buttermilk Pfister tracks. This area was to be rezoned to a category called large lot conservation. This is the south side of Owl Creek Road, the Owl Creek Meadows LLC property, the 800-acre tract I was talking about. Here you're looking at the north side of Owl Creek Road. It encompasses the Owl Creek subdivision. And then this area up in here where the recommendation is large lot conservation. And that encompassed the Drosty property at the time and Sky Mountain Ranch. And if you think back, I was, bewildered by what was going down here. I called Cindy and I said, Cindy, this recommendation was made in 2003. And here we are in 2024. And, what's been rezoned? Because if you take a look at the zoning map, the only thing that's been rezoned based upon this recommendation is Owl Creek Meadows tract, everything south of Owl Creek Road, Aspen Sunrise tract, and the Goober Family Trust subdivision, as well as what is now Sky Mountain Ranch. Everything else is still blue, AR10. And I asked Cindy, what happened? Why didn't this get rezoned? And she said it never happened because it really wasn't a county priority to go out and do this zoning. The only thing that actually did get rezoned were these parcels shown in the yellowish green, and it's interesting how that went down because the county imposed a moratorium before the Owl Creek Master Plan was completed, and they rezoned the Goober property, which is now Owl Creek Meadows, to LIR 35, and the Drosty parcels before they were acquired as Sky Mountain Ranch. And that was actually done while a moratorium was in place prior to the adoption of the master plan. Anyway, I'm a little, bewildered, but I'm taking Cindy to her word about why the rest of the rezoning never occurred. So, we submitted our land use application in September of 2023, and it really takes a while to go through that process. And while we were waiting to go to the Planning and Zoning Commission in July of 2024, a revised Owl Creek Master Plan was approved. I talked about this with Suzanne and said, which plan applies? And she said, well, we should probably be addressing and considering both plans. So that's what we're doing here. Here you've got the 2024 Owl Creek Master Plan. It replicates some of the statements from the 2003 plan. New development should be compatible and not change the neighborhood character. I believe that our application's consistent with that. Protect scenic corridors along highways and county roads. That's exactly the same as a statement in the 2003 plan. Maintain rural residential land use patterns and character. I believe our application and the rezoning request is consistent with that. Continue to allow TDR receiver sites for houses up to 9,250 square feet of floor area. So this is a recommendation from July of this year. We're seeking new houses that would have a maximum size of 8,250 and the capability for 2 houses, if they go through growth management or obtain TDRs, to be expanded to 8,250, which is less than the top set number in the master plan. PUD are encouraged to integrate siting consistent with the environment and county land use policies. This is why we're seeking the PUD. The plan calls for securing the Owl Creek Trail Nordic easement, which we are dedicating. The plan calls for the preservation of wildlife habitat, including calving habitat We have placed the critical calving habitat in a conservation easement, allow affordable housing where appropriate. That's the same as in the last plan. Prepare for wildfire coordination with the Aspen Fire Protection District. We've already addressed that component of the plan. Preserve and protect historic resources. You remember that relic we saw by Suzanne's barn that was the Herwick cabin on the homestead. The application commits to keep that structure standing on the property. That was the homesteader's cabin. The next statement, re-subdivision of existing county-approved subdivisions is contrary to the plan. We've spoken to this already. The West Buttermilk Pfister tracts are not in a county-approved subdivision. And then the same recommendation as we had in 2003, rezone private land to LIR 35-acre zone district. And that's a recommendation, I think, for the county staff and the Board of County Commissioners to consider. But right now, when we submitted this application, the zoning is AR 10, not LIR 35. So that kind of wraps up the discussion on consistency with the master plan. I just want to address this slide one more time. I think it's important. Here are the West Buttermilk Pfister tracts. They're not approved by Pitkin County as a subdivision. You can see the subdivisions that are in the site vicinity: Fifield, Eagle Pines, Richard R. Woods, East Owl Creek. These two big tracts, Owl Creek Meadows and Hines Aspen, are tracts that are not subdivided, and we'll discuss that a little bit more in the next few slides. We talked about these key rezoning criteria. I'm putting before you again. The PUD rezoning request is consistent with that criteria. Here you have a slide that shows an overview of the area. And this is important because here's the Owl Creek Nordic Trail, goes through the Eagle Pine subdivision, comes across Buttermilk. It gets to the subject site. This is the missing link. Here's the Owl Creek Trail. It's dedicated through East Owl Creek. The applicant is committing to dedicate this missing link and place these two parcels that are in green hatched in a conservation easement. I want to mention, it's interesting to me that here you have this area of rural Pitkin County that there really is only one conservation easement in the entire area, and that's on the Skybeam Ranch right here. All of these subdivisions that we've been through were done at a time when the county was not aggressively pursuing conservation easements. So in the planning area in the Owl Creek Valley, the West Buttermilk Pfister tracts will be unique in that they're going to commit to a 55-acre conservation easement where really there's nothing permanent like that in the area. Even though you've got East Owl Creek and these other subdivisions, there are no conservation easements. And I thought that was interesting because I've shown you maps before of other portions of the county, like thinking like down by your house, Francie, the conservation easements all over Ty-Bar and all over the Prince Creek Valley. It's just surprising to me that there are no conservation easements in this area. We do have the Sky Mountain Ranch, which the county went ahead and bought, but there is a lack of conserved land. So this is an interesting slide in that we put monopoly houses on all of the lots in the site vicinity. The black structures, these are all houses. You can see Fifield. You can see Richard R. Woods, which is big, obviously. East Owl Creek. And then in the West Buttermilk Pfister tracts, this is Juliana's house, Johnny's house, the employee dwelling unit, Suzanne's barn, and Suzanne's house. What's of interest to me is you'll remember from our site visit, there's a ridge that goes right down here like this, and right up through the West Buttermilk tracts. There's a prominent house on top of this ridge we looked at. And then the ridge goes right through East Owl Creek, And here's Chatton Lane. This is where we stopped and looked back at West Buttermilk. And you'll note that these 10 houses in East Owl Creek are all on the west side of the ridge, and they face the Snowmass Creek Valley, and they face Mount Daly. There's only one house which is on top of the ridge on the east side of the ridge. That's the house where we turned around in the driveway that looks back in this direction towards Aspen Mountain, West Buttermilk Road, and the site. So this house right here is the only house in Owl Creek that has views back towards the West Buttermilk Pfister tracks. And I think that's fortunate because none of these other houses are affected in any way by the proposed development because they're over that ridge and face the other direction. We stopped at this point right on Chatton Lane, and this is the view plane back. Here you see Juliana's house. This is Suzanne's house right here. Here's the gully with the barn. And you get a sense of the view we looked at from this spot on Chatton Lane. We prepared this photo simulation. And what you're looking at here would be the view from that spot on Chatton Lane where we looked. This is Suzanne's house. Above that is that giant house that we saw in Eagle Pines. And then to the left, this is a simulation of an 8,250 square foot house, 28 feet in height to the top of the ridge on proposed lot 2. And this house here would be a replacement for Juliana's house on proposed lot 1. I can blow it up a little bit and see, you can see it a little better.
Is that Juliana's house higher than it currently is?
No, Juliana's house would be right out here behind this shrub.
Or existing.
So you have raised it up?
Yeah,
in
this
simulation.
would be the new house where the orange story pole was.
Yep.
And this would be a house where the green story pole was. There's the big house on top. This is Suzanne's existing house, and as you know, you can't see the barn in the gully. It's just not visible. Anyway, I thought that photo simulation would help.
The one you've moved Juliana's house up the hill, rather than behind that scrub oak, that you've indicated or you've put in there what size? 82?
8250. You know, I think this is a little bit, you know.
Okay, I just
you know
I
how these
just
slides
get
are.
that's a
This
gives
is
me
to
a-
give you a simulation. But the thing is, it's 7/10 of a mile from where we stopped on Chatton Lane where we took this photo of these houses. So you're more than a half mile away, over 3,000 feet. You know, my contention is the primary view here is Aspen Mountain, Smuggler Mountain, and the up valley portion of the Roaring Fork Valley, and these houses are in the foreground. But that's easy for me to say because I'm not the guy who lives in the house at the end of Chatton Lane. You know, and that's what his concern is this view back in this
It's the
direction.
gentleman we got the letter from.
Yes,
So then all those houses can see his house,
yeah.
which he built.
Yeah,
Just
you know,
saying.
that's true. You know, it kind of reminds me when Ruthie's restaurant was being developed, everyone was up in arms about seeing Ruthie's restaurant from town. And I remember Charlie Madelone coming into the hearing,
Uncle
the
Charlie.
mountain manager, and he said, you know, I've never once complained about all those houses on Red Mountain that I have to look at.
That's why we kept Charlie Malone in the
Yeah.
family.
So anyway, moving on. Here you have a comparison of floor area. The code says you should look at, you know, development in the site vicinity. This is a comparison between the maximum sizes proposed on West Buttermilk Pfister track lots 1 through, this would be West Buttermilk Pfister
Our
tracks
Francie
1 through
loves
2,
this.
subdivision 1 through 4, 8250. Then you look at house sizes in East Owl Creek. They range from 6,156 to 18,350. This is based on assessor's records. It's not county zoning. They're readily accessible to us. It's not exactly, you know, you're saying, well, why is it over 15,000? Because it's a little different in the way the assessor does stuff. But what it shows is the relationship of these houses to the houses in East Owl Creek. We did the same thing for, this is for Eagle Pines. Maximum house sizes on the proposed 4 lots compared with Eagle Pines. The smallest house there is 9134. The largest is 16877. You can kind of see where the line goes down for consistency and compatibility with the neighborhood. Here you have a comparison between the 4 lots proposed on West Buttermilk Pfister tracts and the meets and bounds parcels, including the Joyce K. Murray Trust subdivision on West Buttermilk Road. There's a really big house here at 21,365. These 3 houses would be smaller than 8250. They're at 6100, 5173, 4327. But it gives you a sense of the relationship to other houses in the neighborhood. Here you have a comparison between proposed lots 1 through 4 with the house size on the existing tracts above West Buttermilk Pfister tracts 1 and 2. Tract 3 is at 17,331. Tract 2, 17,472. And tract 5 at 19,711. That does include this really big barn up at West Buttermilk that counts as residential floor area because it's not being used as a barn. So,
Party barn. A party barn.
which barn?
Is it a party barn?
Yeah, east of the parking lot, that big metal structure.
Party barn.
Oh,
Party.
is that what it is? Okay.
It is up on the hill as you drive down into Buttermilk.
So anyway, we took these house sizes and I did a comparison here to figure out the mean residential floor area. Here in orange, it would be 8250 in the proposed subdivision that we're working on. If you look at the Joyce K. Murray meets and bounds parcels and the Joyce K. Murray subdivision, the mean size is 10,786. West Buttermilk Pfister tracts 3, 4, and 5 are at 18,171 at mean size. Eagle Pines, and shown in blue, the mean size is 14,305, and the East Owl Creek subdivision, the mean house size is 12,610. The proposed subdivision is substantially lower than the mean residential floor area in the area. We did the same thing for median, and it was close. So anyway, it gives you a sense of what's in the neighborhood. This is worth looking at. It's residential development density. Here in red, you have the West Buttermilk Pfister tracts, 1 and 2. We're looking at a residential density of 1 dwelling unit per 17 acres. If you compare that with East Owl Creek, they're at 1 dwelling unit per 14 acres. So we have less density in our proposed subdivision. You look at Eagle Pines, it's 1 dwelling unit per 10 acres. Stapleton subdivision, which is down here on the road, is 1 per 10. Goober Family Trust, that's this subdivision up here, it's 1 per 42. Richard R. Woods, you asked about this, Patty, I believe. It's 1 dwelling unit per 48. Fifield subdivision is 1 per 13. Skybeam, a new subdivision done about 10 years ago, is 1 unit per 18, and then Buttermilk Meadows down here is 1 per 10. So that gives you a sense of what's going on. These tracks up above, tract 3 here is 1 per 36. Tract 4, which is the house on the point, is 1 dwelling unit per 22. West Buttermilk Pfister Tract 5, which is this one, is 1 dwelling unit per 22. So that's a sense of what's going on in the neighborhood.
Or what went on.
This gets to the issue of precedent for future subdivisions. This was raised by the East Owl Creek homeowners, and I think some members of the board raised this issue too. I think the key point is, and I think you're aware of this as members of the board, is you look at land use applications on a case-by-case basis based upon compliance of the land use application with the code. You look at the attributes of each parcel and how the proposal complies with the code. And I think you kind of need to separate yourself from what's happened in prior land use applications and consider each case on its own merits rather than, you know, what might have happened in the past and in other subdivisions. Getting into a further discussion of the precedent, you're well aware that the residential growth management quota system was revised in 2023 after this application was submitted. And rather than tackling the nitty-gritty of the growth management quota system scoring and standards, which is really hard to do, what this board did, and I think it was the best way to approach the problem, was they reduced the quota from 17,250 square feet per year for new lots in the rural area to 8,625 square feet per year. And essentially what this does, it makes it very infeasible for someone to come in and do a large subdivision, because you'd have to compete multiple years in a row to get an allotment. And I just don't think that would be feasible. To give you an idea, in 1992, I did a land use application for Jerry Hines on the vacant parcel adjoining the West Buttermilk Pfister tracts. That application was approved for 8 dwelling units. They were about 8,000 square feet in size. So if that application came in today, it would take 8 years to get in the allotment to develop the same application that was approved back in 1993 by the county commissioners. That application ended up just going by the wayside because Jerry decided never to record the final plat. But I think it speaks to the possibility of there being some precedent for rampant development either on the Hines property or on the Owl Creek Meadows parcel or these big vacant parcels in the site vicinity. It's just not really feasible to do big subdivision applications on these big parcels in the future because the quota is so low. Anyway, with that, I think I can wrap up. In summary, you know, we feel this is a rather modest proposal to divide 2 of the West Buttermilk Pfister tracts into 4 parcels. The development density will be 1 dwelling unit per 17 acres, which is less than what you have in East Owl Creek. We think that the proposal is generally consistent with the master plan and is consistent and compatible with the neighborhood. So with that, I can take questions, but I do want Jonathan to make a statement about the elk production, and Suzanne Pfister wants to make a short statement before we wrap up our presentation.
Great. Come on, go ahead then. Here. Well, go over here, Jonathan. I'll get you that slide.
Thank you for that, Glenn.
Thank you.
Hi. So, Glenn already hit on a lot of the issues regarding the elk production area. As many of you know, that elk production area is probably the largest in the Upper Valley, and it extends all the way from Buttermilk across this property, across what used to be the Mandalay Ranch and the Hines property, all the way up to Sinclair Divide and over to what it used to extend to what is now Two Creeks. This application protects the most important or ecologically important parts of the property in the conservation easement. It's the aspen stands. They did an excellent job of clustering the development at the lower ends of the property outside of the aspen, where there's already been development for how long? 50 years?
Well, the Herrick cabin was there years ago.
Well, but
Nancy, Art built the house for Nancy in 1989.
So for a very long time, and all of the proposed development is clustered within existing zones of influence where there's already been human activity, human disturbance. The aspen forest habitat, both in the two areas of conservation easement, both are very high quality, very little disturbance in there. They've got all the attributes that you need or that elk require for both calving and rearing habitat. And we know, I've done some work on adjacent properties where I've put out cameras, and that area is actively used for both calving and rearing. So it's legitimately mapped. But the applicants did an excellent job of clustering the development, like I said, outside those areas and within existing zones of influence. Regarding the wildfire comments earlier, I think it's great that they're contributing money towards mitigation within those portions of that area that are severe wildfire. If those of you are familiar with the Eagle Pines area, there's some steep slopes there that are dense oak that face the Buttermilk ski area that represent truly severe wildfire. This property is pretty low wildfire. Aspen tends to have very high moisture content, burns at very low temperatures, and doesn't create those canopy fires that spread fast, whereas that oak does. So it makes more sense to contribute to the Aspen Fire District's efforts to reduce wildfire hazard within those severe areas. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys may have.
Steve.
On the parcel that comes down on the map, there's the driveway that crosses there going to the neighbor's house. Then the neighbor's house, it looks like it sits right next to the conservation easement area, which you have no control over that, obviously, but what effect does the driveway crossing and having the other house in the vicinity of the conservation easement, what effect does that have on the elk production area there?
Well, the driveway has limited impact. That's but the homes do, and you know, they have, as you know, I've talked about many times, have that zone of influence that extends out. On the other side, if you look at that map that's up, that doesn't have development on it. So by placing this conservation easement, and as you guys know, a conservation easement is forever. So there will never be development on there. So even though the zone of influence, from that house extends into this conservation easement, the preservation of this area then insulates the habitat on to the east. So, you know, everything is incremental when it comes to wildlife habitat and development in this valley. So the great thing about conservation easements is they sort of put a stop to that sort of perpetual incrementalization or incremental loss of wildlife habitat. This provides a buffer to that area.
Another question? I just wanted you to, if you could, give us all of Curtis Tesch's letter, because I know you didn't get into the part about whether they.
I actually included it in that supplemental letter that Glenn submitted.
Right, right.
He didn't. It's in an email, so I just copied and pasted it into my letter, and it's in my report as well.
Right, and that basically recommends no dogs within the quarter-mile buffer, which means lots 2, 3, and 4. Most of the structures are within that buffer, and then the half-mile buffer, lot 1, a dog would have to be kenneled, and then no construction be from May 15th to June 30th for 2, 3, and 4. Given their close proximity. And the impression I have when I see this, and it's not I think what you've put together is the best possible thing you can come up with, given the restraints you have. But I'm concerned that what we're really doing, we might be stopping the bleeding, but we're not improving anything. And adding houses certainly doesn't improve things. I'm trying to figure out, is there something we could do to actually improve the quality of that? I mean, keeping dogs off does make sense. I wonder if they follow those rules. People have dogs, so that's the first rule that's not really enforced. And so I'm just wondering what the value of the promises are when we do stuff like this. What else could we do to ensure that that habitat is as important and preserved? That's just an open question. I don't have an answer for it.
Well, I can contribute maybe a couple of answers. You've heard me say before that I actually don't agree with dog prohibitions because you know that the next people down the road are going to have dogs.
Right.
And the county doesn't have the ability to, investigate every single home that has a dog prohibition all the time and to determine. What I would rather see, as Curtis recommended for that lower, that half-mile buffer, is to require a fenced yard. Within 50 feet of the house. That's the standard in the code for winter range. And that way that when those people inevitably get a dog and they let them out in the morning or they go through their doggy door, that elk that are moving through the property or that calving habitat up in the aspen, the dogs cannot go up further than that. It doesn't prevent those people from letting them out of the fenced area, but at least it's that first step to constrain them. And I do, Greg, I appreciate what you said, and in a perfect world, I would love to keep houses away from any sensitive area, but I do think that the applicants should be commended for protecting, unlike the other tracks where the homes are developed. That's the one that Steve pointed out immediately adjacent to this proposed conservation easement, that these conservation easement areas are adjacent to other ecologically important areas, whether it's closer to the Mandalay Ranch or closer to the government trail, so and the Buttermilk Bowls and all that area. So the good thing about having these conservation easements is that there will never be a home built there. And like Glenn said, this is an area that has a paucity of conservation easements, and hopefully by doing this there will be a bit of a contagious effect, and maybe we can encourage some other land owners in the area that, if they come in for any land use change, that we can encourage them to do conservation easements on their property too.
Thanks for that. So my follow-up question was, what do we do to make it better? What would be even better than what you've presented to us in terms of protecting habitat?
I think it's pretty darn good. Like I said, you could require, having a fenced yard at each of the houses that would prevent future dogs from disturbing the habitat. But again, all of the houses are clustered down outside of the habitat, adjacent to existing development. That's pretty good. And you're building on, except for one, you're building on existing footprints more or less. I don't know what else you could possibly do on this. The conservation easement on the most ecologically important portions of the property is huge. So add fenced yards, but I can't think of anything else.
Are you on the same topic?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Kelly. Thank you. Thanks, Jonathan.
Are all 8,000 square foot homes the same? Like, does an 8,000 square foot ranch have a different impact than a 8,000 square foot 3-story?
It's not
a home with a basement, or
It's not the structure itself, and really, other than the direct impact of one of these 20,000 square foot homes compared to a 2,000 square foot home, it's you have that direct loss of habitat where the footprint is, but it's the human activity associated with it. And I like to use Wildcat Ranch as an example. You've got very large homes on 500 acres each, and Wildcat Ranch is essentially a wildlife refuge. So, home size is not important to wildlife. Human activity results in indirect loss of habitat. And that's the bigger concern is not the direct loss that you lose from just the footprint in the yard, but it's that at least 180 meters that extends out from that house, where even though the habitat looks the same, you have certain species and certain species at certain times of year that won't then use that habitat. So to answer your question, I guess every 8250 square foot house, depending on the layout, whether it's sprawled out or whether it's stacked on top of each other, is more or less the same. It's the human activity associated with it that's the variable.
Great, thanks. Francie?
Are most of the houses up here second homes?
I mean, in West Buttermilk?
Mm-hmm. I'm just wondering about human activity up there. I mean, because we have elk in our yard, so do you, Greg, in a pretty dense area. So, I mean, those houses are not inhabited and they're just things there. They're not going to influence elk activity a whole lot, in my opinion.
Yeah, and that's, if you think of Brush Creek Village compared to Wildcat, the Brush Creek Village homes are, year-round homes for people. And yes, the elk do move through there, but they don't live there.
Yeah.
Right.
Whereas
They move through.
Wildcat, there's a resident herd that lives there. And so by preserving the, 55 acres of aspen habitat on this property, almost all of the aspen habitat is protected. And so you're reducing that human influence on that habitat, and they will use it for both calving and rearing and during the transition period as they're moving between summer and winter range.
Thank you. Other comments, questions? I just had one regarding the affordable housing. We're doubling the number of houses, assuming that means we've got twice as many potential people in the area. Is there any sort of affordable housing mitigation requirements that need to be expanded, or any it's great that there's an affordable housing unit up there. Is it going to serve?
It comes under building permit when you.
Is it going to serve the property?
Condition in 15 that they'll have to submit an employee housing impact fee for those larger
Traditional,
homes over 50,
right.
750.
Thank you.
So could I have some points if you, is it?
Yeah,
Oh,
go
no,
ahead.
I'm gonna hear from Suzanne first.
You want to, okay.
So
Right, Suzanne's
just
up
last
next.
thing before I go, Greg, do you want me to read all of Kurt's letter?
That'd be great. Yeah, why not?
And Glenn included most of it in that slide.
Right, the part
but-
that hasn't been touched.
Yeah, but it says, Glenn, after looking at this, parenthetically, the proposed site plan, I appreciate how the homes are clustered for the most part and being located next to existing structures. I understand some are going to be torn down, but the disturbance is already there, and so that seems appropriate. CPW appreciates the land that will be put into a conservation easement and the protection that will provide for the future of wildlife. Being that most of these structures are within the quarter-mile buffer for elk production, CPW will recommend that no dogs are allowed within that quarter-mile buffer, Lot 2, 3, and 4, and that dogs within the half-mile buffer, Lot 1, be kenneled within 50 feet of the house. Additionally, CPW will recommend no construction from May 15th to June 30th for Lot 2, 3, and 4, given their close proximity to the production area.
Great.
Thanks, Kurt. That's his whole letter.
That's Kurt's letter. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. Suzanne, do you want to come up?
Daniel, will you come and sit next to me? Can I have my son Daniel next to me?
Well, I suppose.
He's part of the family. There. The big guy knows how to move a chair. First of all, I just want to thank the board and all the people that have sat through this long meeting. We tried to shorten the presentation, but we just couldn't leave anything out. So thank you, and thank you, Glenn, my able planner. And so I'm Suzanne Pfister. This is my son, Daniel Kelso. We're lifelong Pekin County residents. So after the site visit to the property, I sent a letter to the BoCC, which is included in your packet. And I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to the board and to the public at this hearing. At the last meeting, I wanted to speak, but I was so floored I couldn't. So I'm really glad I have this time now to talk to you. I have to read it because I can't remember what I was saying. I would like to stay here in this valley on the land that my father gave to me so long ago. The ranch meant so much to him. I've considered other retirement options. No, you can't record that. But I keep returning to this property. No other place holds the beauty and magic of the lower barn meadow. It is very special and unique. I believe it's the core of our over 80-year family legacy. The existing main home and property on the upper lot at 1901 West Buttermilk Road has long been too large and difficult to maintain for a single woman of a certain age. That's me. As the commissioners saw during our walkabout, the original homesteaders also chose the lower area as their home. I agree with them that the meadow is the heart and soul of the property. I love and will continue to be an advocate for the abundant wildlife that share the meadow and the natural spring, especially the elk herd. I've always felt that the meadow is the sanctuary of peace and tranquility. As you've heard from Glenn and also from Jonathan, thank you both, we are offering the county significant acreage for conservation as well as the cross-country ski trail easement. I would like to stay and live as long as possible here in the valley, enjoying the refuge and privacy that the barn lot offers. My plan is to sell the upper lot and use the proceeds to redevelop the lower lot to accommodate my needs as I age. And I'm not that old yet. So in the end, the land will pass to my two sons and their children when I'm gone. That is my abiding wish. So with all my heart, I implore you to approve our application, which would allow my family and future generations to remain on this portion of this legacy property. Thank you for your
I cry at this
consideration.
table all the time, by the way. So.
I cry.
don't- well,
I cry
thank you,
anywhere all the
lady.
time.
I'm sorry. It's late in the afternoon for me. But thank you very much.
Thanks, Suzanne.
That's all I have to say.
Thanks, Suzanne. Okay.
Now can I go through my list?
Yes, please, Patty, go ahead.
Yeah, things that so I want to clarify, do we need to add language, or is there language in here I've read, and highlighted a lot, about further subdivision, because I know there's only one lot technically that would be over 10 acres, which would be lot 4.
I believe there should be language. I'll look.
I just want to make sure we have that in, that there's no further, I think that'll help with the neighbors' concerns, no further subdivision of these parcels. We need to clarify that. The other thing that there's a lot of comments about the trees that were brought to our attention during the site visit. The row of firs, I believe, the straight line. That's a great shielding when we walked across to the other side. And there's one big fir, I believe. Was it a big fir up the hill? Yeah, I think those are things that need to be preserved. Because it's part of the vegetation, but it also is part of the history. And we'd hate for Art Pfister to know that we took out a straight line of trees. So I think that's critical for me. The dog fencing, to have fences around the houses, I think is a great idea. Because, people do open the door, let their dogs out in the morning, and that's a lot of time when you have the wildlife out in the same location. So I would not have a problem with that. Just to secure that dog kenneling. This is just a larger kennel than just a straight shot kennel. House size is of concern to me. And so I am thinking about Juliana's house and the view plane issues, even though we can't tell somebody you can't see somebody else's house. Sorry, that's just how it is. We can't have everybody put everything underground. So my suggestion, if they want to move that house, the existing house, on that lot up the hill, that it be restricted in size, because I don't think that has a GMQS allotment to 8250, and it's now about 4,000 square feet plus or minus. So I would limit it to 57.5. They want to move it up, they want to leave it where it is, they could go to the 8250, would be my suggestion or my thought. As far as the barn parcel, which is an amazing parcel, lot 4, you get the feeling when you go down that hill. It's an incredible site. I mean, I would live there in a heartbeat. But I think it's already got GMQS square footage, right, to go to 8250 on lot 4. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so I would prefer that lot be, the house size be smaller down there. Suzanne may choose, if she does what she just said and moves forward in that direction, to build a smaller house. The impacts of the 8250 it's a big house, but the impacts of building it down in that great little valley, little dell that's down there, is going to be significant. But she does have the right, because of GMQS, to go to the 8250, but it would be nice to see a suggestion to maybe limit that house size. Just the house sizes have such an impact not only on the environment around them, but on energy efficiencies, which our energy code is trying to address based on some issues with house sites, which these new developments will come into compliance with. So I have those concerns, and I still have a concern about the water and these permits that are expired. You've already answered it, so you don't, but I just think we don't know what the status is. I mean, this one permit expired in October of 1995. There's no current permit that shows that has been reapplied for and has been granted. Not in the information that I got about water. So,
And that's the most recent?
yeah, it's what I just got. I didn't get anything that.
Could have been in the original application.
Well, the ones that you just sent me, one of them expires next Monday, and the other one expired in 1995. It's the fine print at the I read it very carefully, because water, you have to read water very carefully, because it's very intricate and involved. So I still have some concerns about water use, because I was part of the county board of commissioners when we insisted that subdivisions prove wet water before we moved an application forward. And I know there's water up there. I just want to make sure that there's going to be ample water supply for whatever development goes on, and that it doesn't impact the neighbors around them who may be on well water. We don't know. I mean, I think most of them might be on the new metro district, but we don't know what services those other homes down below them or around them. And I just don't want to approve a development that's going to, like what happens a lot in the Crystal, is that people end up with no water, people next door neighbors. And we've been trying to address that for years now. So those are my concerns now.
Thanks, Patty. Did you have your hand up?
No, I'm going to wait for public comment.
Got it. Anyone else? Steve?
So I think in terms of the dog kenneling, that I would agree with Jonathan that it would be better to not prohibit dogs, but require that there be a kennel, which a fenced yard of a certain size that keeps the dogs in. Just knowing human nature, and I know we had a huge discussion on a proposal over on West Socus Creek where we were discussing the same kind of issue. And that's the first time that I ever heard that was preferred to just have them put in a kennel and not try to prohibit the dogs completely. It's much more realistic in terms of what humans want to have. They want to have a dog more than they want to have a kid or something, a lot of them. And so I think that's being realistic. Doing a house size reduction on the two houses that don't have, I guess it's the ones that are being rebuilt. I'd be okay with actually having a reduction in the house size on those two houses. The other two went through the growth management. I'm fine, they they earned that 8250. I'm more in favor of small is beautiful kind of a concept for houses. That my house is about 2,800 square feet, and that's too big for us. I can't even conceive of a 5750 house. But I don't know, I'd be open to having the board discuss reduction on two of those.
Right, thank
Two
you.
of those sites.
My
I'm
feeling-
not worried about the water so much like Patty is, although I think it should be written in or I don't know if it's the resolution that sufficient, it's proved that there be sufficient water. And I think I'm good. In terms, one more thing, just in terms of the elk, the distance from the elk and the conservation easement, I think that this proposal already does the mitigation for the elk just by doing the PUD and clustering the housing all in that one area already has addressed that issue of, as low impact as possible. There's probably almost no more impact on the elk, aside from having a house down in the meadow where the barn is, would be getting into a little bit of new territory. If someone's living there as opposed to a barn being there, it's going to have a little bit more impact on the elk. But I think all in all, I would agree that it's really a good plan the way it is, and minimizing the impact on the elk habitat.
Thanks, Steve. Francie?
So do these lots, are they gonna have vested rights to build at 8250, or they have rights to build at 15,000 now? Could you explain that to me a little bit, Suzanne? Or Tammy, sorry, Tammy.
So to start with the lots that got their GMQS allocation, they have that 8250 forever, as long as
The
they-
new-
the two new developments. When they come in for site plan, they'll be subject to our new land use code for lots 1 and 3 with the existing homes. So those are subject to the new floor
But they
area.
were originally had 15,000 square feet?
When the GMQ, yeah, it's kind of confusing. When the GMQS application was submitted, there's a category that speaks to committing to building a house smaller than what's zoning allows. So that's where that came in. But that's not applying to
Well,
the existing house.
At the time the application was submitted, the 15,000 square feet was allowed.
Okay, that's
So
what I thought.
the size reduction for scoring purposes was based on 15.
Yeah, okay,
But
thank you.
There was, right, then.
Uh-huh.
But they might have gotten that when it was 9250.
And so,
But we calculate out
and so which action that we would be taking would involve changing the maximum house size? Would it be the PUD, or what would it be? How would that work? The PUD would be renamed, or the
the resolution. It's
rezoning?
in the resolution. It's not in the rezoning ordinance.
It's not in
It
the
would be
ordinance, it's in the resolution.
But can I just jump in? We can't change it for the GMQS allotment because that's
No,
already.
I know, yeah, I know.
Okay, so this is only on those two other lots, yeah.
Okay, well, I'll wait until, my comments until after public comment. Thank you.
So, yeah, you have the GMQS allotment of that size. That doesn't mean it can't be negotiated or incentivized smaller.
Well, it's up to the
It's up
applicant,
to the
yeah.
applicant.
Good point, Greg.
Okay, I think we should open it to public comment. Our screen has gone black here. I don't know if that's.
That one, yeah.
The small one.
But we can turn around and look at this
Greg can't, because his back's to all of us.
Here. Maybe it just got tired of us.
Maybe that one
Maybe-
died, now we have to
I guess
replace it.
that means the meeting's over, right? When the screen goes out, when the meeting's over?
I see it flashing. Maybe it'll come up. Here it comes.
Glenn must have done it.
There it is, it's back. Okay, great, thanks. I'm going to open it to public comment. We do 3 minutes per comment, and I want to look I'm going to look online first, just because just to keep people online if they're there. If you hit *9 to raise your hand if you'd like to make a comment.
Greg, can I just add while you're waiting? But
you
I
can.
really appreciated all the stuff that we got ahead of time from people. It's hard for us to get stuff today because we don't have, we
You
need
don't
it
always
before.
get them if they arrive the
Yeah.
same day.
So we appreciate though the people that submitted their comments.
No hands up there? I didn't see any. Okay, I'll come back to the room. And a comment in the back, come on up.
Thank you and good afternoon. My name's Kevin Giles. I'm from Holland and Hart. I represent the owner of 2435 West Buttermilk, and it's good to see you all again. So I have a few comments. One is procedural and a few are substantive. I submitted a letter this morning around 11 a.m. I hope you had a chance to read it, but I would understand if you haven't yet, as that was quite late. But what I want to talk about are a few things that are spelled out in that letter. So the procedural issue is, as you know, we're here on a PUD approval, which means that the 9 criteria set forth in section 2-40-50, section I of the land use code must be satisfied in order for you all to grant your approval. And if any one criteria is not satisfied, then you must deny it. If you determine that all 9 are satisfied, you can still deny it properly. That's just the procedural framework. Substantively, I think this application fails to meet 2 of the criteria, in particular the 6th and 7th criteria. The 6th criteria requires that the PUD application not have significant adverse impacts on wildlife. There's been a lot of discussion about the elk protection area this afternoon, and I think for good reason. This application will create 2 new homes within the quarter-mile buffer zone, and I think that will definitely have impacts on the elk protection area that it's adjacent to. And if you look at where the home on what would be lot 4 is proposed to be, it's adjacent to the elk protection area, even though it's technically in the quarter-mile buffer zone. I haven't seen what it's called the impact zone, the zone of influence. The zone of influence would be for the home on lot 4, but I suspect it would bleed into the elk protection area. And if you look again at the Kurt Tesh letter, I think it's notable that he glosses over the fact that there are going to be 2 new homes here and doubling the human impact on this environment. He seems to focus more on the scraping and replacing 1 or 2 homes. So I think the doubling of the human impact will have significant negative impacts for the wildlife and thus fail the 6th criteria. Second substantive issue is the 7th criteria, which requires no significant adverse impacts to the surrounding neighbors. So a few points on this. The PUD application, it's going to result in substantial construction. We're going to have 2 new homes, 16,500 square feet. Maybe not certainly, but likely we'll scrape and replace 1 other home that will go add maybe 3,000 or 4,000 additional square feet. We're looking at replacing a barn. So I think realistically that's years of heavy construction in the area that's going to have a negative impact to all these neighbors. The second issue is if we're moving the home on lot 1 to a higher area to get a better view, and Patty, you were talking about this, that will have the reciprocal impact to all of the neighbors of having their view planes negatively impact. That's the second issue. Third is, we've talked about this before, and I think you all saw evidence of it at the January 3rd site visit, is trespassers. We've had trespassers coming from the Pfister tracks 1 and 2 coming onto 2435 West Buttermilk, and if we double the number of homes on these tracks, we're likely going to see an increase in trespassing. So I would ask that the board deny the application based on failing to meet the 6th and 7th criterias. If the board decides to approve the application, I would renew my request for a wildlife-friendly fence along the western boundary of what would be lot 4. So the boundary between, it's the boundary between 2435 West Buttermilk, which is Tract 4, and what would be Lot 4, so as to prevent foot and snowmobile trespassing onto Tract 4, and that would preserve private property rights, and I think that would be very helpful. If it's a wildlife friendly fence, it should not impact adversely the wildlife, so we can protect the private property rights while also not negatively affecting wildlife. So I'd ask that you deny it for failing to meet the 6th and 7th criteria, and if you choose to approve it, that you require a wildlife friendly fence.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Kevin.
Thanks.
Sure, go ahead.
The house is on track 4, is that the one that we say on the ridge
I think so.
from the barn?
When you went to the north?
We were standing at the barn and we could see the house on the ridge, is that 2435? Yeah.
It is, okay, thank you. Got it, great, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks
Public
very much.
comment? Is anybody else in the room would like to say something? No other hands up? This is not your absolute last chance, but it's a good time to say something if you want to.
We're going to continue the public hearing through the whole rest of the meeting.
Is there someone online? Yes, I do. I see Kurt Lyon's hands up. Kurt, we're going to come to you next.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
I've said in a few of my letters that I'm still a little bit confused why we're sort of addressing the two different parcels in the same way. And, you know, I was hoping that somebody might think that Lot 1, as I think I suggested, that we give Juliana the opportunity to sell Lot 1 without subdividing Lot 1 if her goal is really just to sell the property and move on. And I think that's what she stated. So what do you think about that?
We're not going to answer questions here, but we'll take your statement.
Okay, great. That's my statement.
Legally do that.
Is that everything?
Well, I think you've read my letters. You know my position here. So that's it. I'm not going to belabor it. But
Great.
yes, thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Kurt.
Thanks, Kurt.
Okay, other comments from the room? I'll bring it back to the board then. I don't see anything else online. I'm going to bring it back to the board. We've got 2 items to discuss here.
Hey, can I say something?
Oh, I didn't see your hand up.
I
Come
just
on
put
up.
it up.
Oh, I'll open it up. Come on,
I had to work up the
Daniel.
courage.
You have to come up to the desk.
Cool.
We're pretty friendly. Sweet. We won't bite anyway.
Just introduce yourself.
Daniel, Suzanne's son. I just want to address the square footage concerns. I consider myself a natural builder. I'll likely be the one building the house on Lot 4 for my mom. The house I just am building now is 350 square feet and that's 2 stories. That's 2 floors. So you can imagine it's
See that for?
it's 16 by 8.
That'd be perfect.
I wouldn't let her build over 500 or maybe 1,000 tops. I don't really, and that's just, you know, I guess that's not in the application or everything, but I don't really have much say in all of this right now. But yeah, that's kind of been our plan and our legacy, and I was planning to be the one to build that house. So, and yeah, like with the house I just built, it's all hand dug foundation work. So I'm really concerned with disturbance, and I really appreciate the concerns. So thanks for that, and I would just want to say I'd honor that. And the second thing is, I'm the only one that really traipses around, and I don't trespass. I know the boundaries. I grew up on that property. I've had Onyx on my phone. I can pull up the GPS all the time. I don't even go near the boundaries. So, and those snowmobile tracks that were brought up, those are just they're just in that meadow. You can see, they never even left the meadow. And so, and I wanted to address one other thing. Greg, you mentioned good things that can happen for the elk. And what I've noticed is in the past that field's been irrigated, and it was my mom's always big gift to the elk. And it's created way more forage, and I'm active in that barn often. I go down there to just be there and do stuff. I like being outdoors. And even when I'm there, because that grass just gets so green, the elk don't mind. They just do their thing, and we can sit there and watch them, and it is and so I think in accordance with that spring that's being pursued, that spring right, I just think it's something to hope for, that there's going to be water rights to irrigate that pasture in perpetuity, and that is actually, I think, a really beneficial thing to the elk. Just guaranteed extra forage. Anyways, that's my thoughts.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks for coming up. You
Nice
did
to
good,
see you again.
Suzanne. All right, other public comment from the room. There's one in the back.
It's Ryan Doherty.
Yeah, you have to come up.
Oh, I'm sorry, to the microphone.
Yeah, thanks.
It's not actually my public comment, but with Mr. Kurt Lyons' comments, I think it would be helpful to have Juliana just address his comments and concerns about trying to sell the property as one lot. And she's on Zoom ready to speak.
Oh, she is, okay, great, that'd be great. That's
Thank
a
you.
question that I was gonna ask. Do you know which line she's on? Is that Christopher's phone? Is that the?
Is that her?
Yeah, we can.
There she
there
is.
she is there.
Okay. Hi, Juliana. We're gonna put you on. You've done mute.
Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Is there any way to see me? I'm so sorry. I do use Zoom a lot, but this is a confusing one.
Your camera, it looks
Her
like
camera's
your
off.
camera's not turned on.
Start my video. You guys, thank you.
There you
Thank
are.
you, Zoom masters. Hi.
There you
Juliana.
are. There you are.
How's it going?
Great, thank you for coming down.
So, yeah, to address what the comment was previously, there's a bit of a back history, actually. I at one point in my life desired nothing more. As you know, there has been a tragedy. I'm sorry, Suzanne cried. Now I'm going to cry, but I'm not going to really cry that much. But that happened in my property, and I was born on that property. My daughter, my mom died on that property. I also gave birth to my child, like a home birth on that property. It means a lot to me, and it's been a really hard decision whether to sell it or put it on the market or not, or but the thing is that most, like, kind of just as Suzanne and Daniel have expressed, is it is a family lineage, and I do believe that our family has also given so much to the community. We donated the entire ski mountain. I don't think there's supposed to be some sort of, because this is our last name, blah, blah, blah. Like, I feel personally, at this point in my life, I don't know what I would do if we subdivided. I think that I'd hope to maybe kind of, I know that Suzanne's hoping to live on one parcel and have, financial stability and keep another part for her two beautiful sons, Daniel and Arthur, my cousins, who I adore. And for me, personally, yes, would it be easier for me to sell my parcel as one piece? Absolutely. But I also believe that there's a beautiful I'm sorry, excuse my eloquence right now, but like a beautiful opportunity to save possibly a huge part of my family's lineage, this part of my soul, that where I was born, my mother was born, my child was born, to create that. And so, Suzanne and I have worked really, really hard, as well with our incredible team, which I won't mention all of their names because you guys know who they are. And I feel like we've gotten very far, and I do feel like, honestly and truly, this is something out of heart, not greed. This is not because, and I understand, of course, all the elk, the trees, like anything that must be preserved should be preserved. But however, also, I think that, like, I will possibly sell one parcel because I need to provide for my 6-year-old daughter. And I'm a single mom as well here. And so I love Aspen. I don't know that I want to raise my daughter in Aspen full time anymore because it's changed a lot, but I would love it to be a part of her life forever and ever. So that's where I stand. Does that address the question correctly?
Yeah, thanks for the statement, Julian. Since we have you and we've got Glenn here, somewhere in the documents, I think we read that the plan was to subdivide and sell the lots, and that you were done and you were out of here.
You
So
know,
that's where that
honestly,
came
I
from.
really cannot say yes or no to that question in a very honest way. What my goal is to make this happen. And if there's a chance of me holding on to, this property that, like Suzanne mentioned and Daniel mentioned, has meant my heart and soul. Like I said, I was born on the same floor my daughter was born on. My mom was a hippie. Maybe some of you guys remember her, maybe you don't. And she also died there, and my grandparents meant the world to me. So like, I don't know what that will look like for me. So I do not have any intention of selling both immediately. That is not my intention, but my intention is to move forward in my life, if that makes sense, and to cut a cord that has deeply affected me as a single child from my mother that I had to take a lot on. So I think that if you guys could take that into consideration as well, that would mean a lot to me. I mean, I wish that I knew all your names, and I know that most of the people on the city council are like very old school locals, and I really appreciate the way that you protect, the future of that community and are trying to not make it turn into a horrible, horrible mess and place. So that, I think for me, I just don't know. I can't say 1,000,000% I will never, ever, ever sell both properties, and because I don't want to lie. That's not who I am. But for now, just to have the freedom and opportunity to move forward with my life would mean a lot to me. And that is not my intention at this point in time. And the gifts that growing up in that valley at the Aspen Community School, and CRMS and everything, like it's made me who I am today, and it's made me resilient and I am grateful, and I love this community, and I don't want to see it turn into horrible things. However, I also have my daughter to take care of as a single mother, and I will probably sell one lot, and that is a truthful comment, on my part.
Great. Thanks, Julian. I really appreciate you sharing that with us. Okay. Is there anything else? That's it. I think are you done with? I don't want to cut you off. Just want to make sure you're.
No, I'm finished. Sorry for crying. I'm all good.
Thank you. No problem. Thank you. Okay. Other public comment from the room or online. Since I want to make sure everyone has a chance to. I don't see anyone else. Okay. I'm bringing it back to the board. Thank you all for that. I think we all do know the history of the family and the contributions the family's made to the community. My feeling is that we've set pretty ambitious goals for reducing house size and protecting habitat, and it's not like it used to be. I'm horrified when I see the comparisons of the monster homes that surround this area, but I still can't make the jump that, well, it must be okay to do big houses, and I appreciate the reduction in house size. I'm wondering if Juliana could meet her goals and you could meet your goals, Suzanne, perhaps by, it would be something you'd have to offer us. I can't ask for it, but, where we're going with energy efficiency. We're worried about water. We're worried about climate change. We're worried about loss of half the elk herd in the last 20 years. And, everything we do is, seems to degrade it more. And I know we're trying to do it as sensitively as possible, yet still that's what we're doing. So we've set goals for smaller house size. I'd like to set goals for electrification. You know, this is important stuff. It's existential. And I think Daniel gets it, and I know you do too, and Juliana as well. So I'm torn here. I want to help you all, and I also want to keep us moving in the direction that we've intended to keep moving. I'll turn it over to Kelly.
Thank you. I'd like to propose some items for discussion for the board. You know, in some, I think this, oh, sorry. Thank you. Yeah. You know, Juliana, since you just spoke, I'll just reply. You know, I appreciate your candor. Your vision and plans for your life seem very reasonable from where I sit. And I can understand that it's hard for you to know what the future holds. I think in some, this is a reasonable application that is not out of character with the surrounding neighborhoods around it. You know, like I said in the first reading, I think some of the problems live in what our land use code says, not necessarily what the applicant has the right to take advantage of in the land use code. And Glenn, I appreciate your candor. I think this is one of few meetings where you've offered sort of legislative insights on the policy of the land use code, and I take those to heart because I think you're one of the smartest people around on it. But I guess I would say I think that there are some improvements that maybe I would suggest for discussion for the board, and I don't think these are in any particular order, but some things we've talked about include a condition on no further subdivision, potentially retaining the maximum house size of 5,750 with no opportunity to land future TDRs on the current houses. Retaining, you know, the right ingrained in GMQS for the 8250 on the other two houses. I'd like to incorporate what CBW has suggested relative to fencing around the houses and limitations on construction timing from May 15th to June 30th during the calving seasons. Let's see. I feel like I'm forgetting something.
Water.
But there's probably enough.
Water.
Yeah, I mean, I continue to feel a little perplexed about the water issue. On the one hand, there's 2 wells on the tracks. On the other hand, the whole metro district was created because of failing wells. So, you know, I'm not convinced that there's wet water totally, but, you know, that remains a concern. So I think I'm forgetting something, but I'll start with those 5.
Thank you for.
So you hit about the points.
Steve.
You might have had some other ones, Patty.
No,
but I
the
don't
trees,
know.
protection of the trees was my other one.
So I'd like to address the 2 points about PUD requirements. The number 7, no significant impact on neighbors, I don't feel is true. When you get over on near Kurt Lyons' house, and we're over on that road looking back, you could probably see, I don't know how many houses we could see. It's all subdivisions. There's houses all over the place. And being able to see 1 or 2 more houses is not a significant change from the view that's already there. The only thing I think that would make it different if the lot 1 house stayed down lower and didn't get moved up higher, that would be shielded from the view from across the ridge on the other side. But I'd say to me it's not significant impact. I would like to discuss the no impact on wildlife. I don't know what the exact wording of number 6 item on the PUD requirement is, but if that could be addressed, there has to be some impact on wildlife even if you put 1 more house. There's going to be an impact on wildlife. As I said before, I feel like that the whole application was geared, the reason to do a PUD was to group the houses down in one corner and have the minimal impact on the wildlife, and to set aside the conservation easement land to have that be just for the wildlife. So anyhow, if Tammy and or Glenn could address that, I'd appreciate it.
What I can address is the site visit that Suzanne and I did with Curtis Tesh to the property, because we took Kurt to where the barn is right now. And Suzanne explained that it was her vision for the property to replace that barn with her house, and then, you know, to move to that house. And Kurt said that in his view, that there wouldn't be significant impacts on wildlife if that was done, because there's already disturbance there associated with the barn. And that if all the land to the west in the aspen trees and everything above in the gully, all the way to the government trail, was placed in a conservation easement, he deemed that to be an acceptable land use pattern and a good trade-off with respect to the overall quality of the elk habitat. And I think he tried to reflect that statement in his email. But, you know, that's what Kurt said. We stood in that gully right behind Suzanne's barn. Remember, we walked around the barn where you saw the snowmobile track. And Kurt said, you know, if the house is right here, I'm comfortable with this proposal. You know, and that's the way it went down. Did I miss anything, Suzanne?
No, except for you failed to mention the elk bugling in the background, which, you know, rather illustrative of our situation.
Can I just add to that?
Go ahead.
Yeah, and as far, and see, the other issue that was brought up was the disturbance to the neighborhood from construction. That's a one, I mean, that's not a forever in your life, hopefully. I mean, there's going to be other development in either just West Buttermilk area. Who knows what'll go on in the future. But I think having that quiet time when there's no construction activity, gives kind of everybody a little reprieve. But it also, we know, slows down the construction timing, so it makes it go a little longer. But so I think that's addressed. I appreciate those 2 points being brought up, but I feel that they're being mitigated already. And the wildlife fencing suggestion at the bottom of Lot 4 because of trespassing, I don't know how else we control trespassing. There's so many people that walk that trail in the summers or ski it in the winter and maybe go off track, and it's not the responsibility of the homeowner, the property owners, or the county, but the people who own the property and feel they're being trespassed upon should maybe call the sheriff and take action in that direction.
Put up their own fencing.
Yeah, and the wildlife fencing, I know wildlife fencing is supposed to be friendly to wildlife, but it's still wildlife fencing. But, so that's how I would.
Oh, Francie, go ahead.
I do think people can put up their own fencing. You have to fence animals out. You have to fence livestock out in Colorado. You don't have to tell other people to fence their things in. But aside from that, I'm probably going to surprise you guys because I would support this the way it is presented. And it's not something I usually do with something like this. However, in terms of Juliana, I don't think she owes us an explanation about what she's planning to do with that property. It's actually none of our business what she wants to do with that property, and I don't think we should demand an explanation from her. She has every right to keep or sell those lots. It's really not our bailiwick to tell people they have to keep their property or sell it or whatever. I think that they've held on to this land for a long time, and now they have the right to do what the law says they can do. And it seems to me that with Glenn's guidance, they have conformed with the land use code, they have conformed with the fire department and the wildlife people and fire mitigation, and I just cannot come up with a reason to deny this. I don't want 2 more big houses there. I think 5,000 feet is a huge house, and I would hope that they wouldn't build an 8,000 square foot house, but somebody in the future could. So I would like to say no, I don't want 2 more houses, but It's in an area that's highly populated, that's extremely valuable, and they've held on to this property for a long time, and it's their right to do this, and I can't find a legal reason to say no, so I would support it.
Thanks, Francie. Steve?
I thought of when I said that my house was 2,800 square feet, and it's too big. Since then, I thought, well, the reason it's too big is because we take care of it. We do all the work in there. We don't hire anybody to come driving up every week to take care of our house. Probably any house that's 5750 or 8250, the people who live in it aren't the ones, by and large, taking care of it, doing the cleaning and the maintenance. They're hiring somebody. So then you have an impact on the neighbors of, someone driving up the road every week to do whatever maintenance kind of things on a house. That's the impact of a big house more than anything else, is who is doing the maintenance on it. And that's why a smaller house that the homeowner takes care of their own house has very little impact on the rest of the neighbors. A bigger
completely
house,
agree with you. I completely agree.
It gets multiplied, the effect on the neighborhood, just because of all the traffic people going to maintain a house.
Yeah, I agree. My house is 2,500 square feet.
Yeah.
So, and I think it's huge. But I do feel that it's incumbent on us to change our land use code if we want to make those kind of significant changes.
No.
And I don't think we can hold people accountable to force them to change their plans underneath the land use code that we now have. I don't know.
Great.
Francie, Patty, go ahead.
God, he didn't call me Kelly.
I was gonna go to you
He's
next.
mixing it
Sorry.
up. I just want to ask staff and council, can we address these outstanding issues by adding conditions of approval into the reso? I think Kelly's points and mine, I would like to see something about protection of those existing trees. The fir line and the big fir, because those are significant when you view them from across for the neighbors, and it's also kind of a screen.
The ones that aren't planted, the row of trees?
The row of trees by the existing house that aren't put in a straight line, and then that one big one that sits above it. So I would like to make sure we have a clause for no further subdivision. It's kind of standard language we generally put in.
Yeah, and I think it's not in there, you're right, but with the covenant for the GMQS commitments, they committed to.
Okay, but so we need
yeah,
it further.
We can add that.
I don't know how the board, because we haven't discussed about the dog fencing. I don't have a problem with that, so that's a question for the board. And I think we can address the outlying open questions about water by saying at a certain point they have to prove wet water. Is there a clause or a way we can put that in to a condition of approval?
Wouldn't the dog fencing be part of the building permit process later on?
But no, because this is something we don't usually require, so we'd have to put it in a condition of approval.
Okay.
It would be my understanding.
You would want to include that. And on the water patty, just to be clear, what the code requires is that conceptual proof of adequate water rights, final judgment and decree, including a final augmentation plan. This is not wet water.
Yeah,
This is the legal requirement. Then you actually, if you need a well permit, you have to have your permit in hand when you come in.
Right, I understand that, but we have in the past, we did it at Hoagland, they had to prove that they had wet water, so they had to do a drill, boring to show that they.
Perhaps it would be useful to remind, and correct me if I'm wrong, Suzanne, but we're looking at conceptual subdivision right now, and this is gonna come back 2 more times to the board, correct?
Well, we
It'll come
asked it
back
to be
for
one.
detailed final, presumably.
So can we at some point have them bring in those documents like these, the fact that I got expired
To the extent
permits?
that you're concerned about the expired permits or something like that, I would first provide the applicant an opportunity to address that at detailed subdivision. And if it's still not satisfied, potentially the board could place a further condition of approval and or obtaining a building permit in the future. But I don't know what the time frame is for coming back for detailed. I'm assuming usually in these circumstances, it's a many number of months between conceptual and detailed. So
Gives them time to also perfect their water issues. And rather than say, I'm not going to move this forward today for something, but as long as there's a follow-up on the water issues in the future, where we have some way to say, you can't show water, that's part of the conditions of approval at some point down the line.
So you'd want to include in the conceptual approval that you'd have further demonstration at detailed subdivision regarding the
Should we
adequacy
write
of
that
the
into
water
a condition of approval in the reso today, just to make sure it's noted?
That's what I'm understanding from your suggestion.
I just want to clarify, though, I feel like the language we were talking about was permit information as opposed to like water availability.
I was asking for permit, but yeah, how can we include in that
Just want it
wet
to be
water?
Clear, yeah.
So you,
Demonstration of available water, not just a water right, which is like funny money on
sure,
paper.
so I understand that you want further demonstration regarding the permits, the exempt well permits, and potentially an update and or reapplication to get those up to date, and further discussion and or demonstration that the water that's available on the property is, or at least that's demonstrated by the existing water rights, is actually wet water as
Right.
opposed
Yeah.
to something else.
So that was that, and then the last one that I still have on the list is the square footage of Lot 1 and Lot 2. And my suggestion that if they move, Juliana moves her house up the hill, that be restricted to 57.5. And that if it stays down low behind the row of firs, because that was great screenage for the valley-wide, that it can go to, she'd have to go in for GMQS to go above 57.5, right? She'd have to go to go to 8250. But that's kind of, we have to have an agreement with us and I think with the applicant for that. And the other one is with Suzanne's house, her existing, it's at 5,000 something, Glenn, you said? Suzanne's is at about 5,600 square feet. And that one would have to go through GMQS also to get, or a TDR, right? Yeah, I would like to see some way to,
But I had suggested no future TDRs. So if they moved it up the hill, then it wouldn't get a TDR.
they couldn't use TDRs. They could compete though in GMQS.
Well, I'd rather see neither.
Yeah.
The goal is to keep the two house sizes of, you have the two 8250 that competed in GMQS.
The new ones.
And the retain 5750 as the maximum house size on the other two. Which is still an increase in what is there now.
I like your proposal, and I like the idea of having the lower house could be the 8250. If they move it up the hill, it's more visible. You could see that from across the way. Have that be smaller. The row of trees, I think the wording should be different. If you ever see a whole bunch of evergreen trees all die at the same time because of some kind of beetle kill or something.
Planet at the same time.
I
Spruce
think
beetle
that
right
it
now.
should be that the row of vegetation should be maintained. It might have to be replaced by another species because they could easily all die in 1 year.
Good point.
But the big tree, you can replace that big tree because it's big.
Talking
So
about the big natural Douglas fir.
the one up the hill.
Douglas fir.
I wanted to make sure, Patty, that we
Yeah.
distinguish between protecting existing trees, because I heard protecting the Doug fir, like the original.
The ones in the
native
line
trees.
by Juliana's house.
Well, the ones in the line are not native, and they're
But
not-
I was saying, because they were saying you have to protect native vegetation. Those are not, but I would like to
Wanted
see
to
them
add them.
protected.
So
that clarify that?
maintaining a row of vegetation where those
Say
trees
one
are.
thing really quick is that those trees were planted by my mother probably the year I was born. You're talking about those firs that go along the driveway?
Yes.
So she planted those. They were literally until I was probably 7, like 3 feet tall. And I understand that they're beautiful and they take a long time to grow, but to me they're not native trees.
I'm
you
not
know?
saying native trees. I'm saying the straight line that Art Pfister wanted in a straight line of fir along the driveway of your house of Lot 1. That's Lot 1, right? they are maintained, preserved. I don't know what language we want to use. So Steve's saying I think if it, yeah. How do they replace them? You know, it takes 100 years for those things to grow. Francie's laughing at us, so
No, I'm just appreciating Glenn with his hand
Oh,
up.
Glenn, you're so
Then we're gonna
patient.
get
He's
to
the
you.
chair.
I want to finish. I just want to answer, Patty. I think I disagree. I think that row of trees, actually, anybody who plants trees in rows like that, clearly it was to shield something from something. But if it's not necessary anymore, to me, it's an artifice. And if they want to plant more trees, please do. But to insist that they keep a row of trees, to me, just means you may end up with some really ugly, dying trees at some point, and and required to keep them doesn't make any sense.
Well,
So I'd
just
rather they-
maintain the existing trees until they die on their own, something, but I think it screens the house that's there, and it also screens that trail, that Nordic trail is right there.
So I'd like to
So
have
some different language,
a
but-
recommendation that we screen the trail from the house. The house is screened from the trail, and then we have the landscaper figure that out.
I think with the existing trees until such time as the trees need to be
But I
replaced.
agree with you about not touching the large Doug fir
Yeah.
and the big native trees. That's the old growth.
But they could re-landscape that and put in serviceberry bushes. That's not going to do you any good. So you need to maintain the existing fir trees along the driveway on Lot 1 until such time as those trees, we won't be here anymore by if those trees die.
Okay, I'm going to go to Glenn.
Never know.
Glenn, help me.
Here's what you
Help
should
me,
think
Glenn.
about is
No, help me, Glenn.
when we come back at detailed submission, I think we should have a landscape plan for the land which is on the south side of the driveway to Lot 4 that attempts to screen that driveway from the existing and proposed house on Lot 1 and to screen the Nordic Trail from the driveway. So I suggest that you include a condition in the approval that as part of the detailed submission, the applicant come back with a landscape plan that pursues the screening that I just described, and don't try to come up with a landscape plan at this table for that area.
Can we add to that something that mentions a preferable option of maintaining the existing trees?
Yeah, I mean, and you can say it, and it may incorporate trying to maintain the existing trees.
Because I don't want a landscape plan to come back in that gives us,
Maybe those trees could, I don't know how big a scoop you can get, but maybe those trees could be relocated a little bit.
It's hard to, the root balls
You
are
know,
pretty
along the
significant.
same line that Art envisioned when they were planted
No,
there.
I've got a conflicting thing. Juliana said Betty did it, and Suzanne said Art did it. Doesn't
Betty may
really
have
matter.
planted him, but Art told her how to do it.
Maybe Nancy did it. But the thing is, it sounds like we kind of get. I think we've belabored
we can
the
get
point
where we
about the
need to go.
trees. We can get where we need to go with
We
the landscape.
have a tree.
What about house size?
We have a tree that I was insisting for years that I planted it. And Molly reminded me that she was the one that actually planted
See
it.
how that
I
goes.
did dig it up off the ditch bank and brought it down, but I didn't put it in the ground.
I want to get our board to some form of agreement so we can think about taking a vote. So Patty, it sounds to me like you don't want to continue this to hear about water. You want to just put a contingency or
We already have a provision
a
written in as to
provision
when the water
regarding
issue will
water.
come back.
Okay, thank you. I heard a provision about no further subdivision. I heard
That's already in
another
the-
comment
yeah.
on retaining the two existing houses. We've got GMQS to 8250, but retaining the other two at 5750, which is something I would definitely support. If you're going to come back and live here, you probably want a smaller house, but I'm not going to suggest that, but I would certainly ask for it in this approval. Fencing for dogs, I think, is imperative. We've talked about water, we've talked about large tree protection, dog fencing. If the house moves uphill, it becomes smaller. We've talked about that. Kelly mentioned she would prefer no future TDRs. I'm just throwing it out for now, just to see if I have any.
Well, if we cap them at 5750, they won't need TDRs. They have a right.
So that's what I was being redundant.
You're being careful.
I would support that. I think it's rare that we do something like this, and it's not something I'm comfortable doing, but I think I'm in a place where I would support this. Do we have any other further discussion? Kelly?
I just would like clarity from Rye that we're not overstepping any legal boundaries in our request, or a check-in with the applicant on the acceptability of what we've asked for.
Thank you.
Sure, I think all the conditions that I've heard so far, some of which I take it you all are in agreement on, mostly. My absent an agreement to voluntarily reduce the house size on the 2 lots that are not subject to the prior GMQS approval. I do think you could base those on the land use criteria regarding impacts on, I think to some extent you've articulated this, either based on impacts to the neighborhood and or impacts to the wildlife, and you may want to discuss that a little bit more, particularly relocating development from a site where there's existing impact to a site where there is not existing impact at this point as it relates to wildlife and or neighborhood characteristics or impact on the larger neighborhood. So I think you could condition those. Certainly it's easier if the applicant volunteers to cap the house size at that, but if that is the only way you'll approve this, is to limit house size on that level on those bases, which are included in the subdivision criteria, particularly the subdivision criteria that Mr. Giles articulated to you previously, I think that would be a fair basis to do that.
Thanks, Roy.
I would can I articulate?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I would articulate that, what we've heard relative to the wildlife impacts are that the existing, homes have already generated that impact, and so retaining the current home close to its current size, maybe with a little growth to 5750, aligns with that. And I feel like we've discussed and have agreed, but feel free to tell me if I'm wrong, that moving the house creates more impact to the visual impact to the surrounding neighborhood character rather than where it is. And
so are you saying
those 2 different bases for those 2 different lots? That's how I would suggest we support retaining those 2 houses at 5750.
Thanks, Kelly.
But you're saying and not allow lot 1 to move the house up the hill?
No, they can move it up the hill.
going
It
to
just would
Francie
be at the smaller size.
Okay, Francie.
Yeah, I would say my least favorite thing in this application is moving the house at all, because it creates quite a bit more disturbance. It's already been disturbed where it is. If they decide they want to demo it and rebuild on site, that's preferable. So, I'm pretty happy with this application in general. I don't think we have grounds on points 6 and 7 at all. I think the neighborhood, character of the neighborhood far exceeds what this application is, and that they are not negatively impacting the neighborhood. And I think the views from Owl Creek, something from Kurt Lyons' place and over in that area, I mean, if you want to live near Aspen, you're living in a place that has a lot of people in it. So to expect nobody else to build a house within your view plane is, I don't think, particularly realistic. You can live in Wyoming and not have anybody build in your view shed, but so I think 7 is moot, and I think 7's the neighborhood one. And 6, I agree that they've done everything they can to minimize impacts on the wildlife, and we've had professionals speak to that. So I don't think we have grounds on 6 or 7, but I will conform to some of your requirements that you want to put in there. I do think a smaller house is a better house, of course. And I would rather have them not move the house rather than move it and make it smaller. But I'll go with the majority here because I want to get this approved.
Thanks, Francie.
Kind of a concession to see if they will agree to the small
So
houses.
Glenn, how do you want to proceed?
Well, I want to throw out one other issue for discussion in terms of the conditions. And that is condition number 12 on the resolution. And this condition addresses the height of the residences. It says residents shall be limited to 23 feet, 9.6 feet in height, which is 15% below the 28-foot maximum height limit. And when this application was submitted to the Planning and Zoning Commission, and when it was scored, it said the proposed houses to be located on lots 2 and 4 will be limited to a height of 23 feet 9.6 inches, which is 15% below the maximum allowable height of 28 feet. So we never suggested that there would be a height limit on the replacement houses on lot 1 and proposed lot 3. That's Juliana's house and Suzanne's house, if those houses are rebuilt. Those current houses are at the county height limit of 28 feet, midpoint of the ridge. That's the way we set the story pole on lot 1. And we have an issue with this condition that's being proposed by the staff, and it was what the Planning Commission suggested too, that we limit the height of the replacement house on 1 and 3 to the 23 feet 9 inches. We didn't get any points for that, and we would ask that the houses on lots 1 and 3, if they ever get demolished, can be built to the standard county height limitation of 28 feet.
And is that, after what we've just gone through, that's your key point?
Well, that's
That's one
that's an
correction.
additional point.
I have a
Additional
question.
point.
I have a
Okay.
question.
Patty?
What if the code changes between now and the time that house is built, and the code goes to 9 feet 6 inches?
Yeah, whatever the
Existing,
codified
whatever
height
the
limit
code is at the time, rather than
Yeah.
specify. It can't, just in case, we reduce house height.
Yeah, and with respect to this whole idea about reducing the house size on any of these lots, I don't really have the authority as the applicant representative to do that. I think we'd have to have a brief discussion, with Suzanne, Luke, Ryan, to see whether the applicant, Juliana and Suzanne, would be willing to make any limitations on house size. And we could do that. If you want to call a timeout for a few minutes,
I would
maybe
be
we could
happy
have
to
that
do that.
discussion.
I'd love to give you the time to have a
With
discussion.
one
Steve,
thought,
go ahead.
Glenn, in relation to the lowering the roof height, would have the visual effect of reducing the bulk of the house. The house maybe still would be 8250, but if the roof is lower, I just wonder if that makes a visual impact. You think it's a smaller house, even though it might still have a lot of square footage. I'm not sure about that. but
Depends
it-
on your roof line.
Thought crossed my mind that, from a distance, you lower the roof, the house is gonna look smaller.
I mean, that might be so. My impression of it is, when you look at those houses from the distances you're looking at, I don't think you'd be able to perceive a difference of 5 feet if you're looking from Chatton Lane, or if you're looking from the
Spent
West
2 nights at
Buttermilk
one of the
Road.
newly
I think
renovated
you're gonna
Crystal
see
Cove.
a house, and I'm not sure the 5-foot difference will mean that much. But that's why I raised this point, is because
Well,
the
the other one
applicant
was-
doesn't want to change the height limitation on lot 1 and proposed lot 3, which is Suzanne's house.
Got it.
Wasn't the one 32 feet high, the story pole?
Yeah, I set the story pole on lot 1. Nobody asked me why I did that. I set it there because I anticipated this discussion. I set it at 33 feet because I wanted to represent what a reconstructed house would look like.
With 28 feet at the midline, the top would be.
Yeah, 33. And now
Okay, got it.
The one on lot 2 I set lower because we agreed to that height limitation as part of the growth management application.
Right, got it. Is anyone on the board want to comment on the height? I'm okay with that suggestion you've made, and
Which is what?
the house, the heights, that we're not changing the height limit from what the county already allows. Kelly?
So is the amendment, the language amendment being requested is residents, the residents on lot 2 shall be limited to 23?
Residences on lot 2 and 4.
Okay.
Because that's what we represented in our application. that the two brand-new houses would be limited to 23 feet, 23 feet, 9.6 inches.
Thanks.
9 feet, 6 inches. And that lots 1 and 3 would comply with the building code at the time of redevelopment.
We didn't get that.
So it doesn't sound like, Glenn, I don't think our board has an issue with that. So that could be included if you want to clarify that. If you want to take time out, let's take 10 minutes. Is that enough?
5 is good. I think we're.
5
I
is
would
good.
love to take a little break.
We need a little
Yeah,
break
we
anyway. So
5 minutes.
I'm going to probably call it 10 just because I
All right.
think we all need it. Thanks.
The fire is moving into downtown Pasadena.
Okay, we're back. It's Wednesday the 8th, regular meeting, and we're on land use hearings, and we are still hearing the NMP residents and SCP residents trust Buttermilk Pfister Tracks 1 and 2 discussion. And the applicants have gone and had a nice conversation, and they've come
We
back.
locked you out of the building.
We locked you out of the building, but we let you back
You
in.
guys didn't get the hint, that was saying.
You know, that's how we play. I just want you to know. All right, Glenn.
So we had a quick conference, and I think this is where we're at in terms of the floor area. Juliana is amenable. She's uncomfortable with it, but she's amenable to reduce the maximum potential house size on proposed lot 1 to 5750 if the house moves higher up to the above location. If it stays where it is, she would like the capability to still go to 8250. And we would like to keep the rest of the application as is. In other words, on lot 2, the new lot, the house would be at 8250. On lot 3, Suzanne's existing house, the owner or future owner might have the capability of demolishing that house and going to 8250 probably through the TDR process, but there would be a special review. And the house in the gully is approved through growth management at 8250. We'd like to keep it that way. And that's our quick reaction to your comments.
Great, and so that's where we are with that. Okay, I'm just going to come back and
I don't think
Francie,
that
go
was
ahead.
what- I don't think that was what Susan said.
I have a
She was
question
saying
too, Greg.
Francie first, and then, oh,
So Glenn, do we have to choose between keeping the house where it is at 8250 or moving it up at 5270? Or can we leave them both in there as possibilities?
I'd like you to keep them in there as possibilities, knowing that there's got to be site plan review. So this would be a condition of approval in the subdivision, and somehow we would have to express this in the resolutions, maybe with an exhibit.
Yeah, I was just wondering how you would define that location of the existing
Yeah.
house, because obviously the footprint's gonna get bigger, so.
We would need an exhibit to do that.
So can we write that into the resolution conditions we can direct you to write that in now.
okay, any other questions? Rye, are you okay?
My question was about lot 2, no, lot 3. That lot, you really can't see the house from there. It's just a disruption of, 3,000 more square feet. And just the construction activity and all of that. That's a 8250 is a big house. And I know you don't want to live in 8250, but and a lot of people who build them don't want to live in them anyway, and they build them that big. So that's a tough one for me. So my question would be restricting, saying no TDRs, but they'd have to go through growth management, right, for additional square footage, if they didn't use the TDR?
Right, the two options are, right, competing growth management or TDR.
And so what if we change the GMQS system this year and they haven't completed this? What happens to their opportunities?
They have to go with it on the book when they come in with an application.
Do they get to go through the way it is now?
No, they'd have.
Or do they go through it as how it's changed?
I think they'd be subject to whatever it is in the future. What basically they're saying, we're not going to build more than 8250. We have the right to 5750 today. We'd want to take advantage of whatever the option was to go from 5750 to 8250 in the future. Today, that's growth management or TDR. That may look different in the future. But I think, but basically, it's allowing them to get from 5750 to 8250.
It allows them to. So even if we don't bring anything in for a year, they'll still be at 8250 even if we've changed everything between now and then.
As far as house size?
Yeah.
Are you talking house size or
No, I'm talking
process
about
to get,
GMQS
like,
process. If
to get
that's
additional floor
changed,
area?
Are they guaranteed that now, as long as it's vested, whatever, how long that is, 5 or 10 years or whatever, or Will they have to go through?
So there's nothing vesting related to getting from 57 to 8250. They're saying we have the right to build 5750 today. We are willing to limit ourselves to 8250.
They'd have to go through.
So they're recognizing that something else has
Can
to
I clarify real
happen to
quick?
get from 5750.
So they'd have to go through GMQS that exists at the time they come in for GMQS, not what's here today, but what's here maybe tomorrow.
Is that
the next day.
correct, Glenn? Is that what you understand?
Yeah.
Is that right?
One of the things is I don't think the applicant would be willing to say that they would only go through GMQS to get to 8250. In my opinion, after going through this growth management quota system process, I don't think it would be possible to ever get to 8250 on Lot 1 or proposed Lot 3 through the GMQS process, because they've already done just about everything they can do with respect to the scoring. So if they ever went to 8250, more than likely, I mean, almost assuredly, it's going to have to be through the TDR process, where there's going to be an entirely new special review with notice to neighbors, and they're going to consider a lot of the same issues that we considered today. So I don't think growth management should be in the, I don't want you to preclude the possibility of
One or the
TDR.
other.
Yeah.
Very clarifying, thank you.
Thanks. And then Steve.
I was going to say, I think that using TDRs has a public benefit because you're removing the square footage from somewhere else. It's not like there's no public benefit. So I was going to say they should have the option of doing either one. To me, is the best way to go.
Real quick, what happens if in the interim, the master plan recommendations for TDR changes and says no TDRs could be used within this planning area and this caucus area, and we codify that, then they don't have the opportunity to use TDRs, but that's just what might happen in the future.
So as now I'm a little confused which lots we're talking about. But if they have
Lot 3.
If they have the ability to go to 5750 today, and they want to go bigger, they need to participate in GMQS on some level, and that's either competing or utilizing a TDR. If some future action, not necessarily a change to the master plan, but some codification of a recommendation in the master plan further limits house size, they would be stuck with that unless you were to for some reason grant them a larger amount of floor area today, which you're not doing, as I understand it.
And my issue too was the use of TDRs in the future. If we codified it, the TDRs could not be used to move more square footage into this caucus area or this.
Into the zone district.
In the zone district, then they would have to go through GMQS.
Yes.
Okay. So
but
I
do
think
agree
leaving the
with
two
Glenn.
options open and see where the chips may fall.
Sorry, Kelly, for interrupting, but Ms. Pfister asked me to clarify what she's willing to do in light of your guys' comments. And before I tell you what she just told me to tell you, I want to offer my perspective as her advocate here. These guys have gone through the GMQS process. These guys have gone through the GMQS process applicable to their properties. They have spent tremendous resources doing it. They've followed the law in every respect. They have won the total square footage that they're now here asking for in that GMQS process. It's a huge deal with tremendous risk that in my client's case, in Suzanne's case, is literally betting her future ability to remain in the county on her family's land. To go through all that and then to show up and get evaluated not under the law that was applicable to the application when they filed it, but based on preferences that have matured and laws that have changed since then, is frustrating for me as Suzanne's advocate. Okay? For Suzanne, she doesn't want to build or need to live in an 8,000 square foot house in that meadow. She's willing to agree to cap the square footage of the house in the meadow at 5750, not 8250, which, again, now me speaking as her advocate, is taking millions of dollars out of her family's future. Suzanne's just going to build a house that's right sized to her and live there. It's taking millions of dollars out of her family's estate offering that. But to address your concerns about the size of the houses and to, ensure an appropriate scope of development in the meadow, she is willing to offer that reduction for the sake of moving this application forward and getting it done. So that's what she wanted me to offer for you.
Hold on a sec. I want to just,
Sorry,
we're
but
all
I'm
asking
confused.
questions at once. We were going to have to clarify, but thank you for that.
I couldn't quite hear you. She's willing to go to 8250 or 5750?
On lot 4, on the barn.
On lot 4 on the barn, she's willing to go to 5750. Yes.
In exchange for getting the 8250 at her existing house.
If one of those is going to be 8250, it should be the existing house, not the house down in the meadow.
But she won the GMQS for lot 4.
Right.
To go to 8250. I don't think we can take square footage off of the lot that won the GMQS for that
can offer
additional
that.
square footage
They
and
can
move
offer
it.
that.
Can
I would
we
say
do
you're
that?
not moving the square footage. I mean, if they're agreeing to take less of the growth management allotment than they got, their request is that you approve their request to have the ability to go up to 8250
So they're not saying we're automatically
on lot
giving them
3.
8250 on lot 3.
No, I don't think that's the request.
Well, could
Or-
we?
We can't.
We can't do that, can we?
No.
We can't swap the
All right,
growth management
let's slow
allotment.
down just a little bit.
Can you
It's useful to refer to the individual properties or
You
the
put the lot- the
hypothetical
really
lots
clear
by
lot
lot
map up
number. So
the
lot
number.
4 is the lot that already has an existing 8250 GMQS allotment on it. From what I understand, Mr. Van Arsdale is representing his client's willingness to forego landing that additional floor area beyond 5750 on that property and leaving the opportunity on lot 3 to either compete in GMQS and or compete for a TD or utilize a TDR to build up to 8250
The one
on
before
lot
this,
3.
just the black and white was so good, so we could see the lot numbers. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
so that clarifies it.
I believe, is that accurate what I said?
Yes.
Okay. So that's what
So we're still getting what we asked for, 2 houses at 5750 and
One.
I want to be, let's clarify.
Lot 1, we've said if they move it up the hill, it's 5750.
But it'd be 8250 if it stays on the low.
5750 in the gully. If you move the other house up, 5750. Otherwise, if it stays where it is, it's 8250.
And then lot 3 has the opportunity to go to 8250 pending GMQS
Can you just
competition or the
zoom
use
in
of
on
a
the lots
TDR.
themselves?
Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to go to Kelly next. We got to bring it back to civility here.
I'm fine with all that. I think that's great. I do just want to clarify a little bit of misconception from where I sit. I think I was prepared to support the 8250 GMQS allotments. So I wasn't trying to reduce any of that in any way.
Mm-hmm.
The discussion was about going bigger, the current houses being able to go bigger than the 5750 when they would be redeveloped in the future. So I just want to, I'm not sure if that was clear on your end, but when I heard, because I'm honoring the competition for GMQS and all of the things offered during that. So that's how I was prepared to move forward on this. And I was prepared to move forward with like some sort of recital that articulated that the board wanted to limit, the future growth of the current houses as part of a recital, so that when a future board gets a special review use for a TDR, they have that in the record, that we were uncomfortable with that. But I wasn't, it wasn't like a thing I was hung up on.
We did not bring up taking their square footage from lot 4 and moving it,
Right,
we
exactly.
honored their 8750.
Yeah, so I wanted to just sort of
8250.
clarify that.
Well, thank you for Mrs. Suzanne's
point of view,
impression was
if
that
she
you.
wants to build a 5750 house where she has a right of 8250, like that's not for me to write into the resolution right now, because I was prepared to honor the GMQS allotment.
Thank you for that. Her impression was that you were talking about limiting that to 5750, and that was the basis of her offer.
You're good.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't think that's correct. If an applicant says they're willing to restrict the house size, it doesn't matter, then they can do that.
No, but Kelly's saying
and
we're
offer-
not asking.
We didn't ask for that.
That's not what I said. I just said, if the applicant offered to reduce the house size on lot 4,
Lot 4.
they can do that. That's totally within your, and we can accept that and say that's it. Correct? And I think that's what you've done. And that's is that the fact, the kernel of fact of what you've just offered. I don't want to go beyond that.
I mean, listen, we're like whispering back and forth to each other with significant time constraints, trying to coordinate with Juliana, who's also out of the country right now. So I'm sensitive to the possibility of misunderstanding in this situation, right? And so Suzanne's understanding was you guys were talking about restricting the house size to 5750.
On lot 4?
Well, no, on lot 3.
Yeah, on lot 3.
But if one of the houses is going to be restricted to 5750, it would make more sense that one be lot 4 and that lot 3 be allowed to go to 8250. I
Stop right
understand.
there for a sec. I'm fine with that.
I'm
She's
fine with that.
You're fine with that.
And we just need to put it in.
I'm fine with it. I think that keeping the gully a more modest,
Right.
although I still think
Okay.
it's a huge house, but more modest is in keeping with the property.
Okay, Steve.
So I'm fine with that too.
Okay, just want to make sure.
But
we
I
got that
think it
fine.
would be fair to the applicant, they've already gone through the growth management thing to get 8250. If they don't use it, maybe they still have to go through the growth management again, but if they, at that point, could transfer the
You can't
extra
transfer
square
it to another
footage
lot.
to the other one.
No.
You can't do that. You win it on this lot, you keep it on that lot.
But I'd be willing to do that to, if we're not allowed to do it, so be it, but I would allow them to transfer that up to the other house.
That's a
To
different.
me, that would
that's
be
a different
fair
question.
thing to do.
I don't think,
But maybe we're not allowed to do that, given sounds like.
Yeah, I think that would be problematic for a
Sorry,
number of reasons.
What are we trying to do here?
I can articulate those or not, but I think that would be challenging.
Okay.
I think if the applicant is offering to reduce the house size on lot 4 in order to have us agree to let lot 3 go to 8250 upon either GMQS competition or the use of a TDR in the future, then I'm fine with that.
Thank you, Patty. I agree.
Does that clarify that?
I agree with that.
Glenn?
I agree with that, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, I really appreciate that a lot.
And
I'm
I-
not asking
I-
your mom to build 500 square feet, by the way.
I love the idea of being able to offer incentives to go smaller. I love the idea of being able to offer, more ability to do the right thing with building smaller houses. And this isn't quite the same as that, but, if you're gonna go smaller, I'd love to figure out a way to help you get it done sooner or something. Just a thought for our future conversation. Expediting.
If it's 3,500 square feet, maybe, but.
Well,
Would you
that's a
like a
future
motion?
conversation. I'd like to have a motion, because I think we're close enough to get this.
Before
Are
I
you
make a
okay,
motion,
Rye?
are there
Are
any
you-
other?
Tammy, Rye,
Yeah, no, I
Suzanne?
believe I understand that, and I think Mr. Van Arsdale has already confirmed, or maybe Glenn did, that is also the applicant's understanding of what, I guess I'll call it a modification to the application.
Great. Now,
I'll
I just want to make sure, Suzanne, do you want us to continue this so you can talk?
That is an
I didn't want to
option.
get the bum's rush from
Thank
Mr.
you
Van
for
Arsdale.
asking. No, we have made a firm decision as a family.
Ready to get it done. Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna make a motion to approve this application. Oh, wait, I have to do it in an order, but I wanna spell out again the conditions we are adding or changing in the.
Would you
in
like
the
Rye to do
resolution.
it, since he's?
I've got a list if Rye wants, but I just know which we needed to do first. Do we need to do the ordinance rezoning first? Is this a first reading on the
We passed the
ordinance?
ordinance on first reading.
This is second reading.
This is second.
both.
These are
No, but it says on my memorandum, development overlay first reading for the rezoning.
These are both second reading.
It's second reading for both.
Okay, but it says on here first reading, so we're gonna clarify.
Isn't it the wrong thing? It's the second.
I take you guys for your word.
Sometimes we make mistakes.
So do I need to do that first before we do the resolution approving them?
I think it's usually cleaner to rezone the property before
First.
you approve the development scheme that's going along with the rezoning.
So I will make a motion to approve the ordinance on second reading, rezoning West Buttermilk Pfister Tracks 1 and 2 with plan unit development overlay. That's my motion. I will make a second motion after this one that will include.
get a
the-
second. I have a
Wait,
second from
That'll
Kelly.
include the conditions in the resolution, the conditions of approval. I'll make that
Okay, I'm gonna
next.
call the first question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No,
He's
I'm
good.
on track.
Okay,
I'll
now
make
we're
a
gonna go do the
motion to approve a resolution approving the NMP Resident Trust, SEP Resident Trust, West Buttermilk Pfister Tracks 1 and 2, conceptual subdivision review, plan unit development, PUD review, and activity envelope review. This is a second reading. We already had the public hearings. And then I'm gonna clarify the conditions we're gonna address in the conditions of approval. We're gonna make sure there's a clause regarding no further subdivision. We're going to have a landscape plan related to Lot 1 and the vegetation as far as the screening with trees, either the existing or a better plan. That'll come back at detailed. And then we're gonna add dog yard fencing around.
So that, there is a condition that exists right now, 20A, and that was taken per.
Does it say dog fencing like a
Right
big
now,
backyard?
It has the no dogs on lots 2 through 5 and fencing for lot 1, but we can change it to all the lots.
Yeah, so dogs are allowed on all the lots with adequate dog fencing. It's like a big kennel.
Okay.
Okay. And then water issues will come back to us. Brian, you have the language?
Yeah, I do. I see that or I have down that at detailed subdivision, you want the applicant to address the exempt well permits and the potential expiration of those and/or need to renew those, as well as demonstrate the sufficient water quality and quantity for the project. And Suzanne actually grabbed some code language that supports that latter condition, which is found in Land Use Code Section 7-50-20E. And that's rather self-explanatory, but I believe it fulfills the board's intent with respect to demonstration of wet water at detailed subdivision.
And then the last one is the square footage issue. We are changing the square footage on Lot 4 to a maximum of 5750 per the applicant's agreement. And we are going to do on Lot 1, existing house, if it's replaced, can go to 82.5. It will have to compete in either GMQS or TDR approval to do that additional square footage over 57.5, is that correct? And then Lot 3 will have the ability to go to 8250, going through either GMQS or TDR use over 5750. Lots 2 and the Lot 2 will stay as the same as 8250 per their GMQS competition award. Did I get it right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's my motion.
I'll second the motion.
A second from Steve. Further discussion? Seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, Glenn.
I
Glenn
got a
has some.
question.
Oh.
On Lot 1, the limit's 8250, correct?
If the house stays low, did we, and if the house moves up, it goes.
Location, yeah, similar
yeah.
location.
Okay, I got you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Did you bring any of those cookies?
I should have brought cookies.
We should be buying you cookies.
That was so much easier.
Thank you.
Forgot
I
about
agree to
that.
that.
All right, thank you. Thanks,
Thank
Greg.
you all.
That was
Thanks for coming in.
I just want to say
Thanks,
thank
Suzanne.
you for this really long, arduous meeting.
Oh, it's only begun.
And thanks to Juliana
No,
also.
we're not done yet.
We're still working. We gotta keep going. So you guys
have
have,
another item.
I just wanted to say thank you for hearing us.
Thank you.
right,
So much.
thank you.
Good luck with everything.
Best to Juliana.
I will tell her. Thank
And I'll
you.
talk tiny houses with you.
Anytime.
I got
If you decide to go to 500 square feet, I'll work to approve that for you.
Okay, thanks, Greg.
That's a low blow.
Thanks a lot,
Oh,
Greg.
over
I'm
it.
still reeling, don't know more.
When was she at CRMS?
No, she was at Country Day.
No, she said CRMS, didn't she?
In Country
She
Day.
did, I think she went to all of, maybe all.
Probably all of them. Hit them all.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure she.
Okay.
Okay, Greg, what
Thanks,
are we
Daniel.
doing here now?
Thanks, Suzanne. We got to keep going. Thanks, Glenn. Glenn's done. He's out of here.
Thank you, Glenn.
Okay, our next item is a land use action, ordinance approving text zoning amendments, amending chapter 4 and all the rest of it, accessory temporary uses, temporary land use and activities, seasonal farm worker housing unit,
Made
first
up some
reading.
wording there.
Yeah, that was word salad that I made into word coleslaw.
Just gonna stay put over here.
Okay. Suzanne,
You ready? I'll be.
take it away.
I'll be quick. So unfortunately, Eden Vardy couldn't join us today. He's with the Wildlife Commission somewhere having a big meeting. And Paul had to leave, but I feel like I can present this on first reading, and if you have other questions, we can deal with those at second reading. But this has been an ongoing conversation with Eden about the seasonal housing unit provision in the code, and how to provide a little more leeway for the provision to actually get used by farmers. So, short version is that right now this lives as a temporary use provision under the code. People get a temporary use permit for that seasonal unit. So it has limits on timing and basically says the unit has to be taken away in the wintertime. So the proposal to change language in the code would allow someone, an operator, a farmer, to keep that unit on site and basically shut it down and keep it stored on site but not occupied, which again, at the time, we had said it had to actually be moved off site. The other would allow for winter habitation if a producer demonstrates that they have a year-round operation. We're still looking at this under the temporary use provision, so essentially permitting it for a 9-month use, permitting it for an extended use. And essentially that's sort of, again, probably an interim fix to having a bigger conversation about housing people in other places beyond just for farm workers. But again, in the conversations we've had sort of over an extended period of time, these were seen as simple ways to improve this temporary use provision to make it more useful to the actual users. As you can see, it hasn't been used much. Cozy Point, the Farm Collaborative, has used the provision. Last year was the first time, now that Open Space had changed their policy to allow this on open space properties, that we did have an application for the coke ovens lessee. And at one point, Harper at Two Roots had looked into using it, and then the person who was going to have a unit on site found other housing, so she didn't pursue the application. But we've seen limited use of it, and Eden obviously being a lot more connected to the farmers in the valley and where they're leasing, and how they might be able to use this, sees these two changes as an improvement that could allow for more use of this provision under the code.
Thanks, Suzanne. Thanks for that explanation. My observation of this is that, and I do have a lot of questions about it, but my observation is this is going to become year-round housing for somebody fairly soon. It isn't now, and that's not the discussion today, but I think that's where it's going. That's my concern, is that people will end up living in it because desperate times require desperate measures. And so I keep thinking, if we approve this, it feels like a step in that direction. And I just want to be really clear about it, that maybe that's the way this is going, and we should be discussing that as well. That's part of it. The other one was, and I'm sure this is in your approvals already, but location, screening, parking, all those things. You've already got that.
All of those provisions are already addressed in the code.
Right.
Like they have to demonstrate all this. It is not a septic. They can't use their well. They can't use the septic. It's a self-contained unit. I mean, that's what this provision allows, is somebody to occupy a self-contained unit, which we don't do otherwise in the county, allow somebody to live in an RV on their property.
We do at Elam Gravel
And the
Pit.
locations on the property
That is maybe the only other place, Patty, where it is legal
Elam Gravel
to do
Pit.
that.
The locations are screened. You can't put an Airstream out in the middle of the meadow and
I mean,
shiny
again,
Airstream.
right,
It's gotta be.
the existing provision addresses,
It's
and
pretty
again, that's
clear
what I tried to do with some of those Woody
packet.
Creek comments, is to note that our existing provision really we worked hard to get there, working with the various caucuses, particularly Emma was very involved at that time, to really narrow this. And so again, I think this is, a limited expansion of it, but still intended, again, right, for a year-round use. You really have to demonstrate that you have a year-round operation. Are you growing year-round, or do you have livestock year-round that you need somebody on site?
My concern is that come September or October, at the end of the growing season, and they really don't need it, but creating a vacancy in a livable place during a busy season where we workforce needs housing, we're going to look really stupid telling people they've got to vacate a place. So I keep thinking that rule's going to change. I could just see that somebody saying, well,
I won't
or they'll
won't
just go ahead and do it.
disagree that
Yeah.
I think there's more conversation to be had.
Can
But
Right.
again, sort of for an interim.
This is an interim, right, just knowing
this
where
was
this is
seen
going.
as-
So,
I'm going to call Steve and then Patty.
because you're saying that more discussion is needed, are you suggesting that we pass this interim thing now and then have the more discussion later, months, whenever in the future? Or are you suggesting that we continue it and have more discussion at the continued first?
I think that there's a much bigger conversation that, no, this is seen as something that could help in the short term for some of these farmers to have this available. And that, right, no doubt there could probably be, a much bigger conversation, as with everything related to housing, about where and how we can house
And
people.
Patty, go ahead.
Yeah, I've read it carefully, and, we've been involved in this for a long time with Ed and the Farm Collaborative. There's definitions that I need, and I would like to suggest that we continue this first reading to the 22nd. Eden should be here, because their questions are for Eden. Or if we want to pass it and then, but we have, without having Eden here or somebody here to answer the questions, this is foolish for us to be trying to get into that at that depth. Because I am concerned too about what does it mean by a full-time producer, or that you work for the operation. It's my understanding it should be somebody who actually works on the land, on the farm, not for the farm. In other words, it shouldn't be the bookkeeper who's employed by a year-round operation. It should be somebody who's actually on the ground for either maintenance of livestock or maintenance of the land, or for growing produce production of some sort. That, to me, is what should be the goal of doing this, to allow these farms, which we all approve and support, to be able to house their maybe one or two workers who they need to produce year-round, maintain the livestock that's on some of them. I think it makes sense, but without having those definitions very clearly outlined in this information we've been giving, and without having Eden in the room because this is all Eden's stuff, and I think we have a lot of questions.
Well, and I guess I would just say, this is the language that has been proposed and that we've kind of worked on. Whether you're comfortable passing it on first reading or not, that's up to you all.
Yeah, we can either do that or continue
I think
first
if you
reading,
have
whichever.
issues, we can certainly have more discussion on our side to bring more information back to you at a continued first reading or at second reading.
Right.
But
And this is a 2-reading thing.
Yeah, and I don't want to get into
Requires
the
a second
nitty-gritty
reading.
without having Ed in the room to answer.
Kelly and then Steve.
I guess I'd like to think through this a little more. I'm wondering if there is an inequity related to ranches as opposed to produce. Just because, when we've approved ranches, we've put requirements on them for employee housing provisions related to their ranching operations. And so I'm just trying to think through, is this something that supplements that or gets around that, or
is it fair?
Is
it for our lessees?
I don't know.
this goes beyond just
Yeah.
county lessees. This
Goes beyond
could
that.
be on
like ranching is I was really thinking about seasonal workers, people who, when we first did this, they need more people to work to raise vegetables during certain times of the year, and so they need to hire more people, and so they need to house more people. A ranching operation by nature is year round, and
They move their cattle.
I guess I don't know. So
Well, so part of that can extend
I'd like to just think through if they should be treated equally, or if they should not be, or, you know, what, like, is seasonal defined differently than year-round, you know?
around
How do you
harvest
define
or
production?
something.
Yeah.
Steve, did you have a comment, or I've got one.
Well,
Go ahead.
why don't you go to, I think Francie was before me.
No, you were ahead.
Well, I think there's no rush on this. We don't need to pass first reading today. It's the winter time anyhow. Why don't we continue it till when Eden can be here and ask the questions from you guys? I was gonna make the additional comment that this would be a perfect thing for an agricultural advisory board to weigh in on. And we talked about that several times in the last few years, and
We had one once.
we haven't gotten
That was
there
just
yet.
Put Steve on it.
I could
Yeah,
add that to
nobody
my
wanted
list that I gave you earlier today of
Yeah.
things that could be worked
Are you going
on.
into my meeting room? Yes.
So just a comment, you know.
That
a
board was just
suggestion.
for agricultural
I
programs.
was just thinking that
It
if.
started out as agriculture, then it went to.
My concern is that Eden will come in and say, well, I do have a greenhouse, I've got our dome, our grow dome out there, and so we've got a year-round produce
God.
worker who would be here year-round on site in the unit, but I also have a teacher who teaches right next door in the same greenhouse. You know, so are we gonna say, well, sorry, the teacher can't stay, but the
Well, is the
but
teacher
farmer
really
can.
part of the production
Well,
of crops?
so
But this provision is very specific to a
Production.
producer. It
And-
is not for a teacher, it's not a short-term rental. You know, again, I mean, it
Right.
really was
You've been
intended,
refining
it
it.
was asked for by farmers initially.
Yeah.
I think that, I mean, that is still
By Ed.
intended to be very limited
I can see how
in
it could
scope.
expand, but that's, if you've thought of this already, I'm sure.
I mean, again, in looking at this as an interim or shorter-term fix, it was still within that very limited scope.
Right, copy that.
For
I
producers.
would ask for somebody to make a motion to
Well,
continue
can I
this.
talk before we do that?
Sure,
No.
you can talk after also.
Well, I mean,
Go ahead.
you know, I gave
You
my
can talk
turn to
after as
Steve,
well,
and
but
now
go ahead.
I'd like to say something.
Please do.
I'd like to know
Don't
what
let us
problem this
interrupt
is
you.
fixing. Because really, I'm not sure we have farmers in this valley who need this. Eden doesn't really have an operation going right now that's a farming operation. Even the chicken house is shut down now. And Casey has housing over there that Jason has let them have.
It set fire.
And who's gonna use this? You know, it seems to me we're trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist. And I certainly don't see Cozy Point needing 2 trailers. I mean, I think Eden should show some production before he has trailers move in there for farm workers.
He should be here to defend himself.
That's
my
a,
feeling.
that's a good argument to
That's
continue
why he needs
this.
to be in the room to explain it to us.
Okay,
So
Steve,
the benefit of not having to move the trailers in the winter, that you store them there, is a huge benefit. Because where's Eden gonna go store 1 or 2? They'll take them down to Casey's place maybe and store them there. I don't know
Out of the
where.
out of the
It's
county.
easier if they could just leave them right
For some
there.
reason, I don't think that's gonna happen.
I certainly don't think it should be plural at Cozy.
Yeah.
Plus, they just built a huge building. I mean, can we put an apartment in there? Instead of bringing.
No, it
them
was
trailers?
approved for an
There are
educational
other
center.
solutions that aren't trailers, that are poorly insulated and burn fuel and have poop underneath them.
okay,
and-
enough of the detail.
All right,
TMI. I'd like to have a motion.
I'm gonna make a motion to continue first reading, public comment to January.
Can we go to February on this?
Yes, can you please, so I can be here?
22nd
I can't be here on the
pretty busy.
22nd.
Whatever, you pick a date, not the
Date in February,
12th.
Suzanne.
First one in February.
No, the 12th we're loading up already. Suzanne, what's the next one?
26th.
Okay, great, I'll be gone. No, I'm not. I couldn't plan on it.
What, don't we have a retreat then?
No, we have retreat.
February
We
26th,
haven't,
Suzanne?
we don't miss a regular meeting for our retreat, only a work session.
Continued first reading, February 26th.
Yeah, let's do
Yeah.
it. February 26th, that's my
The
motion.
request for more information and fleshing this out. for
And
us.
can I add to that? So anybody who has any definition questions or questions, staff, could we submit those to staff to be addressed between now and then?
Yes, and you've
Thank
already
you.
got some, I can tell. Do we have a second?
Me?
Second.
Kelly has a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've continued that.
I have an
Um,
open discussion.
And we have an open discussion.
You have to go last.
Steve
You get
gets-
to make the motion to adjourn.
Oh, okay.
No, I do have I wanted to give an update on the date that the name Nicholson Creek was
Oh,
put in.
This is important stuff.
No,
So
you're
pay
supposed to-
attention. Go ahead.
Well, the earliest, I mean, the date I found the Capitol Peak quadrangle map, the quad map, it's like 1960 is the date.
Oh, wow.
On a thing where it has all the information about Nicholson Creek, the exact coordinates and everything. It didn't have a date when they did it, so I have not found a definitive answer
1960 is
yet.
the earliest one you've got. I mean, that's much
Yeah.
later than the others.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
great.
I'm still working on it.
Thank you for the update. That was fun. But thanks, Suzanne.
I have I would like to suggest we schedule a special meeting for next Tuesday,
Thank you.
to address a contractual issue.
Right, and we're gonna do that at 11:30 next Tuesday, after exec, or, yeah, just after exec
Call a
session,
special meeting.
before,
Does that work?
before we do the ceremony and with
Swearing in.
Okay.
swearing in.
Okay.
That's
thank
the
you.
plan. Thank
And
you
can
for
we have
bringing it.
copies of that?
So,
Okay.
are you ready for a motion?
I think we should stick around here.
No, hopefully
Josie
my
doesn't
dog
wanna
hasn't
stay.
destroyed my
Finally
house.
just figured out my dog and my kids. Like, yeah, sure, I can stick
Now
around.
she can say, let's go get a margarita then.
So, this is my last opportunity, well,
Let's
on
go
a
ahead, Steve.
regular meeting. I move that we adjourn this regular meeting on January
I'll
8th,
second.
2025.
We have a motion to
Second.
adjourn. We have a second further conversation. Steve, tell us about the first day.
Don't
The
dare.
first day you came to a meeting. I'd like
Did you
to
call the question?
start at the beginning.
So,
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we're out of here. Thanks, Grassroots.
so